Chapter 131. My right hand is starving. Chapter 131. My right hand is starving. One of the balls was significantly larger than the other. Judging from this, the fake Sienna was clearly more powerful than the real one. Just then, the ball of flesh summoned by the fake Sienna started changing. A gap opened on the ball, turning it into an enormous eyeball. Just as the eye opened, a beam of red light shot out and blasted towards the ball above Sienna's head. The ball of flesh above Sienna's head was penetrated by the red beam before it could even open. Suddenly, the eyeball opposite her flew towards her. Many tentacles extended from the eyeball and wrapped around Sienna's eye of true vision. Sienna quickly backed away with a serious expression on her face. The fake Sienna opposite her smiled, while the real Sienna grew even more anxious. What do I do? What do I do? The fake Sienna pointed at the real Sienna and instructed Yberg, kill her. She's fake. However, the Yberg that had been summoned by the fake Sienna seemed hesitant. I can't. What? The fake Sienna was stunned. The next moment, the Yberg that she had summoned broke into pieces, just like a mirror. Damn. Why? The fake Sienna started screaming, and her body also began changing. In the end, the fake Sienna turned into a 3-meter-tall goat-head monster. Standing there, he looked just like a walking black goat. The black goat monster was holding a gold-framed mirror. Meanwhile, the other two fakes also crushed like two mirrors. They turned into two beams of light and returned to the gold-framed mirror. Confusion was written all over Sienna's face. What happened? Why did she just disintegrate? Chris and David also looked perplexed. They had just been intensely arguing with their fake counterparts. Why did they suddenly disappear? Demon. He's that demon. Seeing the black goat monster, Chris's face was filled with horror. All right, the game ends here. The black goat monster produced a few obscure syllables with his mouth, but the three could all understand him perfectly. Sienna held her ritual implement with her right hand and grabbed a handful of magical phosphor with the other. The black goat monster was giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Demon? Is this really a demon? Are there really demons in this world? What are you? Sienna asked softly. I, Dagon Byros, ruler of the reflection world. Huh? Look, we have another 2 petty humans here for sacrifice. Dagon Byros stared at the end of the road. He could see flashes of headlights in the distance. Another car had entered the region, and there were 2 people in it. They were precisely Fali and Chun Zhao. Chun, what is that? Woof! Beelzebub barked, and Chun Zhao glanced at him. Nothing. Just ram at him. Fali stared at Chun Zhao with her eyes widened. Ram. Crash. Dagon Byros was sent flying away directly, and the mirror also dropped onto the ground. The front of the car dented from a severe impact. Chun Zhao, Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, and Walter all alighted from the car. Chun Zhao walked to the gold-framed mirror and picked it up. On the other hand, Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, and Walter had already charged towards Dagon Byros. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao's pets with their jaws on the ground. Apart from Walter, who was still normal, the other 3 had all turned. They became even bigger than Dagon Byros, especially Beelzebub. He was originally a Shar-Pei, but now he was an enormous dog larger than a tiger. Raymond had also changed from a small, colorful snake into a huge python that was 5 or 6 meters long. Carrie's size did not change much, but she had 2 tails and a cloud of frost circling around her. Dagon Byros, who had been superior just a moment ago, was jointly mauled by Chun Zhao's demons in the next instant. Chun Zhao could feel the mirror in his hand struggling wildly, as if it wanted to break free from Chun Zhao's grip. This mirror is the medium used by this reflection demon. Destroy it, and you destroy this mirror ward, Blackie said, floating beside Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao smashed the mirror heavily onto the ground, destroying a corner of the mirror. No. Return me the mirror, Dagon Byros screamed, trying to escape from the 4 demons' attacks. However, the next moment, Carrie awarded him with a giant ice bolt. The ice bolt pierced through Dagon's chest and nailed him onto the ground. Walter bit firmly onto Dagon's calf. Beelzebub was the fiercest of the four. He tore away one of Dagon's arms and then ate it directly. Chun Zhao was about to smash the mirror again when he felt something strange about his right hand. His right palm seemed to be splitting apart. Then, Chun Zhao saw a mouth at the center of his palm. That's right, a mouth. The mouth bit onto a corner of the gold-framed mirror. Following a clear crack, it tore down a piece from the mirror. Dagon Byros moaned madly. Confused, Chun Zhao looked at his own hand. The mouth on his right hand seemed to be sending him a signal. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat. Chun Zhao put the mirror onto his right palm. The mouth opened again, showing all its sharp teeth. The hard mirror felt nothing more like a piece of meat in the mouth. Crack! Another piece was torn away. Dagon Byros' moaning became even more miserable. Chun Zhao felt a message from the mouth again. Delicious. Then eat more. Chun Zhao also tried to deliver his thoughts to the mouth. The mouth needed no more than a few bites to finish the gold-framed mirror. In his high-pitched screams, Dagon Byros finally turned into a black cloud of sand and vanished. The surrounding immediately became much brighter. Everyone stared at each other and could not contain their emotions. Chun Zhao's pets had already returned to their normal states. They could only be demonified in non-human regions, such as Blackie's space crevice. They had been in the Reflection Demon's reflection world just now, which was similarly not part of the human world. Blackie, is that Reflection Demon dead? Nope. The mirror is only his medium, not his body. How about the demon just now? It's merely a demon soul controlled by the Reflection Demon, a pathetic fallen goat monster. Still looking dazed, everyone stared at Chun Zhao and the pets around him. Chun, are you really a druid? Did you kill that demon? Chun Zhao's pets were clearly not ordinary organisms. After all, who had seen a fox which could shoot ice bolts like a machine gun, a Shar-Pei which was bigger than a tiger, or a snake which could spurt clouds of poisonous gas from its mouth? Chapter 132 Medium. Chapter 132 Medium. Everyone squeezed into Fali's car and drove to Chun Zhao's house. Drink this. You're fine. Chun Zhao handed a cup of calming tea to Chris. Thanks. Chris accepted the cup. Chris, after I sent you back, I went to find you again the next day, but you weren't there already. I asked David to help me find you. Where are you these days? The church, Chris replied. Chun, what was that thing? Right now, Sienna was most concerned about Dagon Byros. She'd never felt so powerless and clueless before. Demon, Chun Zhao replied simply. More specifically, it's a reflection demon. Where's Nance right now? Chris asked further. Is he controlled by that demon? Yes. Blackie had told him. Chun Zhao continued. The reflection demon uses a medium to project into the human world. What we saw earlier wasn't his true form. The demon that looks like a mountain goat is actually controlled by the reflection demon. Chris X is the same. The reflection demon can possess humans to control their souls, and then use that soul to possess past friends and family. He'll keep receiving souls as long as the medium remains. By medium, do you mean the mirror? Yes, but not the mirror you saw earlier. The mirror that Chris and her ex got is actually the medium's reflection. That's why it can never be destroyed. Chun Zhao was only repeating Blackie's explanation. The medium only exists in the reflection's world, which is where weed entered. You can only truly destroy the medium there. So you're saying that the demon personally destroyed the medium? If he didn't let us go, if you went in, then we'd be powerless against him? Chun Zhao shook his head. The reflection demon isn't as strong as you think. He was just using his own abilities to make the reflection the same as the outside world. He could make copies of you all with the same compatibility. What's compatibility? For example, if he copies something, his copy can't go against what the original does. Another example, if a loving couple enters the reflection world, he can use the copied wife to kill the actual wife, but the copied wife to kill the actual husband, or the copied husband to kill the wife. This is what compatibility is. If he goes against this law, then his abilities will become ineffective. Sienna understood immediately why the copy would recover its original appearance. He didn't know that Yberg was her father. No matter how their relationship was, they were still family. Even the copy wouldn't be willing to hurt his daughter. This was the so-called compatibility. Earlier, you said that the Black Mountain Goat demon Dagon Byros isn't the true reflection demon. Then, is the reflection demon still alive? After this paranormal event, Chris was left with trauma. She was afraid that the reflection demon would come back for revenge. He's still alive, but he isn't in the human world. His true form can't enter the human world, and his medium has been destroyed. As long as no one makes another medium, he'll never be able to affect the human world, let alone take revenge on you. Since the medium existed, then someone must have created it, right? What if someone else makes one? That medium has a history of more than a century. Its creator is long dead. You don't have to worry. Plus, if the reflection demon wants revenge, it'll come for me first. Hearing Chun Zhao's reply, Chris was finally relieved. Then, what about them? Sienna pointed at the playing animals. What exactly are Beelzebub and the others? My pets. Isn't it obvious? Pets? Do you think I'm blind? Well, they're my pets right now. Then where did you learn your magic? Is it some Oriental magic? Chinese people call magic fascia, right? David commented. Beelzebub must be divine beasts. I did my research. Research? You? Of course. Chun and I are friends. I have to understand, Chun. Is Oriental magic really this powerful? Sienna had been dealt a blow. After all, she'd been helped by Chun Zhao twice. In fact, she could say that she'd been saved twice. Each time had been more dangerous than the last, but Chun Zhao had taken care of them easily. Chun, where's the gold? Are you going to take it for yourself? Sienna stared at Chun Zhao with shining eyes. Chun Zhao's expression was dark. The gold was part of the medium. It was destroyed along with the medium. Hey, that gold is worth more than $10,000. How could you do that? Sienna, it's okay, David comforted. That gold was cursed. If you give me the gold, I won't care if it's cursed. Sienna was sad, but Chun Zhao was even more pained. The gold had been eaten by the mouth on his hand. More than 200 grams of gold was worth at least $10,000. Chun Zhao still wasn't sure what the mouth was used for. The only thing he was sure about was that Beelzebub Zophie had given it to him. Chun, I can go find you if I run into these things again, right? Chris looked at him with teary eyes. If you need a doctor, I'm happy to help. But if you need to exorcise evil spirits or demons, please ask Sienna. I'm an amateur. Knock, knock. Knock sounded at that time. Everyone exchanged glances. It was already 2 in the morning. Who would come? After opening the door, they realized it was Leonardo. Leon, how come you're here? I was patrolling and saw that your light is still on, so I came to look. Come in. Chun Zhao moved aside. Do you usually patrol by yourself? Where's your partner? My previous partner quit, and they haven't assigned me a new one. I hope it'll be a beauty. When Leonardo entered the living room and saw everyone, he gaped. Let me introduce everyone. David, he's a cop too. This is Leonardo. He's in charge of Mountain Town security. Hey, come sit down. Your Chin's friend too? David tossed Leonardo a can of beer. Chapter 133, The Fearsome Gaia. Chapter 133, The Fearsome Gaia. Are you having a party? Leonardo asked. Nope, it's just a normal gathering, but we were so engrossed that we forgot the time, Chun Zhao said with a smile on his face. If I recall correctly, you've only been here for less than 3 months, right? Look at how many friends you have already. I grew up in Los Angeles, but only have a few friends. You're my friend too, Chun Zhao said, smiling. David also put his hand on Leonardo's shoulder. Buddy, we're friends now as well. My birthday is this weekend. Can you attend my birthday party? Leonardo invited, looking somewhat shy. Of course. Can all of us go? Yes, all of you are very welcomed. I hope that you'll all be there. In fact, Leonardo had knocked on Chun Zhao's door just now only to invite him to his birthday party. However, he did not expect so many people to be present. Even more unexpectedly, he managed to know so many new people in a single night. Leonardo was not really a loner, but he did not know how to socialize. Even in the police station, most people were only his colleagues and not friends. The number of friends that he made that night was perhaps almost equal to the number of friends he had before. However, Leonardo could not stay for too long because he was still working. "Leonardo, do you mind giving us a ride? We're leaving too," David said. "Sure," Leonardo agreed without hesitation. Sienna and Chris left with David as well. After 2 busy days, Chun Zhao could finally have good rest. The next day, Chun Zhao was awakened by Fali. He did not have enough sleep, but he had things to do. It was already over 8 in the morning. After washing up, he still had to attend Gaia's boxing lesson. Chun Zhao had a rather tight schedule. He still had to check Rufford's injury at noon. After all, he was investing on Rufford, so he had to gain some profit from it. When Chun Zhao arrived at the fitness center, he was somewhat anxious. He still remembered Gaia's threat. Luckily, Gaia was just scaring him, and the lesson was what they were supposed to have in the first place. In the 2 hours, Chun Zhao spent an hour hitting the sandbag. "Chun, you're exerting your strength in the wrong way. You can't just use all your strength in every punch. You're learning how to fight, not going for a boxing tournament." Gaia had been observing Chun Zhao's punches. While street fighting also requires physical strength, the key lies in your techniques. Use minimal force to defeat you opponents. Therefore, pay attention to the angle and power of your attack. Maybe you're not just facing one enemy, but 2, or perhaps 20. If you use all your strength in every punch, you wouldn't last long. Gaia walked up. The most popular boxing styles now are free sparring and military boxing. "I'll teach you free sparring." "Why not military boxing?" As Gaia wore her gloves, she waved her hand at Chun Zhao. "Let's fight." "For real?" "No, just an example. Do I attack or you?" "You'll attack." Chun Zhao formally put up a boxing stance and protected his head. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Punch. In the instant he punched, Gaia dodged his attack. She made a turn, and her elbow struck towards Chun Zhao's face. "Not my face." Gaia was not planning to injure Chun Zhao. Her elbow stopped 5 centimeters away from Chun Zhao's face. "Military boxing is used to kill. Do you plan to kill anyone?" Gaia asked. "Air. Before you're ready to kill, military boxing is even weaker than free sparring," Gaia said. "The moves in military boxing are crueler and designed to destroy your opponent's body. They're mostly targeted at joints and weak points." "Gaia, since you're so strong, you can certainly win any boxing competition, right?" Gaia shook her head. "It's not as simple as you think. I might not even win women's boxing. The rules on the ring wouldn't allow me to display myself fully, so don't even talk about men's boxing. I'll be considered lucky if I can win just 3 opponents. How about outside the ring? I can kill 10 top boxing champions in 10 minutes. Chun Zhao shivered. He went to the restroom, and when he returned, Gaia had already removed her gloves. "Gaia, why do you hate Mordery so much?" "It's none of your business," Gaia answered directly. Chun Zhao scratched his nose in awkwardness. He was really stupid just now for finding trouble for no reason. After leaving the fitness center, Chun Zhao went to Rufford's house directly. Boar was there as well. Rufford was doing some light recovery exercises under his guidance. "Hello, Chun." Both of them stopped. Chun Zhao said, "Continue and finish Board's lesson." 10 minutes later, Rufford approached Chun Zhao. After nearly 1 week of treatment, his leg no longer hurt. Indeed, he felt that he had already fully recovered. However, Board felt that it was not the case. It could only be confirmed after Chun Zhao's examination. Rufford's feeling might not be accurate. Sometimes, an athlete may feel that he has already recovered, where in reality there is still some indiscernible damage. Once he starts to exercise vigorously, his injury would relapse. To prevent such a situation, one must be careful. After some checkup, Chun Zhao patted Rufford's shoulder. "Rufford, your recovery is excellent. You can already exercise as usual, but not too intensely for these few days. Board, give me a copy of Rufford's physical data over the next few days." "No problem." Chun Zhao was the person who had introduced Board to Rufford, and he was also Rufford's investor. He was indirectly Board's boss, not to mention that he had saved Board's wife and daughter. Therefore, Board would certainly listen to Chen Zhao fully. After spending an hour in Rufford's house, Chen Zhao received a call from Ethan. Chun, a new client. FDD Commercial Building, level 40. What's the pay? 800. That's low. Who is it? What disease? I'm not going if it's another gang leader or something. Chen Zhao was usually not picky about the pay or the client, but 800 was indeed relatively low. If it was only a normal client, he would take it as an opportunity to widen his social circle. However, if the client was someone dangerous, 800 was not sufficient for him to take the high risk. FDD Commercial Building is in downtown. Do you think a gang will work there? Fine. I'll go now. Chapter 134. Strange Mother and Daughter. Chapter 134. Strange Mother and Daughter. The FDD Commercial Building was a well-known landmark. When Chen Zhao entered, he was almost stopped by the security guards. This building was mainly used for work offices, but it also had some luxury suites that could be rented. Judging from the security, the monthly rent for a suite would be at least $20,000. Chen Zhao's client lived in one of the suites. He reached the 40th floor and rang the bell after confirming the room number. He remembered that the last time he came to this kind of suite, he'd met two beauties. He wished that his client this time was also a beauty. Of course, it would be best if she wasn't a murderer. The door opened. It was a 30-something-year-old woman. She was beautiful with some makeup on and wearing fashionable clothes. However, her stomach was bleeding. She hadn't pulled out the knife yet. She looked down at the pets around Chen Zhao. Were you the one that called the doctor? You're a doctor? Yes. Are you sure you're not a vet? It's my habit to bring my pets out. I'm worried if I leave them at home. All right, come in. Chen Zhao entered and saw that the living room was in a mess. He turned to look at the woman. Are you sure you don't need to call the police? This is for my daughter and I fighting. How can I call the police? Then your injury, also her masterpiece. Chen Zhao didn't know what to say. He didn't know this mother and daughter pair, so he didn't know their conflict. How old is your daughter? 15. The woman lay down on the sofa. Chen Zhao lifted her shirt. Bear with me. I need to take the knife out. Judging from the wound, the knife hadn't gone in too deeply. It was evident that her daughter didn't use a lot of power. Woof woof. Walter suddenly started barking at the bedroom. Chen Zhao looked over and saw blood flowing out from the crack under the bedroom door. Expression changing. He turned to look at the woman, to see her stabbing him with the knife. Fuck. Frightened, Chen Zhao quickly grabbed the woman's wrist, but he was still a step late. The knife had already scraped his palm. He was so scared that he flipped over the sofa. The woman raised her knife again. Chen Zhao lifted his foot and kicked the woman's wound that he'd just stitched up. The woman clutched her stomach in pain, while Chen Zhao was covered in cold sweat from fear. He'd been learning how to fight these days, but he realized that not everyone could perform what they'd learned when it was actually necessary. This was the difference between him and Gaia. Gaia had actually been on the battlefield before. Chen Zhao was confident that his strength and speed were both above Gaia. However, if it was Gaia here, she definitely wouldn't be in a pathetic state like Chen Zhao. He looked at his arm. There was a scratch left by the knife, but it wasn't that serious. He looked at the woman on the ground and opened the bedroom door. A girl was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood. Chen Zhao hurried over to check. She wasn't dead yet. He carried the girl out of the bedroom. She'd been stabbed in the chest and suffered blood loss. Her injury was very grave. Her breathing was weak. The woman stood up, holding onto her stomach, and looked at Chen Zhao with an ugly expression. She's your daughter? Stepdaughter. Hatred flashed past the woman's face. I'm calling the cops. Don't call them. No, I must. You tried killing your daughter. Chen Zhao couldn't ignore this. If the girl died, he would be in trouble too. I didn't, the woman explained anxiously. She tried to commit suicide. It's not my fault. Why didn't you tell me? Chen Zhao interrogated the woman while performing first aid. Walter, give me the kit. Walter dragged the kit over. Chen Zhao carefully pulled the knife out. Blood spewed out of the girl's chest immediately. Chen Zhao quickly covered the wound. He took out a bottle and spread the sticky thing across the girl's injury. This was the saliva of the swamp soul-eater frog. It was apparently great at stopping bleeding. Chun Zhao couldn't help it. Acupuncture wasn't enough to stop the girl's bleeding. He could only use demon medicine. He also had to multitask and be wary of the woman. Who knew if she would go crazy again and try to stab him? She wants to frame me with her death, the woman explained in panic. Please don't call the cops. If you do, I'm done. Chun Zhao's eyes flashed. He wasn't sure if the woman was speaking the truth or not. You stabbed yourself, right? After hesitating, the woman nodded. Yes. What happened? If you make me feel like you're still hiding something, I'm going to call the cops immediately. Vil is my stepdaughter. You told me. Her father died from liver cancer 10 years ago, and she'd always hated me. Understandably, I don't like her either. We've had countless big and small fights before. Chun Zhao listened quietly while thinking about whether the woman was telling the truth or not. Recently, I heard that she's hanging out with a group of hooligans, so I fought with her again. The woman hated her stepdaughter to the extreme. After all, they weren't blood-related and not everyone was responsible. To this woman, Vil was just a burden. I grounded her, telling her that she can't step out of the suite for 10 days. She said that if I don't let her out, she'll kill herself. And I said that even if she dies, she can't die in the suite. Then she hid inside her room. An hour ago, I opened her door and saw that she'd stabbed herself. I was scared, so you stabbed yourself too. The woman nodded. I thought that if I didn't do anything, the police will definitely say that I killed her. Everyone knows that we have a bad relationship. What's the logic behind you stabbing yourself? Chun Zhao didn't understand at all. Could stabbing herself erase her sin? I was going to make it look like an armed robbery. The woman's expression was pained. Her stomach was still bleeding. Chun Zhao tossed over a bottle. Smear some of this on your injury. The woman continued. I was going to call the cops, but then I remembered that there's a surveillance camera. If they look at the security footage, they'll know there was no robbery. So I had to get a doctor to treat me. Then you came. What about her? I thought she was dead. I really thought Vil was dead. I never wanted her to die. Believe me, I hate her, but I would never kill her. You were going to dispose of her body when you recovered, right? The woman hesitated for a beat, but finally nodded. You never thought about killing your stepdaughter, but you wanted to kill me. Chun Zhao raised his hand. The blood reminded him that this woman was crazy enough to do anything. Chapter 135, Favor. Chapter 135, Favor. I'm sorry. I can compensate for that. How much do you want? 10,000. This is blackmail. The woman roared in anger. This includes my pay for treating your daughter. Also, I must send her to the hospital. What? No, the police will find out. If her daughter was sent to the hospital with such a severe injury, the doctors would certainly call the police. The police would carry out an investigation and her reputation would be totally ruined. I won't say anything. As for what the police will find out, I don't care, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao was not entirely sure if the woman was really not the culprit. If she was, it would be too dangerous for her daughter to continue staying with her. Therefore, Chun Zhao had to send the girl to the hospital. Whatever you want to tell the police, it's your problem. Mister, please don't send her to the hospital. I promise I'll treat her better. I promise. I wouldn't hurt her. If this gets exposed, I'll lose my job. What's your job? I'm a KTLL TV news presenter. I'm a celebrity. I can't have any scandals. The woman panicked. She clearly viewed her work as being more importantly as her adopted daughter. After some consideration, Chun Zhao said, she has to go to the hospital. They can't be changed, but I know someone from the police station. I can help you ask how to handle such a situation. The woman's mistake could be either severe or minor, because she was Vil's guardian. Not saving her dying daughter was equivalent to manslaughter. Of course, Vil was not dead yet. As long as she was not prosecuted for it, she would be fine. It mainly depended on the evidence found by the police, as well as their attitude towards the incident. Chun Zhao called Melson. Melson, are you free now? Why? I just had a client. Chun Zhao told Melson the situation. After being silent for a while, Melson said, how do you want me to handle it? As long as it's not against the law, I hope that you won't look into the mother's actions. It would be best if the incident is not exposed to the public. How's the girl's injury? I've already performed first aid and her injury is now stable. I plan to call an ambulance and send her to the hospital. Let's call the ambulance. You and that woman stay there now. I'll bring a few people there. All right. After a while, Melson arrived with a few others. Soon, the ambulance also reached. A few police started gathering evidence at the scene. Melson waved his hand at Chun Zhao and the woman. Let's talk. The three walked into the bedroom. Melson glanced at Chun Zhao and then looked at the woman. Madame Daly Simpson, if you don't want to get into trouble, when you get questioned later, say that you called the police immediately after discovering your daughter's attempt to commit suicide. Don't say anything irrelevant. Will I be prosecuted? As long as you don't admit that you've delayed any time on purpose, we, the police, wouldn't prosecute you, Melson said. I understand, Daly Simpson nodded. I'll describe the situation to my team first. Don't say anything irrelevant, like about the wound in your abdomen. Of course, despite feeling uneasy, Daly Simpson still accepted Melson's suggestion. Chun Zhao made a handshake with Melson. Thanks. Chun Zhao knew that Melson was helping him only because Melson had owed him a favor last time. Of course, it was something within Melson's authority. If Daly Simpson really killed someone, he would not ignore it just for Chun Zhao. The $10,000 that Chun Zhao had asked from Daly Simpson was not just for treating them. It also included the favor from Melson and fee for Chun Zhao to not expose her. To be more direct, she was paying Chun Zhao to solve her problem. As for which of Daly Simpson and her daughter was in the wrong, Chun Zhao could not decide. He liked neither of them anyway. Moreover, Chun Zhao also did not intend to change their relationship. Their hatred towards each other had been formed over an extended period of time. Chun Zhao did not even care if they would stab each other with a knife in the future. Chun Zhao had already done what he should. At least he believed so. Daly Simpson was wrong, but if she ended up in jail, Vil would have to be sent to an orphanage or another relative's place. This might not be ideal for her either. Chun, why are you giving me $2,000? Ethan stared at Chun Zhao, confused. Isn't it supposed to be $100 for you? So it should be $160 for me, according to our agreement. Have you finally turned over a new leaf and decided to pay for the food that you've eaten here? Take it or leave it. Stop nagging. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Auntie Lee, get me some food. Ethan kept cursing Chun Zhao for his usual dine and dash. After the meal, Chun Zhao went to the hospital to check Vil Simpson's condition and collect the money. By the time he returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Chun Zhao saw Ken arguing with a man in front of Ken's own house. Chun Zhao vaguely recalled the man to be a gangster in the town. That time, Chun Zhao had encountered the gangster in the supermarket. The gangster was going to target him because he was new to town. Luckily, a shopkeeper reprimanded him. Ken, is that your friend? Chun Zhao shouted. Noticing that Ken and the gangster were about to fight, he signaled them his presence. The gangster glanced at Chun Zhao. He muttered something to Ken and then left angrily. Ken approached Chun Zhao. Chun, thanks. He's a gangster, right? We were close friends. He wanted to borrow money from me. Our Bant and Mary not at home. The winery closed down and both my father and I lost our jobs. We're currently looking for new ones, Ken said. Chun Zhao could not help their financial predicament. After all, his social circle was not wide enough. Will the gangster look for you again? I don't have any money to lend him. I don't think he'll come again, Ken answered, shaking his head. That's great. If you have any trouble, come and find me or call the police. I know what to do. Thanks. This is Leonardo's number. He's the patrolman in town. Perhaps you should take it down. Sure. Thanks. Shortly after Chun Zhao returned home, Fali was also back. Fali was lying on the sofa, lazily. Chun, have you made dinner? Nope. I just came back too. I don't want to move. You're in charge of the dinner. Let's eat out. I'm too lazy as well. Chapter 136, Murder. Chapter 136, Murder. The two went to a restaurant on the side of the road. Fali ordered salad, steak, and a large pudding. Chun Zhao didn't have a small appetite, but if he ate fully, his month's paycheck would be gone. He really had a big appetite. After all, he drunk the strength potion. The effect was more than double of David's. This meant that Chun Zhao's appetite was twice the amount of David. Even though it wasn't Thanksgiving, Chun Zhao still ordered an entire roast turkey. It was a Western restaurant, but Chun Zhao and Fali weren't the type who ate gracefully. Plus, there weren't many rules in a small-town restaurant. When they ate, they really showed their true colors. Chun Zhao grabbed the turkey and munched. Halfway through their meal, someone suddenly patted Fali's shoulder. "Hey, sexy, want to go to the bar with me? I know where the fun is." Chun Zhao looked up. It was Ken's classmate. The guy's leering expression made Fali frown. She pushed his hand away. "Don't touch me. I don't know you." "That Asian can't satisfy you," the guy said shamelessly. "Come play with me. I promise you won't be able to get out of bed." Could Chun Zhao take this? No. He grabbed a drumstick and smacked the guy's face. "Get the fuck out. Yellow monkey, you want to die?" Chun Zhao lifted his leg and kicked the guy a few feet away. He couldn't beat Gaia, but he could deal with a solo gangster with just his finger. After that one kick, the guy couldn't even stand back up. Chun Zhao had only used half of his power, but his kick was still quite harmful. Even a dragon like Gaia wouldn't be able to take it, let alone this random guy. "Don't let me see you again. Get out." The guy ran away pathetically, clutching his stomach. Guys like him just bullied the weak but feared the strong. He saw that Chun Zhao was Asian and new here, so he came to provoke him. Once Chun Zhao showed his strength, he didn't dare go up against him again. As for calling the cops, it was a joke. He would never be supported by the cops in any way. "Fuck, he wasted my turkey." Chun Zhao looked furious. "Can you use magic to kill that asshole?" "Why? You hate him?" "I don't know him, but I heard townspeople say that he sold drugs to some kids in school, and 2 of them overdosed. 1 died, and the other is brain damage. People like him deserve to die. My magic can't kill anyone. Don't bet on it. So boring. Killing isn't fun." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. "You killed someone before?" Fali suddenly looked at him with interest. Thinking for a moment, Chun Zhao said, "Once in the hospital, a serial killer captured a nurse. I had Beelzebub kill him in front of everyone." "How did it feel?" "It was scary because I didn't feel anything. I was actually emotionless toward killing someone." "Do you have any other experiences in killing people? Does failing a patient during surgery count?" "No." Because of the gangster, Chun Zhao and Fali weren't able to eat happily. Afterward, they went to the supermarket and bought a lot of groceries. Their fridge was filled instantly. "Fali, do people still swim in the winter?" "Of course. The temperature difference in L.A. isn't that big. The beach I'm at has a lot of people the entire year. That's why we need to work the entire year, too. Some people even swim at night, so I sometimes have to do night shifts." "Oh, right." Fali started up again. "What are you going to give for Leonardo's birthday party?" Chun Zhao grew troubled. What should he give? He had no experience in gift-giving. Turning, he asked, "Fali, what are you going to give?" "I already have an idea, but I can't tell you. If you find out, you'll definitely want to give it to him first. Then I'll have nothing." Fali was careful around Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was even more distressed. It was right of Fali to be careful, because he really would do something like that. Fuck. Depler Rastan clutched his stomach and cursed, his expression pained. He walked slowly and unsteadily. That Asian had kicked him way too hard. It felt like his intestines had broken. "I'll show that yellow monkey. I'm going to kill him." Depler came to a building and knocked on the door with difficulty. A beat later, Treed Pimpin opened the door. When Treed saw Depler, his expression turned cold instantly. "Depler, you shouldn't be here." His attitude was indifferent, putting distance between them. "Mr. Pimpton, I'm sorry, I need money." "I already gave you money," Treed said icily. "We have nothing to do with each other again." "Mr. Pimpton, I worked for you, but you only gave me $5,000. That's not fair. I need another payment." "You don't keep your word." Treed Pimpton's expression darkened even more. "If you don't pay me, I can't promise I won't tell other people some ugly things." This was how Depler often blackmailed people. "Fine, come in." Treed Pimpton suddenly grew calm. The moment Depler stepped into Treat's home, a dagger went straight into Depler's chest. There was an old woman standing behind the door. Depler looked around with difficulty. He knew this old woman, but why was she in Treat's home? Why was she hiding behind the door? Treat had already closed the door. Seeing Depler on the ground, he said to the old woman, "Winry, you did it too fast. You should have waited until I closed the door. If someone passed by, we would have been discovered. I couldn't help it. I haven't seen blood in so long," and Prey finally showed up. The old woman slowly latched onto Depler. She raised her dagger high in the air. "Mighty sleeper," the woman recited. "In the name of Besta, please hear my calling as I give you the offering of blood." Depler hadn't died yet. He was still very conscious. In fact, the closer one was to death, the more conscious one was. However, he couldn't do anything. The old woman had rubbed some numbing poison onto the blade. He could only watch as the old woman raised the dagger again and stab it into his chest. Chapter 137, Suspicion. Chapter 137, Suspicion. "You sure you don't want the tripe?" "No, certainly not. Don't put it into my side. Why would the supermarket sell such a weird thing?" "Fine, I'll eat it." Chun Zhao and Fali were having hot pot. In fact, it was not the first time. After trying hot pot for the first time, Fali could not stop herself from having more. The preparation for hot pot was actually very simple. The only troublesome parts were the soup base and the dipping sauce. It was not easy to make a good hot pot broth. Chun Zhao's favorite were pork bones soup and mala soup. Fali preferred plainer ones. Of course, that did not mean she did not like meat, but rather she could not take food that was too spicy. Just like Chun Zhao, she was a carnivore. She would eat vegetables, but she had to eat meat for every meal or she would not feel full and satisfied. After all, Fali was a member of the Coastal Rescue Team, which meant a tremendous amount of exercise every day. Vegetables alone would not fill her stomach. Today, they were having a double-flavored pot because Chun Zhao had bought a lot of offal. Actually, many Americans did not eat offal because of their history. Without many famines in the past, they did not have to eat any intestines. On the other hand, Chun Zhao still maintained his dietary preferences and taste from China. He loved tripes and other offal. He could not change another person's taste, but he would also not change his own taste for another person. The two clinked their beer bottles and then drank from the bottles directly. Fali was never a gentlewoman, at least since she had moved in. Chun Zhao had never seen her being gentle. She was always so careless and casual. She said that if she still had to pretend to be someone else at home, life would be too tiring. Fali's broth had beer inside. She did not expect pork bones soup to be so delicious after adding beer. She really loved the soup and could not stop from eating more. Suddenly, they heard someone knock on the door. Fali was just scooping a piece of pork bone up to eat. "Go and open the door. I'm not free." Chun Zhao wiped his mouth and trotted to the door. Realizing that Leonardo was outside, Chun Zhao immediately tried to pull him in. "You came the right time. Come in and eat dinner with me and Fali." "Chun, I'm working," Leonardo said somewhat awkwardly. "Work? Chun, did you have a conflict with Depler Rastan earlier?" "Who's that?" "A gangster in town. Did he call the police?" "He harassed Fali, so I beat him up." "He's dead." "What?" Chun Zhao widened his eyes. "You suspect that I'm the murderer?" "No. We've already done some investigation. After your conflict, you and Fali went to the supermarket and then came home. There are a couple of videos captured by surveillance cameras, so you're not under any suspicion. I only came here to do my routine questioning. Don't even have to record it," Leonardo explained. After all, Chun Zhao was one of his few friends. He did not want to lose such a friend for this. "All right, now that you're done with your questions, can you come in and eat with us?" Fali and I prepared a lot of food, including many special Chinese dishes. "Come." Leonardo looked into the house for a while and eventually stepped in. Without being over-polite, Leonardo took a bowl and started scooping food up from the hot pot directly. This tastes great. What is it?" "Tripe." "What's tripe?" "Stop asking and just eat." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes at Leonardo. "It's so delicious. I've never had this before." Fali looked doubtful. "Is it really that nice?" Leonardo, how did Depler Rastin die? Who's Depler? The gangster that harassed you earlier. What? He's dead? Fali exclaimed and stared at Chun Zhao. It was no wonder that she had such a reaction. After all, she had just asked Chun Zhao to kill him with sorcery. In the end, he really died. How could she not be surprised? Her first thought was that Chun Zhao had secretly killed him with a spell. He died in his own house. His heart was dug out by someone and placed on his own hand. Wait, let us finish eating first, Fali said, covering her mouth. Chun Zhao and Leonardo seemed to be much calmer. After all, Leonardo was a police and had seen many corpses before. Chun Zhao was a doctor and had seen many too. As long as the corpse was not badly mutilated, Chun Zhao would not really feel disgusted. They continued wolfing down food and beer. The meal was in full swing. Fali finally tried a piece of tripe. Actually, once she managed to overcome her unease, tripes were quite nice. Their special taste and chewiness were really addictive. It's an animal organ, right? Leonardo asked. Chun Zhao was momentarily stunned. He originally did not intend to tell Leonardo the truth, as he was worried that Leonardo would be disgusted. My grandpa and grandma immigrated here from Italy. My family eats awful, Leonardo said. I can even make lampredato sandwiches, but I really can't tell what organ this is. It's also cow's stomach, but it's the inner layer. Oh, I see. Knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door again. Chun Zhao opened the door and realized it was Melson. Melson, come in. No, I'm still working. I'm looking for Leonardo. I saw his car outside, so he must be here. Sir. Leonardo ran out hurriedly. Melson, I'm sorry. I forced Leonardo to come in. Don't worry. Chun, do you know if that victim had any conflict with anyone? Chun Zhao immediately thought of Ken. When he came back that afternoon, he saw Ken and Depler arguing. However, Chun Zhao decided to hide it and answered, Me. I had a conflict with him. Anyone else? I only moved here for a month. I don't even know all the people in this town. In fact, I don't even know the victim before today. Okay, if you find out anything, remember to call me. I will. Chun Zhao invited again. Why don't you come in and eat with us? We're having a hot pot. Maybe next time. I still have to go back to the crime scene. All right then. See you. Chun Zhao sent Melson and Leonardo out. He noticed that opposite his house, Ken was also at his door, looking in their direction. Chun Zhao had an ominous feeling. It can't be Ken, right? He thought. To be honest, he really did not want Ken to get into trouble. Bant and Mary were both very kind neighbors, while Ken was a rather shy big boy. Chun Zhao did not think that Ken would be the murderer. Chapter 138, Imprint. Chapter 138, Imprint. The sky darkened gradually with misty rain. Ken walked across the street to Chun. He didn't seem to be well. Chun, what did the cop ask you? Ken, tell me. Did you kill that person? No. Ken paled even more from fear. It really wasn't me. Believe me, it really wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Then where were you 3 hours ago? Ken's lips trembled. He was scared shitless. I was in Depler's house. You were in his house? Doing what? Now, even Chun Zhao suspected that Ken had killed the guy. Ken buried his face in his hands. Chun, I really didn't kill him. You gotta trust me. Can you tell me what happened? I've been stealing stuff from the wine factory to give to Depler, Ken said, pained. Today, he asked me for money. He said that if I don't give him money, he'll tell everyone about this. He has evidence, so I snuck into his house to look for that. Chun Zhao couldn't help but imagine a story. Did Ken run into Depler and, being so tall and big, kill Depler to hide the secret? But if Ken really did that, he wouldn't say all this. Tell me the truth. You really didn't kill the man, right? Yes, it was not me. I was looking for evidence on the second floor and heard a noise below, so I went downstairs. I saw Depler's body. I didn't know how it appeared in the room. When I first got in, there wasn't anything there. How did you get in? I know that he hides his key above the door frame. Did you see the killer? No, I didn't see anything. It was probably just a minute from me hearing the noise to going downstairs. I only saw Depler in a pool of blood. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. Do you think it's possible that Depler and the killer came back together, and someone killed Depler as soon as they entered, and when you went downstairs, the killer was still inside the house. Ken paled even more. I don't know. He was very freaked out. After all, he just escaped from a crime scene. He may become the biggest suspect, too. Chun Zhao was sure that Ken had left behind a lot that would work against him, such as fingerprints, hair, or skin cells. Ken wasn't a professional criminal. He didn't consider this at all. I didn't tell the police anything, Chun Zhao said. But I'll go to the crime scene to check later. You go home first. Don't think too much. Okay. Returning to his house, Chun Zhao called for Fali. Fali, drive me to town. He didn't believe that Ken was the killer, but he didn't feel it was safe for Fali to be alone at home, so he called her along. What did you and Ken talk about? You might be in trouble. Big trouble. What exactly happened? Ken said that he was in that gangster's home when the killer committed the crime. Fali drove to the crime scene. It was already sectioned off by caution tape. Chun Zhao stood outside. When Leonardo saw him, he walked over. Chun, Fali, how come you're here? I wanted to see if there's any way we can help. Come in. Depler's home was a slightly old-fashioned house. It probably hadn't been repaired in a decade. There was a moldy smell as soon as they entered. The room was dim, and there was only a flickering light in the hall. There were many cops walking around, looking for the tiniest clue. His corpse was still in the hallway before the door. There was a big puddle of blood on the ground and stains all around the hall. It seemed like blood was splattered everywhere. Chun Zhao put Fali behind him. Do you want to get some fresh air? No need. I'm not as weak as you think. Chun Zhao looked up. Leonardo, is the forensic scientist here? Not yet. Can I check the body? Please try to keep it as it was. I understand. Give me a pair of gloves. After putting on the gloves, Chun Zhao squatted before the corpse. He opened Depler's shirt and saw 2 holes in the chest. One passed through the back, and the other was where the heart was. He must have been pierced through the back and was immobilized. Leonardo, when the forensic comes, they better test his blood. What? The victim's injury should be an attack from the back, but it wasn't enough to make him unable to move or breathe. The weapon must have a highly effective anesthetic that can produce a numbing effect in a short time. Chun Zhao continued. Also, the victim hasn't lost enough blood. Either the criminal took away the blood, or this isn't the first crime scene. Melson walked over now. Chun, you should come work for us as a forensic scientist. I can consider it if you give me better benefits, Chun Zhao said, smiling. Melson smiled wryly and shook his head. Forensic scientists had very low wages. Chun Zhao wasn't willing to sacrifice himself to work for the American people. Of course, forensic scientists could be a part-time job. Most of them were part-timers in America. How do you explain the surrounding bloodstains? Leonardo asked. The killer might have purposely spattered blood all over to stop the first crime scene from getting discovered. There seems to be a lot of bloodstains all over, but it doesn't actually need a lot of blood to do this. I think you guys can investigate where the victim went and who he saw before dying. The victim is clutching his heart in his hands. What motive can the killer have? I don't know. It should be your responsibility for finding that out, right? Mid-sentence, Depler's bloody heart slipped. Chun Zhao saw an imprint. He remembered this. He seemed to have seen it in the magic book, but he couldn't remember what it represented. What does this mark mean? Leonardo saw it too. The previous victim had a similar one, Melson said. Previous victim? The wanted criminal that killed himself by hanging, Melson said. Fali looked at Chun Zhao. Now, she suspected whether the gangster's death had something to do with Chun Zhao. He'd mainly come to the crime scene to confirm if Ken was the killer or not. Now, he was mostly sure that Ken wasn't the killer, but this couldn't prove his innocence. The imprint that Chun Zhao discovered also reminded him of the gates of hell. Chun Zhao suspected that Depler's death had something to do with the gates of hell. On the way back, Chun, tell me that the asshole's death has nothing to do with you. Please, do you think I would hide it from you if I did it? What's with the imprint on the guy's hand? I'm not sure yet. I need to read the book, Chun Zhao said. Oh, I feel like the town isn't too safe. You should go live with Sienna for a few days. Chapter 139, Ken's Dark Past. Chapter 139, Ken's Dark Past. Fali did not go to Sienna's house. Instead, she asked Sienna, David, and Chris to come over. The group sat in a circle in the living room, enjoying a hot pot together. As he ate, David said, "How can I miss such an interesting event?" As a supernatural event lover, he would clearly not allow himself to miss such an opportunity, even though in the last 2 supernatural incidents, running away was the only thing he did. Nevertheless, David never seemed to be tired of it. On the other hand, Sienna admitted, "I'm only here for the free food. Tell me if you need help." Chen Zhao looked at Chris. "How about you? Why are you here?" "I'm here to hinder your progress," Chris said. "Actually, Chris came here because she's scared of living alone," David explained for Chris. "Chris and I are working together now. She's in charge of finding customers, and I'll dispel evil spirits." Sienna's mouth was filled with food. "We don't have much money for now," Chris said, somewhat embarrassed. "Tell me what's the situation now." Sienna put down her bottle of beer. She could really eat all she wanted at Qin Zhao's place. After all, she could hardly have a satisfying meal. However, her behavior was nothing compared to David. David was pouring the boiling hot pot soup into his mouth directly. Qin Zhao stared at him, speechless. "Someone in the town wants to summon a demon," Qin Zhao said. "Summon a demon? Like the last time?" "No, it's more severe this time. The last one was only the projection of a demon via a medium. This time, there might be a complete demon. Can you settle it? While it might be a complete demon, it probably wouldn't be too powerful. I've asked a professional for advice," Chen Zhao said. "Which means you can end it yourself?" Sienna asked. "As long as the person doesn't summon a great lord or a demon king whatsoever, I can settle it with the help of my pets." "Then why did you ask me to hide? I can settle the demon, but not necessarily the murderer. To complete the summoning ritual, I think that the murderer has to kill a few more people. If he shoots my head with a gun, I'll die too. So why are you even here? To create more trouble? If the murderer targets us, none of us can escape. I have a gun as well. Don't forget I'm a cop," David said confidently. "Next time, you settle the supernatural things. Just leave the criminals to me." "But we still have to work, right? We can't be sitting here and investigating the murders in town all the time," Chen Zhao pointed out. "Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. I'll find the murderer for you." "No, I can't confirm if the murderer has any supernatural powers. You're not safe even with a gun. If you pay me, I'll team up with David for now. If he encounters any supernatural forces, I'll protect him," Sienna suggested. "Take this meal as your deposit." "What? I would rather set up a booth outside. Chris and I are so poor now that we can't even fill our stomachs." "I can understand your situation, but why is Chris also jobless?" Although Chris had resigned from her position at the clothes store, given her appearance and professionalism, it should not be difficult for her to find a similar job. "I feel that my life in the past was too plain. I like being with Sienna," Chris said. After a brief pause, she added, "Also, I feel safe around her." "Sienna, Chris, are you?" David sounded both shocked and bitter. "In any case, you wouldn't have a chance." "Knock, knock." As the group chatted, they suddenly heard a knock at the front door. Chen Zhao went to open the door and saw Ban outside. Standing in the pattering night rain, Bant looked fairly panicked. "Chun, Ken just told me about the stupid things he did. What should I do? Should I call the police?" Bant said painfully. He did not even know if Ken was telling the truth and if he really did not kill the victim. "Bant, calm down. I just went to a crime scene. I can guarantee you that Ken is not the murderer. As for the things he did in the past, I can't comment on them." "Where's Ken and Mary?" "Mary is working as a maid for a family in Los Angeles. I don't dare to tell her about it. Ken's home. Come in and have some food. I have a friend inside, a cop. I've told him about it and asked him to help in the investigation." "Chen, thank you. I don't know how I can thank you enough." Chen Zhao patted Bant's shoulder. "Just relax and stop thinking about it. I'll try my best to help. Ask him to come here as well and tell my friend the details. Maybe it'll help." "Chun, will your friend?" "Don't worry. He's just my friend now, not a cop." Bant nodded. He ran back and brought Ken over. After entering the house, Chun Zhao introduced everyone present. When it was Sienna's turn, she actively introduced herself and took out a name card. "Hi, I'm a spiritualist. Feel free to find me if you need my help. Air. She's the spiritualist that cleansed my house. I'm not too sure if she's good, though, Chun Zhao said awkwardly. Ken, tell us the entire story. Maybe we can help you discover some details that you've overlooked. Ken glanced at Chun Zhao, still somewhat hesitant. After all, he had gone into a person's house alone, and the person was dead. Don't worry. Since Chun said that you're not the murderer, I'll believe you, David assured. Ken, stop delaying. Just speak. Bant roared angrily. He was not polite towards his son at all. Depler and our friends. We used to play and take drugs together. Ken lowered his head, not daring to look at his father in the eyes. But there was a period when I was broke and couldn't buy drugs. Depler incited me to steal from the winery. What did you steal? The winery's account book. Account book? Everyone was stunned. They thought that Ken must have stolen something valuable, not an account book. Depler wanted it. He said that someone wants the winery's account book. Who? I don't know. He didn't tell me who that person was. Since you've taken the account book, you must know the winery situation. Did you learn anything useful? I slipped into Mr. Treed Pittman's office and copied the account book with a thumb drive. I didn't look at it. Ken paused and then added, I sold it for $1,000. So, when Depler threatened you and said that he had proof of your theft, he must be referring to this thumb drive, right? David questioned. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Chapter 140, Big Client. Chapter 140, Big Client. But the worst-case scenario still happened. The police had found evidence that Ken had entered Depler's home, and he was taken to the police station. He had become the prime suspect. Plus, he couldn't reveal why he was inside Depler's home. If he revealed it, it would instead prove that he'd killed the man to keep the secret. After all, Depler had threatened him before. It was logical for him to kill Depler. He also couldn't say that he and Depler were friends. The entire town knew that they'd broken their relationship. Ken couldn't explain why he was in Depler's home, so he was in danger now. They still handed this case to David to investigate because the others weren't experts in this field. He even took a few days off because of this. They also booked a room in the town's motel and ran to Chun Zhao's home for meals. David was understandable because he came to help, but Sienna and Chris weren't working with him. Did they come to Chun Zhao's house just to get free food? They ate and took everything. It was a bit too much. Today, Chun Zhao was going to go walk outside when Ethan called him. Chun, there's a big client, and the problem seems serious. Do you want it? How serious? I heard from a peer that he's already looked for several doctors, but nothing works. What price? $30,000. That much? Then definitely. It's my first time getting such a high price. Give me the address. I hope you can do it. Ethan really wished that Chun Zhao could succeed. After all, if Chun Zhao did, he would make $6,000. An hour later, Chun Zhao reached the south of L.A. There were practically no houses here. It was the suburbs. After passing a densely forested road, a luxurious castle appeared before Chun Zhao. He thought that Rasfa's manor was already luxurious enough, but compared to this one, there was still some lengths to go. It felt like Rasfa was a nouveau riche while the owner of this big manor was old money. Chun Zhao's driver was dumbfounded too, but after seeing the manor, he took the money and quickly drove away, leaving Chun Zhao here alone. Through the fence, Chun Zhao saw a man in black walking around, along with a woman dressed in a maid uniform. This was the true fucking elite, wasn't it? Chun Zhao rang the doorbell. The man in black walked over to the metal gate. Who are you? I'm a doctor. Ethan called me over. The man took out a walkie-talkie to ask if their boss had called for a doctor. A while later, he received a reply. Come in. The man led Chun Zhao into the manor while warning, follow closely. If you wander around, you might die here. Chun Zhao gulped. This was a bit scary. The men in black that patrolled the manor were all armed with actual bullets. He also discovered that there was a sniper hiding in the shadows. Before leading Chun Zhao into the mansion, the man searched him and had him go through a metal detector. How come you have a pet in your box? They'd opened Chun Zhao's toolkit, and two men in black stared at him as if interrogating a criminal. He's my pet like those three, Chun Zhao answered, pointing at Walter, Beelzebub, and Carrie. You can check my past records. You'll see that many of my clients know that I bring my pets along. The two men muttered amongst themselves. Then one of them turned and left. Around 20 minutes later, the man came back and nodded to his partner. It's okay. Chun Zhao was finally allowed into the mansion. He was led into an elegantly decorated living room. Every piece of furniture and decoration seemed to be a historic symbol. A middle-aged man sat in the room. He wore a suit and had a small mustache and quiff. Chun Zhao wondered if people who had this hairstyle all had high hairlines. He seemed to be this manor's owner, or was at least someone important. Asian, hello. Please sit. Hello, sir. What should I call you? You can call me Sean, the man said. Mr. Sean, I'm Chun Zhao. You can call me Chun. You should have all my information, right? Your information from America is set. You are a very good doctor, so I hope you can help me. Mr. Sean, what is your ailment? Not me. It's my father, Sean said. Can you bring me to see your father? To be honest, this manner gave Chun Zhao too much pressure. It was as if even the maids hid a pistol under their dresses. Can I see my patient? Sean took Chun Zhao down a narrow hall and into another room. Chun Zhao saw his patient. He was an elder in a wheelchair, and he probably wasn't able to speak anymore. Judging from his eyes and trembling limbs, he had traumatic paralysis. Chun Zhao knew the general situation after a glance, but he still went forward to check the patient. He'd been paralyzed for at least 3 years. The muscles in his limbs were shriveling up. Mr. Sean, what kind of injury did your father suffer before this happened? My father was hit in the spine from his bodyguard's gun in a close distance. The nerves were completely damaged. The doctor said that there's no possibility of recovering. Mr. Sean, are you sure that a legal doctor like me can heal your father? Chun Zhao didn't think that Sean had invited him or the other doctors to cure his father. With the current medical level of the world, it was impossible to cure his father. The major hospitals had already confirmed it. Normally, he would be stuck in a wheelchair until death and unable to live alone. Of course, judging from his situation, he didn't have many more years to live. He was already old, and his bodily functions were all failing. After sitting in a wheelchair for so long without being able to move, his muscles couldn't exercise and had shrunk. Chun Zhao predicted that Sean's father had half a year left. I don't need you to cure my father. I want you to make sure he can live at least 1 more year. Sean didn't sound very sad. His answers were always calm. Old Sean on the wheelchair was calm too. He was paralyzed and couldn't even speak properly, but his facial muscles could still manage to move. However, he was emotionless toward his son's cold response. He even thought it was logical. That's it. Chapter 141, 1 Year Commitment. Chapter 141, 1 Year Commitment. That's it. Sean smiled. Do you know how many doctors I've called already? None of them can guarantee he can live past next June. Indeed, according to my estimation, your father will live for at most 3 or 4 months. To be honest, death may only mean relief to him, Chun Zhao replied. Nevertheless, I still think that I can delay his death. Chun Zhao did not know Sean's purpose. However, as a legal doctor, he had to follow one rule: never ask the client's motives. The less he knew, the safer he would be. Sean's family was surely not an ordinary one. Chun Zhao felt that his entire family might be in the mafia. But it'll cost more than just $30,000. I need to come here once every week, Chun Zhao said, looking at Sean. Once every week, $30,000 each time. A reasonable price it is, Sean nodded. However, should my father die within a year, his death will also mark yours. It was a blunt death threat. Chun Zhao glanced at old Sean and promised, as long as it's not an accidental death, I can guarantee that he lives. Of course, with great risk also comes great reward. Chun Zhao indeed had to undertake an enormous risk, but if he managed to complete the task, he would receive at least $5 million after a year. After deducting Ethan's 20% commission, he would still get $2 million. Mr. Sean, let me begin your father's first treatment. Do I need to leave? No. Then let's start. Chun Zhao helped old Sean to dredge his meridians in order to improve his blood circulation. In fact, Even without demonic crystals, Chun Zhao was still confident that he could delay old Sean's death. Chun Zhao spent 2 entire hours for the acupuncture. When he collected the needles back after 2 hours, old Sean's face was clearly more ruddy. Sean looked at Chun Zhao. He was now certain that Chun Zhao had not just been exaggerating. He took out the $30,000 cash which he had prepared earlier. Taking the cash, Chun Zhao said, "Thank you. I should leave now. Mr. Sean, if you have any medical needs in the future, you can call me anytime. Bye." Donep, send Mr. Shin back to the city. Chun Zhao slapped $6,000 onto Ethan's table. Filled with excitement, Ethan almost leaped onto Chun Zhao and kissed his cheek, but Chun Zhao rejected him forcefully. "Chun, I knew you could do it. You're amazing." 6,000 was indeed a huge sum for Ethan. "Since you're so happy, how about treat me to a lunch out to thank me? Lee made mini burgers. Let's eat here. The kids like my burgers too." "Stingy. You just earned over 20,000. Why not you treat me? Don't even think about it. You're Chinese. You should be more generous. This has nothing to do with nationality. I earn my money through hard work. Finding clients for you is hard work as well." Just then, Ethan's phone rang. After he answered the call, he said to Chun Zhao, "Look, another client, but not so much money this time. Only 500. Do you want it?" "What kind of client is it?" "Ukla. I only know it's a group of students. They probably got themselves into some kind of trouble." University of California is a public university system which comprises 10 campuses. Its main campus used to be in Oakland, but now there is no longer a main campus, and all of them have the same level. UCLA, or University of California, Los Angeles, is one of them. "Oh yeah, Vincent is no longer driving, right? I heard that he's planning to become an actor. Did you help him? What's strange about it? Who in Los Angeles doesn't dream of becoming a star? Do you dare to say that you've never thought about it? Every Angelino is an actor. Indeed, Hollywood's development has influenced every corner of Los Angeles. Most people in Los Angeles have a job that is in one way or another related to Hollywood. Who would not want to appear on a screen in pure glamour and beauty? Even older people might have the same dream. It's a difficult path. At least he has the path before him," Chun Zhao said. Vincent had obtained this opportunity because of the relationship between Chun Zhao and Steven, but the opportunity would not be long-lasting. If he could manage to have a fantastic performance in his next 2 or 3 plays, perhaps an agency would find him and offer him more opportunities in the future. On the other hand, if his performance was only mediocre, he would return to his ordinary life. Of course, the key was whether the movie itself had a huge box office taking. If it was a very popular film, the characters inside would also look showy. Another possibility was if he was extremely lucky and a film just wanted a new actor as the lead. However, the odds were exceptionally low. There were indeed actors in Hollywood who became famous overnight, but no more than 1 or 2 every year. Moreover, Vincent's circumstances were rather special. Chun Zhao really hoped that Vincent would succeed. To this end, he was willing to help him whenever he could. Evelyn Model had been constantly persuading her roommate, Diana Billis. At the moment, Diana's face was as pale as a sheet. Both of them were medical students, so they roughly knew how severe the situation was. "Diana, let me send you to the hospital. You can't delay anymore. Your situation is very dangerous." "No way," Diana answered stubbornly, gritting her teeth. Even though she was already very weak, she was still unwilling to go to the hospital. "Damn, if you insist on doing this, you'll really die." "I've already called a doctor," Diana said with a weak voice. "Are you an idiot? You've already been harmed by an illegal doctor, and now you're calling another one here." Evely roared in anger. "We both read medicine. You should know the risks of finding an illegal doctor. They mostly have had no proper medical training. Some can't even distinguish the various kinds of scalpels. Do you know? I know. If someone finds out about my illegal abortion, all of my secrets will be exposed. I may even be prosecuted," Diana said. "So you'll help me to keep my secrets, right?" Evely seemed somewhat hesitant. "As long as you're completely safe, I'll keep your secrets. However, if your life is at stake, I'll call an ambulance immediately. When will the doctor arrive?" Chapter 142, Patient in Heat. Chapter 142, Patient in Heat. Chen Zhao reached the entrance of UCLA. However, the campus was close to 2 square miles, and he didn't know where his client was. He decided to call to ask, "Hi, I'm a doctor. Are you my client? Where are you? I'll go pick you up." At the main entrance, Chen Zhao waited patiently. A while later, Evely model appeared before him. It's you. They both recognized each other. It was the college student Chen Zhao who met on the train from San Diego to L.A. "Miss Evely, you don't seem to be sick. From my preliminary judgment, you should be quite healthy." Chen Zhao looked like he was observing Evely's health, but he was actually enjoying her body. "You better be careful with your eyes. Otherwise, I'll have the guys here knock your teeth out, just like how you were when we first met. You have boxers in your school? You don't even reach my school's average height for guys, and you want to fight?" Evely said with disdain. "You can find someone to try. If you get beaten up, there'll be no one to treat my friend. Aren't you a medical student? Why do you need an illegal doctor like me? Hurry up. My friend's in a bad situation." They kept bickering along the way, but Chen Zhao didn't dally. After reaching Evely's dorm, Chen Zhao saw Diana Bills, who was lying on the bed. He immediately walked over and grabbed Diana's wrist. "You don't need to feel her pulse. Her uterus is bleeding." "She went through labor induction?" Chen Zhao asked, looking up. "Yes." "Illegal abortion?" "Yes." Even in a progressive country like America, illegal abortions still occurred. There were many reasons why people chose to do one, but it was obviously very dangerous. The sanitary conditions in many illegal clinics were horrible. The surgeons weren't very professional either. Abortions require high standards for the environment and surgery. If it was done in an actual hospital, it would be very safe and just a small surgery. But if done in an illegal clinic, it would become extremely dangerous. More than 100,000 Americans die from illegal abortions annually. "Can I check under her?" Chen Zhao asked. "Yes," Diana answered in a weak voice before Evely could say anything. Chen Zhao took out a vaginal expansion device and started checking carefully. "Her uterus seems to be infected. Did she take any antibiotics after the surgery?" Most accidents after illegal abortions were due to the injury getting infected from the bad sanitary conditions. "She's allergic to antibiotics." "Oh, antibiotics. She's allergic to most types of medicine," Evely said. Being allergic to medicine was the worst situation. "She has a high fever of 101 degrees. I have to lower her temperature," Chen Zhao said. "She's not allergic to alcohol, right?" "Right." Wipe rubbing alcohol all over her body. Alcohol was the fastest way to take away a person's heat. This made it the best method for physical cooling. "What about her infection?" "I have some medicine I made myself. It should work." "Are you sure your disgusting-looking medicine can work? It won't bring Diana to see God, right?" "The biggest possibility is that she's going to hell. In Western religions, abortion was one of the biggest sins. If Diana really died, she would have to go to hell." Evely huffed, clearly unhappy with Chen Zhao's words. Chen Zhao picked through his kit and chose a bottle of demonic medicine. "What's that?" "My unique formula," Chen Zhao said. "You illegal doctors just love having random formulas. If anything happens to Diana, I'm never going to forgive you. If something really happens to her, you'll be to blame as well. Miss, drink this. You'll get better." Diana sniffed the medicine. "What's this? I can't tell the ingredients at all." "I told you it's my own formula. Drink it." "Are you sure I won't die?" "I promise. I promise you'll live nicely. Otherwise, I'll have to go to jail." "It tastes weird. I'll add sugar next time," Chen Zhao chuckled. "You're so sweet. Where are you from?" "I'm from China. Can you be my boyfriend? I have a girlfriend. When you break up with her, can you date me? Why do you want to date a Chinese guy? You make me feel comfortable. Plus, you saw my body already." I'm a doctor. You're a med student too. You should know that doctors often can't help but touch a patient's body." Chen Zhao wouldn't take a half-conscious patient's words seriously. Many patients would feel helpless and develop a reliance on the doctor. These may be Diana's genuine words, but after a while, she might not even remember that she said all this. Of course, rejecting Diana was mostly because Chun Zhao didn't want to have another relationship. At least, he didn't know anything about Diana, and he couldn't agree so impulsively. Evely glared at Chun Zhao without saying anything. Diana, how do you feel? Better. Diana looked at Chun Zhao. Do you have to leave now? After a bit. I need to observe your condition. Can you talk to me? Of course. What do you want to talk about? Chun Zhao sat down beside the bed and looked at Diana with gentle eyes. Don't you want to know whose baby I aborted? If you want to talk about it. Chun Zhao would never purposely probe into a client's private matters. Even if he was curious, he still had to respect their wishes. Diana rested her head on Chun Zhao's thigh. She was a very pretty and youthful girl. Slowly, she told Chun Zhao about her story. His heart felt heavy because it was such a sad past. However, he understood why Diana would choose abortion. She'd been drugged and raped. She didn't even know who the father was. Don't think that these girls are all very open. Not everyone was able to think lightly about these things. To most girls, what Diana went through was a catastrophe. Chapter 143, I'm her boyfriend. Chapter 143, I'm her boyfriend. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Diana, Evely, are you in? Chun Zhao found the voice somewhat familiar. Shit, it's the professor. Evely suddenly became very anxious. Chun Zhao remembered. It was Wright, Ethan's grandmother. I heard you. I'm opening the door, Wright said again. Wright pushed the door open and saw Chun Zhao, Evely, as well as Diana, who was on her bed with a blanket on. Hi, Wright, how are you doing? Chin, why are you here? You. Wright inspected the room. She saw the blood-stain-filled bin, the messy room, and Evely's nervous look. Diana, are you ill? Yes, Madam Wright. I'm not feeling well. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Or tell me about it. Right. Let's go and drink something together. Chun, you know that I can reject anyone but you. Let's go. Wright still gave face to Chun. However, before she left, she looked at Diana and Evely. Ladies, if you have any trouble, you can tell me. I believe I can help you. Of course, you can find him too. He's the only illegal doctor that I trust. Right. I'm flattered by your compliment. Chun Zhao looked rather shy. He turned his head and looked at Diana and Evely. Evely, take care of Diana. Bye. Bye. Chun, is Diana all right? Not too good, but I believe she'll make it. Is it inconvenient for you to tell me? Right. You don't want me to go against my own professional conduct, do you? Since you said so, I trust that you wouldn't let anything happen to my student. Thank you for your trust. Chun Zhao was really scared that Wright would keep asking. He also had no idea how to reply. Chun, do you want to teach in a university? Wright, stop joking with me. I can't be a teacher. You're more than good enough. If you want, you can become a medicine lecturer here. I don't even have a medical license. How can I be qualified to teach the students here? Wright shook her head. No need for a license. I think that you're qualified, and so you are. Forget it. I'm satisfied with my current job. All right, I won't force you. After all, Wright was over 90 years old already. She knew how to deal with other people. Some things just cannot be forced. One has to differentiate between ideals and reality. For example, her student 4 always liked to idealize work and life. While Wright looked kind and gentle in front of Chun Zhao, both students and teachers in the school would take the long way just to avoid her after noticing her. In this university, nobody was more senior than her. Half of the lecturers and even the professors in the School of Medicine were either her students or students of her students. To be blunt, Wright was almost like the empress of the university. After walking for a while, Wright was already tired. Chun Zhao held her arm, and they sat down on a bench nearby. Wright, how's your body recently? Not bad, except that my waist would hurt every now and then. Do you want some acupuncture? It can relieve your pain for 1 or 2 months. Let's make an appointment. I still have a lesson later. Okay. By the way, you seem to have your pets with you every time I see you. Is it your habit? Yep. I'm afraid that they'll demolish my house, so I have to bring them with me. That student over there, please buy us 2 cups of coffee. Thanks. Wright instructed a nearby student directly. Chun Zhao was speechless. Wright was indeed the empress. Yes, Professor. Right. Chun Zhao found it really special to drink coffee with a granny on a university bench. After they finished their drinks, Wright stood up. Chun, I'm going for my lesson. Chun Zhao hugged Wright. You have my number. If you feel unwell, call me anytime. Don't worry, I'm a doctor too. Minor illnesses can't stump me. After Wright left, Chun Zhao was ready to leave as well. Before long, however, Chun Zhao was stopped. A few students who were rather fit blocked Chun Zhao's path with their hands crossed before their chests. The Asian there, come here. Their leader was at least 9 meters tall and perhaps as heavy as Gaia. What? The muscle man put his hand onto Chun Zhao's shoulder. I saw you with Evely just now. Can you explain your relationship? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. It looked just like those TV scenes where a school bully encountered his love rival. I'm her boyfriend, Chun Zhao replied with a smile on his face. Yellow-skinned monkey, you don't deserve Evely. If you don't want... Chun Zhao punched the bully in the stomach. The bully covered his stomach with his hands and knelt on the ground, vomiting his lunch out. Kid, do you know how childish you are? Chun Zhao squatted down before the bully and patted his cheek. It's not embarrassing to challenge your love rival. What's embarrassing is that you can't beat him, and instead you're beaten up. Horton Dame, beat him up. Chun Zhao immediately grabbed the bully's shoulder and lifted him into the air with a single hand. Chun Zhao was half a head shorter than the bully, but now he was holding the bully with just one hand. The scene was indeed somewhat terrifying. The bully felt that his shoulder was about to be crushed, and his face was filled with pain. Let go. Let go of me. If you dare to do anything to me in school, I'll report you. Before you call the police, you better prepare a script first. Racial discrimination is no light crime. Should any of you leak it by accident, I will have no idea if you would be expelled by the university. Chun Zhao threw the bully onto the lawn. The students around him gave way and no longer dared to block his path. Of course, nobody dared to call the police. No one would dare to display any form of racism openly. If a university student was found guilty, no matter what his background was, he would be expelled. Chun Zhao dared to punch the bully in public precisely because of this. He did not know who the bully was, but even if his family was extremely rich, they might not be able to do much to Chun Zhao. Perhaps rich people could do whatever they wanted to legal organizations, but not towards the common man. Rich people certainly cherished their reputation. They would not use the special relations they had just because their kids had a fight in school. Chapter 144, Going to Hell at the School Entrance. Chapter 144, Going to Hell at the School Entrance. McCallum Bodie was brought to the infirmary by some football players. He wasn't badly hurt, but his shoulder and collarbone seemed to be dislocated. The students didn't know just how strong that Asian man was. He'd lifted all 200 pounds of McCallum with one hand. They probably couldn't even lift him with two hands. To be honest, they were all pretty strong students. They played football, after all. You couldn't play it if you weren't strong enough. But they really weren't good enough to fight aggressively. At most, they would bully the regular students, but they found a strong match this time. That Asian man had really scared them. More importantly, they were in the wrong. When the nurse saw McCallum, he thought they'd gotten hurt on the field. McCallum, where you were hurt? Shoulder, my shoulder, McCallum said in pain. I can't move my shoulder. The nurse Andy Bell had McCallum take off his shirt. His shoulder was swollen already. You didn't get hurt on the field, right? Yes, someone squeezed me. No way. How strong does someone have to be to squeeze your shoulder like this? Andy Bell checked McCallum's injury and took out an ice pack. Ice it yourself. That guy's a monster. He lifted me up with one hand. Is it even possible to lift you up with one hand with your size? That guy isn't even bigger than me. That asshole. Does he lift weights? That was the only possibility that Andy Bell could think of. Someone who wasn't as big as McCallum, but could be so strong had to be a weightlifter. He doesn't look strong at all, but he's Evely's boyfriend. Oh, I see. Andy Bell instantly understood why McCallum got taught a lesson. He'd probably gotten jealous and went to cause trouble, but was beaten up instead. Andy Bell pushed McCallum's dislocated bones back in place, making him howl in pain. Andy Bell, you're close to the boxing club, right? No. Andy Bell cut him off. You're too immature. I won't help you. McCallum was hurt. It was the second time someone called him immature today. If you help me contact them, I'll give you $500. Andy Bell arched an eyebrow. He made less than $2,000 each month working here. To be honest, this wasn't enough for his everyday needs. Plus, he smoked weed occasionally. $500 wasn't a small number. It made him hesitate. However, if the school found out, he would lose his job. No, I won't do something like this. 1,000, McCallan raised the price. 2,000. Andy Bell gave in. It's not easy to get Tiger to help. I hope he can knock that asshole's teeth out. Of course, but I hope no one will know about this. Of course. I don't want to get expelled either. Andy Bell wasn't a gangster. He'd actually graduated from this school too. However, he liked to befriend all types of people. Many times, the students could ask him to help them take care of some small problems. This was also why the school always gave him low ratings. If not for the fact that he hadn't done anything major, he would have been fired long ago. When Chun Zhao exited the campus, a car stopped before him. Chris popped her head out. Chun, how come you're here? Chun Zhao looked inside. Chris and Sienna were both there. One of my clients is a student here. What about you two? Why did you come? Our client is here too, Sienna said. You want to come play? I'm a doctor. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Chris, are you sure you want to go with Sienna on these dangerous trips? I find it interesting. Plus, I don't have a choice. Chun, there's a cursed place here. Are you sure you don't want to come? How much is your client paying? $3,000. Sienna blushed when she said that. To her, $3,000 was a big number. Good luck and goodbye. Come on. Maybe we need your help. Chun Zhao suddenly felt his right hand heat up. It was similar to when his hand swallowed the reflection demon. What was going on? Why was it acting up now? Chun Zhao raised his hands to look. They were turning transparent. Oh no. A demon in hell was summoning him, in broad daylight, in a public place. He quickly ducked into the car, while Sienna and Chris looked at him curiously. As his body continued fading, Chris asked caringly, Chun, what's happening? Sienna, do you know what's happening? I don't know. He looks like he's disappearing. Don't ask any questions. I may need to leave for a while. It could be a few days or only a few hours. Chun, what's wrong exactly? He obviously wouldn't tell them that he was going to hell. It had always been humans summoning demons instead of the other way around. A few minutes later, Chun Zhao had disappeared completely. Only Beelzebub and the other small demons were left. They were used to this already. Chris and Sienna stared at each other. I feel like Chun is getting more and more mysterious. I've never heard of this kind of magic before. Are Asian spells this strong? I feel like they're much more powerful than Western spells. When Chun Zhao arrived in hell, 3 familiar people stood before him. There was Beelzebub Zophie, his wife, the demoness with the fire dragon bloodline, and her servant, Jessica. Human, welcome. Zophie opened his arms. He was honestly too big. His hug was like a mountain pressing down on Chun Zhao. Lord Zophie, I think we must come to an agreement. Next time you summon me, please do it when I'm sleeping. When you do it suddenly, it could be troublesome for me. All right, I will ask little Vito next time, but can you help me with a serious problem right now? Chapter 145, I'm entrusting my son to you. Chapter 145, I'm entrusting my son to you. Chun Zhao immediately got a headache from Beelzebub Zophie's words. Beelzebub Zophie was a great demon lord. How could Chun Zhao solve a big problem that even he could not? Was this great demon lord favoring him a bit too much? What is it? Beelzebub Zophie lifted his head and pointed at the sky above Obsidian Castle. An enormous creature was circling around the castle with his wings fully extended, occasionally throwing out pillars of raging flames from his mouth. It was the first time Chun Zhao saw a dragon that would only appear in Western mythology. He had red skin, a gigantic body, and continued attacking Obsidian Castle with his flames. This is the big trouble I was talking about. Lord Zophie, are you sure I can solve this problem? I'm no dragon slayer. I don't think I can settle it, if even you can't. I'm not asking you to defeat him. He's my son, Obitos, whom you helped to deliver. What? He's your son? It's just been about 20 days since he was born, right? He has 2 noble bloodlines in his veins, so his growth is rather special. His fire dragon bloodline awakened first. Now, whenever he cries or throws a tantrum, he'll turn into a fire dragon and destroy everything around him. Since his birth, a few dozen of servants have been fried by him already. Even though Beelzebub Zophi was a great demon lord, he was still very much helpless because of his naughty son. How do you want me to help? I can't even fight him, let alone discipline him. You can summon him to the human world before he kills all the servants in Obsidian. What? Isn't he just trying to move the disaster to a different place? With your son's temper, I'll only kill myself by summoning him to the human world. Rest assured, because of the principles of the human world, his power will become much weaker and he wouldn't be able to threaten you. But how do I summon him to the human world? And it's his true form. I've never summoned an actual demon. As long as you offer sufficient sacrifices. Sacrifices? You mean souls? I have 2 souls now. Is it enough? Chun Zhao had received the souls as a token of appreciation from the mudman whom he had treated. He had no idea what these 2 souls could be used for. Don't worry, I can supply those. I have enough sacrifices, but you need to build a gate of hell first. Gate of hell? Maybe I can use that gate of hell, although it's not complete. I believe you'll teach me how to build a gate of hell, right? No, gates of hell are complicated. By the time you learn it, Obitos would have become an adult already. Then how? I'll let Jessica go to the human world. She'll be building the gate of hell. Living Lord, this is my ritual implement. Please take it. Jessica offered her demonic ritual implement to Chun Zhao. But if I summon Obitos to the human world, he'll become my demon servant. Is that really fine? Of course. To become a living human's ally isn't a humiliation to Obitos' noble bloodline. Jessica will become my servant too. Are you sure it's fine? Jessica will only go to the human world temporarily. There's a time limit when you summon a demon with her ritual implement. Zophi, I want to go to the human world too. I've never seen it. Oris said. Oris, you can't go. You're a superior demon. I don't have enough resources to send you to the human world, unless I sell Obsidian Castle away. Projection. If only my projection goes there, we only need a small amount. No. The only way to go to the human world was to become Chun Zhao's demon servant. Beelzebub Zophi would let his son and servant become Chun Zhao's demon servants, but not his wife, not even her projection. Obitos, come down. Beelzebub Zophi roared. Obitos flew one round in the sky and then spouted a mouthful of dragon breath at Beelzebub Zophi. Chun Zhao could feel his legs trembling as he stood beside Beelzebub Zophi. He was also in Obitos' attack range. The next moment, a huge red screen appeared above the party. A pair of dragon wings had extended out from Oris's back and covered the group. While her body did not change, her wings alone were several times bigger than Obitos'. Chun Zhao wondered how big her true form was. Perhaps even larger than Obsidian Castle. Obitos! A fierce look flashed across Oris's eyes. As expected, Obitos obediently landed before Oris. After all, naughty kids were most scared of their moms. Obitos rubbed his head against Oris's body, as if he was displaying his affection. Obitos, this is Chun Zhao. You should remember him. He's the one who delivered you. Obitos approached Chun Zhao. Even though Chun Zhao knew that he would not be hurt, he was still stressed out by the enormous creature before him. Obitos seemed to have felt a familiar smell from Chun Zhao. Sticking out his large and hot tongue, he licked Chun Zhao's body. Chun Zhao felt as if he just had a sauna. Even his skin turned red. Suddenly, his arm started twitching, after which a mouth appeared on his hand. Oh yeah, what happened to my arm? You now have my bloodline, but because you're a human, you aren't able to completely merge with a demon's bloodline. Therefore, only your hand has changed, Beelzebub Zophi said. It can distinguish those who can threaten you from those who are harmless. Can I not control it? You can learn to control it. Anyway, Jessica will be beside you from now on. You can learn from her, Beelzebub Zophi said. Do I have to stay for another day this time? I'm afraid I can't change that. You can use this opportunity to know Obitos better. Chun Zhao really did not want to be with Obitos, especially when it was only the two of them. Nevertheless, Obitos really liked Chun Zhao, or at least he believed so. Obitos held Chun Zhao with his giant mouth. Then, he took off and flew out of Obsidian Castle. It was certainly not an amazing experience. Chun Zhao wildly waved his limbs in the air. If Obitos let go, he would fall down at once. Although he had no idea if he would die under the protection of the principals, he definitely did not want such an experience. Ada, don't you like to fly? Ada? Why do you call me Ada? Chun Zhao knew demon's language. He knew that Ada meant kin. You're Ada, Obitos said. His answer really reflected the fact that he was just a child, pure and kind. Put me on your head. I don't enjoy being held by your mouth. Oh, then in the future, Ada will sit on my head. Chapter 146, Becoming a Dragon Knight Once in This Lifetime. Chapter 146, Becoming a Dragon Knight Once in This Lifetime. Obitos put Chun Zhao on his head. It was the perfect size for Chun Zhao to sit on. Chun Zhao felt that Obitos was more approachable than his parents. However, his head wasn't that comfortable. The scales that stuck out were very hard. It felt like sitting on a sharp, rocky beach. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't complain about this pain. He felt like he was a dragon knight now. Riding this majestic and terrifying fire dragon satisfied his dreams. He still needed armor and a sword, though. Maybe he could borrow a set from Blackie's house. The next moment, he saw a conflict below him. Two demons were crazily attacking each other. Due to Chun Zhao's limited knowledge of demons, he couldn't tell what kinds of demons they were. One of them was like a mix between a lion and dog. It was huge, but the other one was multiple times bigger. It looked like an octopus mutant where the upper half was a human and the lower half was an octopus. The two demons had such a large difference in size, but there was no clear winner. They were equal matches. Amidst their intense fight, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over them. The two demons stopped immediately. They saw a huge dragon stopped above them, wings flapping powerfully. There was also a man on the dragon's head. The human had neither a demon's aura nor a dead aura. A living being. This thought immediately appeared in the two demons' minds. This living being must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could he tame a dragon to ride? Respected living lord, how may we help you? Oh, nothing. Keep fighting. We're just watching. Chun Zhao waved his hand. I won't interrupt your fighting. Suddenly, Chun Zhao saw a thick snake wrapped around the lion dog's waist. It was probably as thick as Chun Zhao's arm and had 9 heads. Was that a hydra? Chun Zhao knew that hydras from Greek mythology really existed in hell. However, they were quite rare. The hydra around the lion dog demon obviously wasn't as awesome as the ones in Greek mythology, though. He remembered that many formulas in the demonic medicine book required heads of the hydra. The demon on that side, what's your name? Living lord, I am Bedak, the lion dog demon said. The octopus demon got a little worried. If the living being sided with Bedak, he would be in trouble. Would you sell that hydra? Bedak's first thought was this living being wants to fight over the hydra too. The octopus was even more worried now because their fight had begun because of this hydra. I can pay you demonic crystals. Can I ask your price? Bedak was worried that Chun Zhao would rob him, but he still wanted to try and know the price. Quote me your price. I'm not really familiar with the prices in hell. Respected living lord, will you really pay with demonic crystals? Yes, 50 years worth, Bedak suggested fearfully. 40 years. Sure, Bedak immediately accepted this price. What he was afraid of was whether Chun Zhao would forcefully take the hydra, not if he would give demonic crystals or not. Since Chun Zhao bargained with him, it was less likely he would just forcefully take it. When Chun Zhao took out a pile of demonic crystals, Bedak and the octopus's eyes widened. It was a huge fortune. They probably wouldn't make so many demonic crystals in their entire lives. There was even a perfect crystal, a huge one. Wait, the octopus suddenly yelled. Respected living lord, the hydra isn't his. I found it first. He stole it from me. You should pay me, not that despicable and lowly thing. But the Hydra is on him, not you. The octopus tried to approach Chun Zhao to persuade him. Obitos lowered his head and opened his maw at him. Bastard, move back. Do you want to die? Obitos threatened. The octopus felt wronged. He actually was reasonable. I don't care about your conflict. I just know that I will receive what I want. Take care of your own conflict. Chun Zhao didn't care which demon would win or lose. The octopus didn't dare do anything to Chun Zhao either. After watching Chun Zhao and Bedak exchange items, he turned to the latter. Stealing the Hydra and demonic crystals were the same. They completed the exchange, but that didn't mean that Bedak could take the demonic crystals away. After getting the Hydra, Chun Zhao hopped onto Obitos and they flew away in the sky. This Hydra was very, very weak. It wasn't an adult yet, but Hydras were very intelligent. It knew who to fear and respect. You didn't have to kill a Hydra to use its head in medicine. You only had to cut off a head and it would grow back. Like the myth said, it wouldn't die unless all 9 heads were cut off at once. However, the young Hydra was pretty weak, so Chun Zhao didn't plan on using its head yet. From now on, you'll be called Little Nine. Little Nine wasn't very brave. Its 9 heads only had 1 mind too, unlike the 3 hellhounds that had 3 independent minds. Little Nine wasn't a demon. It was only a hell creature, so Chun Zhao only had to toss it into the spatial ring to take it away from hell. When he got home, David, Fali, Sienna, and Chris were all there. Chun, you're finally back. You've been missing for 24 hours. I heard from Sienna and Chris that you vanished before their eyes and went missing. Is that true? Where did you go? I can't answer your question. It's a secret. Chun Zhao sprawled onto the sofa. Give me some food. I'm so tired. Why can't you tell us? Everyone has their own secrets. Let me have my own secrets, all right? Fine. They could only accept the fact that Chun Zhao didn't want to say anything. Chun, I found some information. What? I discovered that a deposit of $5,000 in Depler's account that is really suspicious. It's from the boss at the Demington Chemical Factory. The chemical factory's boss. Yes, it was a month ago, or 3 days after Ken stole the wine factory's account book. Chapter 147, Investigation. Chapter 147, Investigation. So the owner of the chemical factory wants the account book. That's very possible. The chemical factory has always wanted to take the winery's original location, so it's not surprising that they wanted the winery's account book, Fali said. This was a widely known fact in the town. It was therefore also unsurprising that Fali knew about it. And then the winery caught on fire. Could it be the chemical factory's owner? Chun Zhao started suspecting the owner too. Everyone looked at David. David, can you bring the factory's owner back to the station for interrogation? No, this area is not in my charge. We don't even have enough evidence, so I have no right to bring him back, I'm afraid. David shook his head. How about we capture him, beat him up real bad, and then question him? Chris suggested. She was a truly lawless woman. Chun Zhao was speechless. Great plan. Let's do this. Apart from Chun Zhao, everyone seemed to think that it was a good idea, including David. He even appeared to be fully ready for the strategy. Are you sure it's good? Chun Zhao really wanted to stop them, but everyone was already enchanted and filled with excitement. Chun, don't you feel like we're the protagonists in a movie? Charging into the face of danger just to find out the truth. Chun, the 2 of us will go and get the owner. Me? Am I part of it? We can't let 3 women do it, can we? What's your plan? Chun Zhao realized that calling them here was a grave mistake. I know where the owner of Demington Chemical Factory lives. It's a crime to break into someone's house. We don't have to. We can intercept him on his way home. There's a path that he has to take. How do we intercept him? Don't worry. I have a plan. Pier South was driving home. He would have to pass a narrow road, which was surrounded by a tall forest. However, when he reached the forest road, a tree was lying in his way. Seeing the tree, Pier South could only leave his car to check the situation. The tree was not big. If he had another person with him, they would be able to move it away, but it would be too difficult to do so alone. Suddenly, however, 2 masked men charged out from the side of the road. They were extremely fast, and managed to subdue Pierce South before he could even react. "Let me go. Do you know who I am?" The two masked men were, of course, Chun Zhao and David. Ignoring Pierce's roaring, they drag him into the small forest right away. "How much money do you want?" "How much?" Pierce shouted in horror. "We don't want money." David and Chun Zhao both had voice changers with them. They even wore 2 more layers in their coats to prevent Pierce from recognizing their sizes and voices. "Then what do you want? You killed Depler, right?" David pretended to be furious. "Depler's our brother. He told us everything. You asked him to burn the winery, but you didn't give him the money as promised and were worried that he would leak your secret. So you killed him." Pierce South was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. "No, I didn't kill anyone. I didn't even know that Depler's dead." Pierce was not a resident of Mountain Town. Instead, he lived in a nearby town. "Maybe it's not you, but it's definitely related to you. You must have used your wealth to ask someone else to do it, you murderer." No, you're mistaken. I admit that I was happy about the winery's fire, but I wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. It doesn't benefit me. Depler and I were only partners. I only wanted to know the winery's operating conditions and how much my factory needs to buy that piece of land. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You better investigate the winery's owner. He's much more suspicious. Treed Pempin? Why is that so? Many people in town thought that the winery's going to close down soon, but I saw the winery's accounts. In fact, the winery's been in a good condition and earning profits all along, but he kept claiming that the winery's suffering a great loss. Why would he do that? How would I know? Pierce looked at the two before him. You're not Depler's friends, right? I know Depler too well. He doesn't have a friend who's willing to avenge him. You know that I'm not the murderer. You only wanted to gain some information from me. Pierce lifted his head and stared at Chen Zhao. Although you've been masked and silent, I know who you are. You're the hero who saved a few people from the burning winery that day. You didn't speak because you're afraid that I can recognize your accent. Indeed, Chun Zhao had been quiet because he still had an accent whenever he spoke English. As for you, I don't know. Pierce glanced at David. He was not a god and could not possibly know David's identity. If you want to investigate Depler's death, I think that the most suspicious person is Treed, the winery's owner. Do you think that your words can make you innocent? Who knows if you're just trying to blame Treed for everything? After all, everyone in town knows that you want to buy the winery's land and turn it into a chemical factory. The winery's fire clearly benefits you more. I said I'm a legal businessman. Turning the winery into a chemical factory is a good business opportunity for me, but it's neither the only choice nor the best choice. The residents of Mountain Town have always been against having a chemical factory in town, so we still have a few other choices. I don't have to kill someone or burn the winery down just to get that piece of land. They're way too risky for my company. Then why did you say that Treed is much more suspicious? First of all, as the winery's owner, he deliberately held the winery's real accounts back. It's already suspicious as to why he wanted everyone to think that his winery was making a loss. Perhaps Depler found the secret out. Depler being Depler, once he found someone's secret, he would surely blackmail the person. Thus, I think it's more likely that he was killed by Treed. Your suspicion against Treed can similarly be used on yourself. You hired Depler to burn the winery down, and then Depler used it to blackmail you. I said my interests are clear. Before I burn something or kill someone, I need to have a sufficiently promising gain. A few millions is definitely not enough for me to take such a huge risk. On the other hand, Treed's motives are unclear, so he's more suspicious. Perhaps he even created the fire himself to hide something or achieve something. Hearing Pierce's words, Chen Zhao felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized a problem. Chapter 148, Old Witch. Chapter 148, Old Witch. Before going to the gates of hell, Chun Zhao had heard Blackie mention it twice. The first time was when they'd first discovered it. The second time was when changes had occurred to the gates, and they'd realized that someone in town was doing some sort of ritual. The changes meant that someone was doing sacrifices. The fire had occurred after Blackie's first mention and before his second mention. 8 people died in the fire. Did they all get sacrificed? If this was true, the situation would become clear. Treed Penton had either caused the fire himself or had Depler do it for him. He was clear that he had to face great compensations after the fire. He transferred his assets by hiding the state of the winery. If everything went smoothly, he could announce bankruptcy and then he wouldn't have to pay with his own assets. Depler wanted to use this to blackmail Treed. Instead, it pissed Treed off. He decided to go full out and just sacrifice Depler. Pierce South looked at Chun Zhao. It looks like you've thought of something. Chun Zhao glanced at him and then said to David, "Let's go. You're leaving just like this." David glanced at Pierce. "What? You want us to kill you?" "Fine by." Pierce shrugged. "Chun, did you think of something? I feel like Treed might really be the culprit." "Are you sure?" "No, I don't have any evidence." "Tell me your analysis." After Chun Zhao told David his ideas and thought process, David was convinced. "You said that there needs to be more sacrifices to complete the gates of hell, right?" "Yes." Chun Zhao nodded. "How many lives are needed to complete it?" 13. If the 8 victims of the fire were sacrificed, as well as Depler, then there are 4 more. Or could the sacrifices have started before the fire? "What do you mean? Have there been any other murders in Mountain Town before the fire? Any suspicious deaths?" Chun Zhao suddenly remembered another case that had happened earlier. It had been a serial killer, though. On the surface, it looked as if the serial killer had committed suicide. Chun Zhao had still talked with Melson, who hypothesized that it wasn't suicide. Chun Zhao hadn't thought much about it before. After all, he was a wanted criminal that had nothing to do with Chun Zhao. Now, it seemed very suspicious. He told David, who thought for a moment, and said, "First, we must confirm whether the victim had been called to the town or had come here coincidentally." Chun Zhao's eyes flashed. The victim lived in a duplex. A wanted criminal can't be rich enough to live in a big house like that. "Do you know the landlord?" David asked. "No, but Bant must know. Let's go ask him." There weren't many people in the town. It wasn't hard to find the owner of a house. After Chun Zhao and David returned to town, they went straight to Bant. "Bant, are you home?" A while later, Bant opened the door. He was very happy to see Chun Zhao and David. This was probably the only thing that could make him happy after Ken was taken away by the police. "Chun, David, come on in." "Bant, do you remember that wanted criminal that died in the duplex across from the restaurant?" "Yeah, why? Does it have something to do with Depler's death?" "We suspect that it was done by the same person, so we want to know the owner of the duplex." "It belongs to the Old Witch Winry Gargamel." "Old Witch? Yeah, she's a really weird and eccentric old lady," Bant said. "No one in town likes to interact with her. She's scary." Chun Zhao exchanged glances with David. The nickname Old Witch made them feel like she was related. "Does she do anything strange?" "There are always dead animals around her house. The one I remember the best is my childhood dog, called Ken." "Wait, you said that your childhood dog was named Ken?" "Yes, that's why I named my son Ken. I named him after my dog." "Okay, let's continue." "I was only 8 years old. One day, I realized that Ken was gone. I looked everywhere and finally found that Ken was hanging before the old witch's house. My parents fought with her because of this too. If she did it, she wouldn't hang the dog in front of her house, right? I don't know if she did it, but my parents were sure. They said that the old witch has some past records." "You're in your 40s now, right?" 48. "This means that this even happened 40 years ago. That old witch should be quite old now, right?" "I don't know how old she is, but she has to be much older than my parents." "Your parents?" "My dad is 78 years old. So how old is older than your father?" "I think she was in her 60s back then." 40 years ago, Bant's father was 38 while the old, which was almost 30 years older than him. This meant that she was already over 100 now. Both Chun Zhao and David gasped. Bant looked at them. "Chun, is this related to the old witch?" "I'm not sure yet," Chun Zhao said. "Does she usually live in the duplex where the serial killer died?" "No. Her house has been empty for a long time. I wouldn't have known that she rented out if that guy didn't die in there." "Where does she live now?" "Outside of town. Do you want me to drive you there?" "No need. Just tell us the address. This might be dangerous, so don't get involved." "No, I can't have you two take risks." "Bant, don't act emotions and don't worry. David and I are pretty good at fighting. We can take on 3 or 4 guys like you, let alone an old 100-year-old witch." After leaving Bant's house, David asked, "Chun, Is there some spell that can make you live that long? I don't know. You should find an expert, like Sienna. But Sienna isn't as powerful as you. How would she know if you don't know? Not necessarily. How would you know that she doesn't know if you don't ask her? Fine, I'll call and ask. Chapter 149, A Deadly Weapon. Chapter 149, A Deadly Weapon. Chun Zhao and David stayed at home, waiting for Sienna's return. Half an hour later, Sienna and Chris came back. However, Sienna seemed somewhat clumsy. Her face was very dirty, and her clothes looked as if she had been rolling on the ground. Chun Zhao had no idea what she had just experienced. Sienna, what happened? Sigh. It's that old dormitory in UCLA. It's occupied by a small group of evil spirits which I can't settle. Chun, I've helped you so many times. Shouldn't you help me once too? How many times have you helped me again? That's not important. Shouldn't friends help each other? Chun Zhao thought over Sienna's suggestion. Even without their friendship, Chun Zhao would still obtain angelic crystals by killing evil spirits. After we get Ken out of the police station, I'll go to the place you just said. Hearing Chun Zhao's promise, Sienna's face filled with delight. Let's do it quick then. The pay for that job is quite high. What's the current situation here? We found out that there's a witch-like existence in town. David repeated Bant's words. Not witch-like. That old woman is definitely a witch, Sienna said firmly after hearing David's description. Also, I suspect that she's already dead. What? She's dead? That old woman should be a toxicologist. Her body's long dead, but she used soul binding to bind her soul within her body, turning herself into a ghoul. She must feed on living things' blood in order to maintain her bodily functions and not rot. Sienna seemed to be very serious. Chun, that old witch is surely stronger than me. Can you defeat her? I'm not sure either. If she's purely an evil spirit, I'm most certain that I can, but I have no idea how to deal with someone whom we don't even know is dead or alive. Is there anything special with a toxicologist? I mean, something that I need to look out for? She's now just a ghoul. Even without sorcery, she's more dangerous than the most ferocious beast on land in terms of close combat. Guns are ineffective against her. Secondly, her soul has already turned into an evil spirit. You said that witches can become very dangerous if they turn into evil spirits, right? David recalled Sienna's words in the past. On their third night protecting Aisha, Sienna had said that should a witch turn into an evil spirit, she would become exceptionally powerful. Even she would not be able to defeat the spirit. Correct, Sienna nodded. Moreover, toxicologists are adept at using magic poisons and curses, therefore making them more threatening than the other classes. All in all, this old witch has already become the most deadly monster. Hearing Sienna's words, David could not help but swallow his saliva and look at Chun Zhao. Actually, I have something that can cause massive damage to evil spirits or even kill them directly, Chun Zhao said. But I'm not sure if it works on a ghoul. What is it? Chun Zhao took out some angelic crystals from his spatial ring and put them on the table. Everyone stared at the white crystals of various sizes before them, and then looked at Chun Zhao, puzzled. What are these? That's not important. Anyway, they're very deadly against demons and evil spirits. Sienna took out a piece of angelic crystal. It's filled with a sacred scent. I know what to do. What? I'll do it, but I need some time. How long? Maybe 1 or 2 days. The main problem is difficulty finding the materials I need. What do you need? Perhaps I have them, Chun Zhao said. No, I promise you that I'll help you. Anyway, just leave this to me, Sienna interrupted Chun Zhao's speech. Also, most importantly, even though we know that the old witch is the real culprit, how do we help Ken to clear his name? Chun Zhao added, if we tell the police that Depler was killed by an old woman who's over 100 years old, we'll probably be arrested first, right? Chris commented. Not if we can obtain some key evidence, David said. Chun, did you say that the winery's owner, Treed Pempton, is involved in all this? It's merely my suspicion for now. Can't confirm it yet. While Chun Zhao really suspected Treed, he had no solid evidence to prove his guess yet. Then we'll let them expose themselves, David suggested. Ow! Let them know that I'm investigating them, and then show up in front of them. Perhaps they'll take me as a sacrificial offering in order to conceal the truth. Frowning, Chen Zhao shook his head and rejected. It's too risky. Let me be the bait. Chun, don't forget that I've taken your potion. I'm at least twice as strong as a normal person now. Can you survive a bullet? Air. No. So it doesn't matter how strong you are. Just then, Fali came home. The conversation came to an abrupt stop. Fali scanned everyone in the living room. Is there something going on that you're not telling me? No, said everyone in unison. So you are hiding something from me, Fali confirmed. It's useless for you to know it. There's an old monster in town. So, Fali, starting from tomorrow, Walter will be with you. Chris, you'll have Carrie. David, you'll be frequently on the roads, so Beelzebub will follow you. Sienna, bring Raymond with you, Chun Zhao said. They were overjoyed to be able to get pet each. In the mirror ward last time, they saw for themselves how terrifyingly powerful these pets were. David, Sienna, don't count on Beelzebub and Raymond. Under normal circumstances, they're just trash. Woof woof. Beelzebub barked to display his dissatisfaction. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub for his reaction. But they're more sensitive towards danger. If they realize there's imminent danger, turn around and run. Do not hesitate. Chun Zhao kicked Beelzebub. When this is over, I'll reward you. If you ruin it, I'll fry you alive. Hearing Sienna's description, Chun Zhao had already realized that the current situation was entirely different from the last few times. The first time, although there were a lot of horrifying enemies, Blackie was with him. Blackie was truly an evil spirit buster. After all, it did not even matter how many evil spirits there were. The second time was in the Reflection Demon's ward. While the Reflection Demon was indeed strong, Beelzebub and Raymond could also use some of their real powers. Moreover, Chun Zhao's gluttony bloodline was activated, and he devoured the Reflection Demon's projection directly. This time, however, Beelzebub and Raymond were of little use. Carrie was suppressed, and would also not be able to unleash her full power. Walter was even worse, being only able to use brute force. The team was at a severe disadvantage against a ghoul. Therefore, in the end, Chun Zhao could only hope that angelic crystals would be effective. Otherwise, Chun Zhao could only take out all his demonic ritual implements and summon a demon army. Nonetheless, he still wished that the situation would not be that bad. A demon army would look really stylish, but he would become broke afterwards. Chapter 150, Another Problem. Chapter 150, Another Problem. Chun, won't you leave one behind to protect yourself? I have one, but you can't see it. An evil spirit? No, I'll be able to see it if it's an evil spirit. Sienna looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. The thing you said, is it beside you? Yeah. Really? Is it some really small animal? And that's why I can't see it? No, he's right here, and he's not small at all. Then why can't I see it? That's not my fault. Sienna was very caught up on the thing protecting Chun Zhao that she couldn't see. Reality had already proved that Chun Zhao really was more powerful than him, but Sienna still wanted to compete with him at times. However, she always took a blow. Many times, she even suspected that witchcraft really was weaker than Asian magic, and that was why there was such a big difference between them. One night passed. David hugged Beelzebub while speaking. According to him, this was to cultivate a relationship. He didn't care if Beelzebub wanted it or not. He wanted to cry and just bite David. The next day, Beelzebub was dragged out by an excited David. Chun Zhao was also woken up by Ethan's call. Ethan sounded depressed. Usually, they would banter a little while calling. Today, Ethan only told him to come over and then hung up. After washing up, Chun Zhao went straight to Ethan's motel. When he got there, he saw Ethan and Caprice sitting at the front desk. They weren't arguing at all. Technically, they would never be able to exist peacefully. Hi, Ethan, Caprice. Did you eat breakfast yet? They both looked up and stared coldly at Chun Zhao. He got goosebumps from those eyes. He hadn't pissed him out, right? What's wrong? Did I do something? Philip Quinn was released from jail, Caprice said. Who's that? Chun Zhao was utterly confused. And what did it matter to him that someone was released from jail? He didn't know any Philip Quinn. It's that old motherfucker I had you treat in jail, Caprice said. Oh, I remember. It's that old pervert with a whole lot of crimes, right? But what does this have to do with me? I remember you said that he won't be freed if no problems were found in his physical exam. Yes, but he bribed practically everyone. He was obviously much healthier after taking your medicine, but he's still able to be treated outside. This means that he received both freedom and health. Caprice's features twisted. She looked like a furious lioness. Her lowered voice was like a low growl. It seemed like angry fire would shoot out of her eyes at any moment. Hearing her words, Chen Zhao felt very uncomfortable. This meant that he'd healed an asshole that should have gone to hell, relieving him of pain. I was following your request, Chen Zhao refuted. I didn't know this would happen. How long will the effect of your medication last? A long, long time, Chen Zhao said, depressed. Unless anything unexpected happens, he'll be healthy for a very long time. How can you do that? Caprice pointed an angry finger at him. You told me that you wanted him to stay longer in prison. Chen Zhao shot back. Okay, enough. Ethan stood up. You two stop caring about this. I'll take care of it. Ethan, where are you going? There was something off about Ethan. Seeing him walk out alone, Chen Zhao immediately grabbed onto him. But when he grabbed the corner of Ethan's shirt, he realized there was a gun stuck in the pocket. Ethan, what are you doing? Kill that bastard, Ethan said coldly. Why? What is he to you? You guys have something? Chen Zhao felt like this separated couple both had a hatred deep to the bone for Philip Quinn. Ethan looked at him. Romeo had a little sister, but she died when she was 2 years old. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He remembered that Caprice had told him that Philip's crime included raping 2 young girls. One of them had died. Ethan, if you trust me, hand this to me, all right? Please don't get too worked up. Chen Zhao looked at Ethan seriously, holding onto his shoulder. Trust me, please. No, this has nothing to do with you, Ethan said seriously. Even if it is related to you, you have no duty to help me. This is my own problem. Trust me, I can make him wish he's dead without needing to take any legal responsibility. Chen Zhao was still holding onto Ethan's arm. I can do it. Did you forget my other identity? I can torture him for life. That asshole has a lot of bodyguards, Ethan said. You can't even get close to him. Give me 5 days. If I still can't do anything after 5 days, I won't stop you from doing anything. Ethan looked at him hesitantly. 5 days? What are you going to do? Just trust me. Chen Zhao was muddled too. He had no plan at all, but he couldn't just watch Ethan run with a gun and kill a rich guy. Chen Zhao suspected that, with Ethan's skills, he would get killed before he could even get close to Philip. From Caprice's explanation, Chen Zhao learned the reason why Philip was released from jail. There was no problem with his physical exam, but his mental test revealed that he had depression and needed a relatively safe environment. Thus, Philip's lawyer requested him to be treated outside the prison and paid $1,300,000 in bail. Imagine this. An old pervert who kept raping young girls for decades actually had depression, and he was freed because of this depression. America's laws made Chen Zhao speechless. How could human rights be taken advantage this badly? Rich people could do anything. For someone like Philip, $1,300,000 was only 1 or 2 months of expenses. Chapter 151. How much does it cost to hire an army? Chapter 151. How much does it cost to hire an army? Whenever one encounters a real scumbag, one would probably have an impulse to kill him. However, Chen Zhao was more rational than that. While he was somewhat impulsive, he also thought about how he could settle the issue without getting involved. Firstly, he did not plan to sacrifice his freedom or life in order for this scumbag to go to hell. But what should I do to let Philip Quinn receive the punishment that he deserves? This was another difficult problem. Chen Zhao was actually boasting when he made the promise to Ethan and Caprice. He indeed knew demonic sorcery, but it was not omnipotent. Chen Zhao had a headache, thinking for a solution. Screech. Suddenly, a car stopped beside Chen Zhao. He also heard a familiar voice. Chen, it's really you. Chen Zhao turned his head and realized that it was Marguerite. Marguerite, shouldn't you be in Mexico now? Why are you here? I'm back. The problem's been settled. The people who had been chasing my boss and I were already killed. Morgary seemed to be on the crest of a wave. His car was new and obviously expensive, and his bald head was bright and shiny. Where's your pets? I almost didn't manage to recognize you just now when you were facing away from me. Every time, you had Walter, Beelzebub, and the rest with you. Why do you just have a box today? Do you need a ride? After brief consideration, Chun Zhao entered Morgary's car. Something seems to be troubling you. Are you in trouble? Morgary, if I want to go near a rich person, what should I do? You want to kidnap a rich person? Morgary asked doubtfully. No, just go near him. You want something from him. A guy who deserves to go to hell. Oh, you want to kill him? No, but I want him to suffer. Who's he? Morgary asked. Can I trust you? Chun Zhao stared at Morgary carefully. Yes, just like how I trusted you. Morgary answered with a serious tone. Not long ago, a bastard was put in jail. The warden asked me to heal him so that he wouldn't have the chance to be released on medical grounds. However, after I healed him, he still managed to be released. Now he is both health and freedom. What does this have to do with you? My best friend's kid was harmed by him before and eventually died. Who's the person? Philip Quinn. Have you heard of him? Oh, I see. He's a billionaire. Morgary looked at Chun Zhao. It's not easy to approach him. Whenever he goes out, he would have professional bodyguards from Blackwater Company with him. If you want to attack him, you better hire an army. How about his house? CL Building. The top 3 floors are all his. To get into CL Building, you first need to have an access card and then pass through a security check. As for what the top 3 floors look like, I have no idea. Haven't been there too. Where's CL Building? Do you see the tallest and biggest building there? That's CL Building. It has 130 floors in total. Looking at the building, which was a few times taller than the surrounding structures, Chun Zhao could feel his heart shatter. Whichever angle he looked at the building from, he obtained the same conclusion. There was no way to enter it by force. How much does it cost to hire an army? You really believed me? Morgary said, rolling his eyes. This is Los Angeles. Unless you get a nuclear bomb, you wouldn't succeed. Do you know anyone who sells nuclear bombs? Do you have enough money to buy one? How much does a nuclear bomb cost? Perhaps Philip Quinn can afford it, but definitely not you. Oh, what a headache. Why did I volunteer for this? Chun Zhao patted his head in frustration. Oh yeah, another important thing. What? You said that you can treat my baldness. Chun Zhao clenched his fist and almost punched Morgary right away. Wait for a few days. Let me finish my task first, Chun Zhao said. Is this so important to you? Yes. I have a suggestion, Morgary said. What? Intercept him on the road. Of course, you have to know his itinerary first. Is there a way I can get that? This. Morgary made a hand signal to indicate that Chun Zhao had to pay. How much? 300,000. I can arrange a few people to do the job, but I can't promise that it'll succeed. Chun Zhao twitched his lips. 300,000. It hurts. Can't it be cheaper? Morgary shook his head. I only gave you this price because we're old friends. I'm not taking any money for myself. I need to cause blockages in a few roads so that your target travels a specific path. All these need a lot of money. Give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you. Let me tell you first, I'm only in charge of blocking the roads. As for what you want to do next, it's all up to you. All right, but I hope that I can settle this ASAP. Can you get Philip Quinn's itinerary for these few days? Chun Zhao shook his head. No, I can help you get it, but you need to pay me too. How much? I'll tell you the total sum after it's over. Just tell me how much it'll roughly be first. 300,000 is the most expensive one. Since you're willing to pay that much, would you even care about tens of thousands of dollars? Yes, Chun Zhao nodded, his face filled with pain. Don't speak as if 10,000 is a small amount, okay? Just then, Chun Zhao received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hi, Chun, are you free? Do you forget my voice already? I'm Diana Billis. Remember? I'm in a car now. It's too noisy, so I didn't recognize your voice. Sorry. What's up? I feel unwell. Can you come here? How are you unwell? Chun Zhao really did not want to go. Just unwell. I don't know where either. You promised me that I can call you whenever I need something. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. I didn't say that I'm not going. After all, Diana had a psychological trauma previously. Chun Zhao did not dare to reject her directly. Chun Zhao was in a terrible fix at the moment. He felt as if he had encountered all possible issues in a single day. After he hung up, he asked Mordry to drive him to UCLA. Chun, I'll contact those people for you first. Wait for my call. Great. I'll go first. See you. Chun Zhao easily found Diana's room and knocked on the door. Diana, are you inside? Chapter 152, keep it in. Chapter 152, keep it in. Chun, the door isn't locked. You can come in. Chun Zhao pushed the door open and saw Diana Billis lazing in bed in sexy lingerie. She rested her chin on her hand and bit her finger. Chun, come over. Chun Zhao massaged his temples. Diana, if you call me Bridget. Okay, Bridget, I don't think you can exercise yet. She'd had abortion a few days ago and lost a lot of blood yesterday. Her old injuries might resurface without 1 or 2 weeks of recovery. However, Diana reached out and grabbed Chun Zhao. Chun, I can help you. Chun Zhao was almost losing control. Diana's body radiated with the aura of youth. Her smooth skin and full breasts made Chun Zhao's pants tighten. Chun, keeping it in is too much work. It's no good for the body either. Diana already had her hands on Chun Zhao's belt and was helping him undo it. She pulled Chun Zhao onto the bed, flipped over, and was under him. Chun Zhao woke up with a start and patted Diana. No, your health condition really isn't suitable. Fine. Then lay here with me? The door opened. Evely walked in. Seeing Chun Zhao and Diana snuggling under the covers, she froze but quickly recovered. Can you two lock the doors next time you guys do it? Evely glared at Chun Zhao. And your doctor. Don't you know that Diana can't do intense exercise right now? Evely, we didn't do anything, Diana said. Did you eat yet? Evely asked while organizing her stuff. Chun Zhao patted Diana's perky butt. Get up. Let's eat together. Okay, let me change. I'll go wait for you outside, Chun Zhao said. No need. You've already seen my entire body. I'll wait for you two downstairs. However, it never took only a few minutes for a woman to get out of bed and out the door. I'll wait for you downstairs. I'll be ready really fast, I swear. Diana also realized that she made Chun Zhao wait too long. She quickly put on eyeliner, some concealer, and went out while holding Chun Zhao's arm. A tall black man walked over from across the hallway. He was close to 9 feet tall and had an overbearing manner. Hi, Bridget. He walked over and tried to slap Chun Zhao away. Where you going? Want to go together? But Chun Zhao grabbed the man's wrist. Don't you see that Bridget is with me? Yellow. The next moment, Chun Zhao's foot was at his stomach, and he flew back. Chun Zhao's kick didn't seem to cause too much damage. The man stood back up. Motherfucker, I'm going to stuff your head in your ass. Tiger, don't go overboard. Diana stood before Chun Zhao. She was worried Tiger would hurt Chun Zhao. This is between us men. Girl, get out of the way. Tiger yelled. Chun Zhao patted Diana's shoulder. Bridget, it's okay. Go to the side. But Diana looked at the difference in size between Chun Zhao and Tiger. It was like a little lamb and a fierce tiger. It's okay. Trust me. Chun Zhao walked in front of Diana, standing face to Tiger. In all sorts of fighting competitions, the bigger one was the bigger the advantage. That was why many competitions had weight classes. It was totally unfair for a heavier guy fight a lighter guy. Of course, no one cared about fairness in a school fight. There weren't any rules either. Whoever flattened the other was the winner. Tiger roared and hurled a punch at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao ducked down. He dodged Tiger's attack and grabbed his arm at the same time. He threw Tiger over his shoulder, smashing onto the ground. Then he kicked Tiger's ribs. Tiger yelled out from pain. Get up. Let's keep going. This was the first time Chun Zhao met a match after he started training. Tiger stood up unsteadily. His ribs were in pain, but he put on a fierce expression. Clearly, he wanted to erase the humiliation. He was a boxer too, but after that last beating, he realized that Chun Zhao wasn't weaker than him. He was good at fighting too. If they went with the way he fought in competitions, he would never be able to win. This was why he gave up on the typical methods. He charged toward Chun Zhao, opening his arms wide as if wanting to embrace the other. Chen Zhao also shot forward, crashing into Tiger's arms. Thud! Chen Zhao took 2 steps back. His head felt heavy, but quickly recovered. On the other hand, Tiger let out a scream. He was thrown back, limbs in jumbled mess, as if he'd been hit by a truck. Diana threw herself into Chen Zhao's arms and looked at him with worry. Chen, are you okay? Chen Zhao hugged her with one arm and dipped down to kiss her forehead. I'm okay. Let's go. Chen, you're awesome. He was quite proud to be complimented by a woman. I'm not awesome. He's just too weak. Tiger, lying on the ground, hadn't lost consciousness. He heard Chen Zhao and Diana's conversation clearly and did not feel good about it. Many students in the hallway witnessed this scene. No one would have guessed that Tiger, who was about to become a professional boxer, was actually beaten up by an Asian guy. Tiger was more than twice the size of Chen Zhao. He was more than 200 pounds, and he trained and ate according to the standard for the heavyweight class. Professional organizations had their eyes on him too. He could become a professional after he graduated. No one expected that he would get beaten by an amateur in school. Chen Zhao and Diana walked out of the dorm building. When Evely saw them, she immediately came over to complain. You two are way too slow. You didn't have sex while I was gone, right? Let's go. Where should we go eat? You take the lead since you're more familiar with this place. Are you treating? Of course. Chapter 153, Hostility. Chapter 153, Hostility. Chun, you've learned professional boxing before. No, I just hired a fighting coach in a fitness center. I go there every day and train for an hour, Chen Zhao answered casually. Then how did you beat Tiger up so badly? Diana stared at Chen Zhao, rather surprised. You beat Tiger up? That's impossible. Tiger's basically a professional boxer. Evely's face was filled with disbelief. Why would you go and learn how to fight? I was beaten before. Oh, I remember. It's when we met on the train and your face was bruised, right? I fell down that time. Chen Zhao really did not want to tell them that he had actually been beaten by a woman. So can you now defeat the person who beat you up last time? The person who beat me up is my coach now. Macallan Bodhi received news that the Asian was in the university again. Therefore, he contacted Tiger right away and asked Tiger to find a reason to beat the Asian up. However, he waited for over half an hour and Tiger had still yet to return. He was already somewhat impatient. Just then, a student hurriedly ran towards him. Bodhi, it's all gone wrong. What's wrong? Tiger was beaten up. He's probably going to have to stay in bed for a month. He's supposed to have a professional competition half a month later, but now he's surely going to miss it. What? Tiger's beaten up? How? Who can injure him? It's that Asian. Tiger asked me to inform you to compensate him $10,000, or he'll tell everyone that you asked him to beat an outsider up. This is blackmailing. Macallan roared furiously. Is it not embarrassing enough that he lost to an Asian? Tell him I'll never compensate him. If he dares to leak anything, he's going to be expelled too. While Macallan's family was quite wealthy, he was just a student. There was no way he could pay $10,000. Moreover, if it was really exposed, he would indeed be punished, but so would Tiger. As for the initiator of the problem, he was currently enjoying lunch with 2 ladies. Treed Penman opened the door and saw Winry Gargamel outside. Treed frowned. Winry, why are you here? Recently, someone's been active in town. He seems to be investigating Depler's death. The police? No. I've seen him enter and leave the house at the edge of the town, Winry said. Is it that Asian? Do you know the people living in that house? Seen him once, Treed replied. It should be because of Bant's son. They're friends, so Bant wanted that Asian to help in the investigation. Just nice. There seem to be 4 or 5 people in that house, and our sacrificial ritual only needs 3 more. Sacrifice them, and our wishes shall be fulfilled. No, Treed rejected firmly. Depler's death has already attracted the attention of the police. If that Asian and his friends all die, the police will certainly make a thorough investigation. We should stick to our original plan and continue to attract criminals here. If the people killed are criminals, the police will not investigate fully. As long as we can summon Besta, our wishes will be fulfilled. Merely a few police are anything but threatening. I'm different from you. You can give up everything, But I still have to live here, Treed said. Hee hee. Winry gave out a series of peculiar laughter. Since you don't dare to do it, I will. Even if something goes wrong, I can still hide in the mountain. The police can't do anything to me. Treed kept silent, but some gloom flashed across his eyes. Although he had been cooperating with Winry, he was very unhappy about her unilateral decisions. Winry was a truly lawless monster. In the past, she would only kill animals and take their blood. The police would not really interfere. However, if there were frequent murders of commoners, the police would surely start to investigate. Their plan was not perfect in the first place, even though perfect plans did not exist in this world anyway. If someone really dug deeper, their secrets might be exposed. Their original plan was to only find criminals. The police would think that it was resentment between gangs and not really investigate. However, if it involved commoners, the police would have to go further. Winry, if you kill all of them, you'll attract too much attention. Just kill the person who's been investigating. This will warn them too. Treed, do not tell me what to do. Winry turned her head and looked coldly at Treed. Treed stared back at Winry. None of them was willing to give in. If we attract a large number of police before our plan is completed, can you even kill all of them? Although Winry was powerful, she was indeed no longer a normal human. She would still not be able to kill everyone. The scenes in movies where a monster could kill tens or hundreds of people would not appear in reality. Winry had turned herself into a ghoul. She had an outstanding resistance towards physical attacks, but only those that affected a small area. For example, shooting her with a bullet would be completely ineffective, because as long as she was not disabled, she would still be able to move and attack freely. However, what if there were 100 bullets? If her limbs were entirely destroyed, or her body was blasted into pieces by a grenade, she would die too. Winry could ignore physical damage, because her body was already dead. Standing before Treed at the moment was nothing more than a mere corpse. Nevertheless, she still needed a vessel for her soul. If her body was shattered, her soul would have nowhere to go. Of course, Winry would still make a formidable evil spirit with powerful toxicology spells. Notwithstanding, she would not be able to kill dozens of people. In order to collect sacrificial souls as quickly as possible, she even needed Treed's help to burn down the winery, helping her to obtain the souls of 8 victims. Then, she still had to be extremely careful looking for other victims. If he's the only one present when I find him, I'll only kill him. In the end, Winry still chose to compromise slightly, but she added, however, if there's someone else, I'll show no mercy. Chapter 154, Captain. Chapter 154, Captain. After lunch, Chun Zhao bid farewell to Diana and Evely. After leaving the school, Gaia called. Chun, I heard from Morgary that you want to go against someone. That bastard. He said he'll keep it a secret. Morgary didn't sell you out. He called me to ask if I know anyone, so I called you. What? You want some extra income? I don't do that, Gaia said. But I know some veterans. I don't plan on starting a war. I don't plan on having my friends join a war either. But they're good at things other than holding guns too. Gaia, you should know that what I'm doing is more dangerous than a war. I have to face a billionaire. My friends need money. They won't mind the danger if they're paid enough. Then what can they help me with? Do you have time? We can talk. Sure, I'll go to the gym to find you. After arranging that, Chun Zhao hurried over to the gym. He hadn't come in a few days, but he'd told Gaia beforehand that he was quite busy. However, he was forced to make time today. Gaia was the coach for the army before. She was definitely more knowledgeable in this aspect than him. When Ola Miller saw Chun Zhao, she led him into Gaia's office. Miller, close the door and don't let anyone in, Gaia ordered. Okay. Ola knew that they must have to talk about something important. After she left, the office's mood turned heavy. You need to face Philip Quinn, right? Why are you asking me if you already heard from Morgary? I need you to reply personally. Yes. What do you plan on doing to him? 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes of private time with him. What are you going to do to him in those 3 minutes? That's my own matter. I can introduce you to some people. They're experts in this field and can arrange everything for you, from the plan to action. What's the price? $100,000 for everything. Are they reliable? They're experts in this. They're definitely reliable. To what extent can they do it? If Morgary's men follow their orders, they'll ensure at least 80% chance for you to have 3 minutes alone with Philip. What if they fail? You still have to pay, Gaia answered. Hearing this, Chun Zhao had a headache. However, he had no other choice. His mind was muddled, and he had no clue where to start. If they fail, I only need to pay $50,000, Chun Zhao said, training his eyes on Gaia. Okay, Gaia nodded, accepting the request. Someone will contact you later. Just as Chun Zhao left the gym after their talk, his phone rang. It was a stranger. The voice on the other end of the call was raspy and deep. Hello, I'm Lloyd Word. You can call me Captain. Captain Lloyd Word? Is that your military title? Did Gaia introduce you? Yes, Gaia introduced me, but that's not my title. It's my nickname. So, Captain, you should know what I want, right? Let you be alone with Philip Quinn for 3 minutes, correct? Lloyd asked. Are you confident? Of course. I won't fool around with the lives of my men and I. I have a family. Should we meet? No need. Then how do we do it? Just wait for my alert. He sounded really professional, but Chun Zhao wasn't confident in a partner that he'd never met before. While walking down the street, someone bumped into him. The man fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Chun Zhao reached out to help him up. The man's hair was messy and had an unshaven face. He carried a few books and looked panicked. It's okay. The guy hurried away. Chun Zhao saw a metallic coin on the ground and picked it up. It was twice the size of regular coins. It was a strange material, too. It felt heavy, and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made out of. It also looked vintage. The card design was strange, too. The top side was like some animal's head, and the other side had a 6-point star. Hey, you dropped something. The guy was only a few feet away, but he pretended that he didn't hear. He kept walking forward without looking back. Chun Zhao jogged over and grabbed the thin guy. Hey, this is yours, right? The man looked at the coin in Chun Zhao's hands with hesitation. A beat later, he still took it. Thanks. With that, he turned and left. Chun Zhao looked at him in confusion. A moment later, he seemed to see a shadow following the man. Taken aback, he rubbed his eyes. There was nothing there. Was it a hallucination? But why would he have a hallucination like that? When he tried to find the man again, he'd already vanished from the street. Just then, he received Fali's call. Chun, can you come to Angel Beach? What's wrong? I need your help. Can you come? Okay, I'm coming. Chun Zhao arrived at the Coastal Rescue Team's headquarters. Robio was here too. Hey, Chun, how come you're here? Fali called me over. I don't know what's wrong. She called you? Robio seemed not to know why. Chun Zhao was confused. He'd thought that there was someone in need of his help. It didn't seem to be the case now. Yeah, where is she? She's at the gym. I'll take you there. Robio took Chun Zhao to the gym. Fali was running on the treadmill. Her tight athletic wear showed her sexy curves without hiding anything. Woof woof. Walter had been lying beside Fali. Seeing Chun Zhao, he ran over in excitement. Fali, Chin's here, Robio called. Fali came down from the treadmill. Taking a towel, she walked over to Chun Zhao and Robio. Robio, can I talk to him alone? Chun, I need to go patrol. Bye. Bye. Seeing how careful Fali was, Chun Zhao felt a little suspicious. Fali didn't look like she was in a hurry. Why did she call him here? Couldn't they talk about it at home? Chun, I think I'm in paranormal trouble. What? Paranormal trouble? Did you get attacked by something? Chapter 155, Supernatural Event? Chapter 155, Supernatural Event. Fali shook her head. No. At noon, I was patrolling along the coastline after lunch. Suddenly, I saw someone struggling in the sea. I charged towards the drowning man, but when I reached there, that person had disappeared. Maybe that person sank into the sea and was brought away by the waves? Chun Zhao asked. Fali shook her head again. I thought so at the start as well. I reported it to Robio and carried out search and rescue, but I found no one. We also did not receive any reports of missing people. Did you see wrongly? Actually, Chun Zhao was indeed an amateur spiritualist. He was unsure if Fali was mistaken or really encountered a supernatural event. Among the coastlines in America that were open to tourists, over 1,000 people would go missing each year. Therefore, it was hard to say what really happened. Even Fali probably did not know if there was actually a drowning man. Supernatural events were rare, after all, so Chun Zhao would prefer to believe that there was indeed a drowning man. Perhaps nobody was drowning in the first place. It might well just have been a tourist surfing in Deepwater Zone. I've thought about that too. Maybe the person was not drowning after all. However, during my break just now, I came across this. Fali placed an old newspaper before Chun Zhao. What's this? Fali pointed at a particular report on the newspaper. It's an accident on Angel Beach 5 years ago. The victim, Kirk Ada's body has yet to be found. Chun Zhao saw the news, as well as a photo. When I was over 10 meters away from that person, I clearly saw the drowning man's face. He was Kirk Ada. Is there any other clearer evidence that it was a supernatural event? No, I'm not sure whether it's really supernatural. In any case, let Walter stay beside you. He's powerful enough to defeat normal evil spirits. Walter was already 50 kilograms now, and his body was formidably huge. Most members of Coastal Rescue Team did not think that Walter was the same hero they had in the past. Also, call Sienna here. She's more professional. Perhaps she can tell. Soon, Sienna arrived. Chun, what a surprise. Ask Fali about it. She seems to have encountered a supernatural event. I'm not sure if it really is and whether she's in danger, so we asked you to come here. Fali, tell me what happened. Fali told Sienna every detail. After thinking, Sienna said, it's very likely that Fali's encountered a supernatural event, but I'm not fully certain whether the evil spirit will harm her. I don't think Fali can see evil spirits. If she really saw him, it means that the spirit was targeting her in particular. Under most circumstances, normal people can't see evil spirits, and evil spirits also can't let themselves be seen, but that's not always the case. One possibility is that the evil spirit is extremely powerful. He can choose whoever he wants to be seen by. There's another possibility which is not controllable, not even by the spirits themselves. They appear in this world only because he have some obsessions. They can sometimes be seen by others due to various unexpected reasons. Which of the two did Fali encounter? I can't tell either. Fali has given us too few clues. Can you find the evil spirit and cleanse or exorcise him? Can't find him without enough clues. Given that this coastline is so long, he might be anywhere along the coastline or in the sea nearby, Sienna said. Chun Zhao could not help too. His understanding of supernatural events was even less than Sienna's. This was why Chun Zhao had always been firmly stating that he was an amateur spiritualist. Chun Zhao would not flaunt his superiority in a field that he was not even good in. Sienna was more professional, and Chun Zhao was happy to listen to her. Sienna, have you finished processing the white crystals that I gave you last night? I've already made some of them. Sienna opened her backpack and took out several bottles of liquids. Chun Zhao picked one up and asked, what's this? I've mixed the crystals you gave me with holy water to channel the sacredness in those crystals out. How do I use this? Pour it onto evil spirits? I've done my experiments. It's very effective against evil spirits, even better than magical phosphor. Moreover, one doesn't need magical power to use it. However, I don't think it's good against that old ghoul witch. What do we do then? I've asked someone to turn the remaining crystals into bullets. If we shoot her with the bullets, we can inflict severe damage to her soul. Sienna, do you still have any left? Give me one. Fali was still somewhat scared because of her encounter that day. Although she had not been attacked, nobody knew that evil spirit's plan. If Fali was attacked in sea, she could not even escape. No, asked Chun. You should still have some. Chun Zhao took out a walnut-sized angelic crystal. Use it to make a pendant and wear it. Beware that Walter doesn't like it. When you have it on, don't go near him. Indeed, Walter had long shied away from the angelic crystal. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao returned home with Fali. On the other hand, Sienna left alone because she still had things to settle. By the time Chun Zhao and Fali returned, David was already back. Chun, Fali, why did you come back together? David, how's your investigation in town? I discovered that almost everyone here hates Winry Gargamel, and she also never communicates with the people in town. Therefore, when I asked about her, all the residents enthusiastically offered me various clues. David paused and then continued. That old witch is a very bad name in town. One time, a resident discovered that countless pets, which were thought to be missing, were buried in her backyard. She's even prosecuted in court for this. However, because she's already old and couldn't go to jail, she ended up only paying a fine. Because of this, everyone in town started to hate her. Also, since that incident, very few residents had pets. Has anyone been killed in the past? In the recent 10 years, there aren't any obvious accidental deaths, David replied. When do we act? Fali asked. We? You just stay at home with Walter. So I'm not involved? Fali said, somewhat bored. Why would you follow us? To watch the fun? Chapter 156, Action. Chapter 156, Action. Around 9 p.m., Sienna and Chris returned. Sienna came back with a huge pack. Seeing everyone in the living room, she tossed it onto the ground. I'm so tired. Chun, reimburse this. Chun Zhao accepted Sienna's bill and felt a headache coming. $8,900? What kind of bill is this? Processing fee for special bullets. Chun Zhao was in pain. He had to put in money to help people these days. The tens of thousands that he'd earned this past 3 months was emptied in 2 days. Sienna rummaged through the bag and took out some clips of bullets. David, try it with your gun. See if it works. I have a gun too. Fali jogged to her room and came out with a gun. And Chris happened to have a gun too. Chun Zhao was speechless. You all have guns? Is it strange? My gun can use these clips too. Mine too. Chris aimed everywhere with her gun. Don't point it at me. You can kill someone. Chun Zhao hurriedly dodged the muzzle. These bullets were made from angelic crystals. They were mainly used against supernatural beings, but they could hurt humans too. Fali, you and Chris partner up. Don't run around. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Are we going now? Wait, Chun Zhao said. Just a bit more. Wait for what? The time isn't right. This should be the best timing, Sienna said in confusion. It's 4 hours until midnight. The old witch will become much stronger between 12 and 1 a.m. My helper isn't here yet, Chun Zhao said. Helper? You have a helper? It's the thing that you can't see. Isn't he always beside you? No, he has his own activity time. They couldn't understand. They thought that the thing protecting Chun Zhao was like his pet. He should be beside Chun Zhao at any time. They couldn't comprehend his answer. Blackie hadn't come back yet. Chun Zhao had to wait for him to act together. Blackie couldn't deal with Winry when she was in the ghoul state, but if he destroyed Winry's ghoul body, then he could attack the evil spirit. Thankfully, Blackie didn't make them wait too long. He came back after half an hour. Okay, my helper is here, Chun Zhao said. We can set off. You mean that the thing is beside us now? Sienna looked around curiously. Unfortunately, she couldn't see or feel anything. Yes. Can you tell him to let us see? I'm afraid not. Chun Zhao shook his head. Blackie still couldn't appear before people, but Chun Zhao remembered that Ethan had seen him through the rearview mirror when they'd driven back from looking for Blackie. Chun Zhao couldn't figure out why Ethan was able to see him. Blackie didn't understand why a regular guy saw him either. However, that accident only happened once. It never happened again when Blackie rode in Ethan's car. Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, and Carrie were left at home to protect Chris and Fali. They couldn't protect themselves and could be a burden to take around. It also wasn't safe for them to stay home alone, so the little demons had to stay with them. David and Sienna came to Winry's house. The building was like a witch's home from a movie, a sharp point in the night sky. Even though it was night, a crow was still on the roof, cawing hoarsely. David gulped. His grip tightened subconsciously around his gun. This place doesn't feel right. You and Sean are spiritualists, but the place you live doesn't have this feeling. Sienna didn't feel comfortable either. Stay sharp and follow our plan. I know. David followed behind Sienna as she knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened. A stooped figure stood inside the door. The lights weren't on, so the surroundings weren't clear. However, a rotten smell flooded out of the house. Sienna stepped back in disgust. The figure took a step forward instead. "Little girl," Winry said in her strange voice, "you smell like magic." Sienna's eyebrow arched. She immediately threw a bottle at Winry. The liquid inside shimmered as if it was fluorescent. Winry grabbed the bottle easily. "TSK, holy water? Little girl, who's your teacher? Don't you know that holy water is meaningless to a fellow witch like me?" The bottle exploded and the liquid splashed on her right arm. Pain seized her. Winry's entire arm started wilting with a shocking speed. "Ah, this isn't holy water. I will kill you all." David whipped his gun out and fired at Winry. The witch flashed and dodged the bullet with surprising speed. She slammed into David's chest. It felt like he'd been hit by a car, and he flew out. Sienna threw 2 more bottles of holy water. Winry didn't try to catch them again and retreated quickly instead. Just as she attacked Sienna, there was a gunshot. David had fired again from the ground. A bullet hit Winry's left thigh. She practically lost feeling in that leg. She jumped and disappeared within the deep and dark door. "David, you all right?" He stood up with difficulty. "I'm okay. Did the old witch escape?" "I don't know. Let's go in and look." Winry's house had no electrical appliances or even light. Thankfully, David prepared a flashlight, but this was the old witch's lair, so they didn't dare have any mishaps. They nudged forward cautiously. Suddenly, Sienna seemed to kick something. "David, move the light here. There's something under my feet." "A body. It's a body." Under the flashlight, the two finally saw a dried corpse clearly. Crash! David bumped into a shelf, and something shattered. "What did you break?" "Blood. It's all blood." "Oh, God!" David's feet were covered in blood. The house was instantly filled with a bloody scent. Chapter 157, Voice Recorder Pen. Chapter 157, Voice Recorder Pen. Knock, knock. When Treed Penman opened the front door, he saw Chun Zhao outside. "Mr. Chen, what a surprise." Treed was rather startled that Chun Zhao actually visited him at this hour. "Mr. Treed, I want to talk to you." "About what?" Treed looked at Chun Zhao, puzzled. "I received a document on the winery's accounts," Chun Zhao said, smiling, as he took out a thumb drive. "What do you want? Why don't we have a chat inside?" "Come in." Some gloom flashed across Treed's eyes. Chun Zhao took a look inside Treed's house, after which he sat on a chair right away. "Mr. Treed, your home looks really simple. Where did you spend your money?" "Rumors outside claim that your winery had been in a bad state, but I know you're richer than what most people think." "I don't understand. Depler gave me this thumb drive," Chun Zhao said, waving the thumb drive in his hand. "Do you know Depler?" "To be precise, Depler left it with me as a deposit. He showed me the information inside, so I lent him 5,000. He said that if he couldn't return the money, the thumb drive would be mine. Also, he told me an interesting piece of information. You burned down your own winery." Treed laughed. "Mr. Chun, he is but a small gangster. I don't care if he's telling the truth. Just say how much you want." 10 million. "Mr. Chun, I thought that you're a good kid. Do you know what you're doing? You're blackmailing. Whatever you like to call it. Anyway, if you don't give me 10 million, I'll publicize the information in this thumb drive. By then, everyone will know that you have enough money to pay the victims' families, but you chose to hide your wealth. You'll face more than just the victims' relatives questioning. Your reputation will be ruined." Chun Zhao had a gentle smile on his face. "Apart from that, I also suspect that you killed Depler." Crash! Suddenly, the window broke without warning and someone jumped into the house. "Winry? Why would you?" "What? What's this?" Chun Zhao stared at the unrecognizable face of Winry in horror. "I need blood." Winry's face was filled with bloodlust. Although she looked like she was in a bad shape, she was still extremely dangerous. "I don't want money anymore. I don't want money anymore. Mr. Chun, it's too late to regret now." Treed's face was occupied by a cruel smile. "You can now go and accompany Depler." "You really killed Depler?" "Mr. Treed, I promise I wouldn't tell anything to anyone. Please let me go. Please. I wouldn't trouble you anymore. It's too late. You know what? Deppler only wanted 5,000 from me, and I killed him. And you wanted 10 million. You're much greedier than Deppler. Treed looked at Winry. Winry, he's yours. Bam! Winry leaped towards Chun Zhao, but was sent flying away by him with a single punch. Chun Zhao felt as if he had just punched an iron plate. Treed was clearly astonished. He knew well how strong Winry was. However, could she not even withstand a single punch from Chun Zhao? Mr. Treed, thank you for your confession. Chun Zhao smiled brightly. In fact, he was not holding a thumb drive, but rather a voice recorder pen. He had merely placed a thumb drive casing outside the voice recorder. What do you mean? You've already confessed that you did kill Deppler. Aren't you here to blackmail me? Do you wish to be blackmailed instead? Chun Zhao smiled. Treed stared at Chun Zhao with a gloomy look. But are you sure that you can walk out of this place alive? If you think that old witch can stop me, you'll be very much disappointed. A fierce look blasted out from Winry's eyes. Although she was severely injured at the moment, she was still dangerous. Looks like you knew Winry's true identity long ago. A perverted old witch. Then how about mine? Yours. Chun Zhao was somewhat stunned. Just then, Treed slowly stood straight. His originally humpbacked body gradually straightened and became bigger. Bewilderment was written all over Chun Zhao's face. I'm delighted to see the fear on your face. You're not human? You're a demon? I am human. At least most of me is. Treed's body was still growing. Very soon, he reached 3 meters in height. Treed glanced at his sturdy limbs. Demonic bloodline only occupies a small part of me. Air, right? I still have something to do at home. I'm leaving first. Bye. At the instant Chun Zhao turned around, he felt an air current from behind. Suddenly, Chun Zhao took out an angelic crystal and threw it towards the incoming Treed. Treed obviously did not recognize the angelic crystal, so he did not dodge at all. When the angelic crystal landed on Treed's body, it blasted into a beam of light. Chun Zhao smelled a burnt smell. Half of Treed's body was enveloped in the white light. The light came and vanished quickly, and soon, only the half-dead Treed was left on the floor. His left shoulder was complete burnt, and his flesh and skin were all crumpled. Smoke was even coming off from his body. Winry watched as Treed collapsed on the floor. Suddenly, she dashed beside him, grabbed him, and then charged out of the window. Although one of Winry's legs was almost totally disabled, she was still as fast as a wolf. She was carrying Treed, but her speed was not quite affected. You want to run now? No way. Chun Zhao immediately began to chase. Winry was indeed very fast, but Chun Zhao was not slow either. After all, Chun Zhao had consumed Superman potion before, and his body was way stronger than normal humans. As the two parties raced against each other, they slowly entered the depth of the mountain. Chun Zhao realized that Winry was running towards the gate of hell. What's she doing? Is she going to open the gate of hell? Chun Zhao did not think so. She had yet to collect enough sacrificial souls. However, Chun Zhao had to chase them. If they did not die here, they would recover and one day find him again for revenge. Even if they did not choose revenge, they could still complete the sacrifice and open the gate of hell, which would lead to a massacre. Chapter 158, Never-Ending Calls. Chapter 158, Never-Ending Calls. The two chased after one another in the forest. Winry was like a wild beast. They had similar speeds, but Winry was able to slip through the trees more easily, so the gap started widening. However, Chun Zhao knew where Winry was going, so he wasn't worried about losing her as long as the direction is right. After all, Winry and Treed would definitely stop at the gate of hell. Winry obviously wanted to lose Chun Zhao, but it wasn't possible. Her state was getting worse. She was carrying someone, and her limbs were heavily injured. Her energy went down faster than Chun Zhao. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Huff, huff. Chun, what are you doing? You're out of breath. It was Diana. I'm doing a night jog. Chun Zhao was exhausted. He was very fit, But this journey wasn't short at all, and he was sprinting. Are you holding a girl right now? No, should I take a picture for you? Yeah, take a picture. Chen Zhao was speechless. He could only take a selfie, so Diana would believe him. Chen, it's so dark. Where are you running? A mountain. Oh, I know. You're doing some special training. That's why you're so awesome. Okay, I'll talk to you after I'm done running. Fine, bye. Oh, actually, I know I'm not your girlfriend, so I won't mind even if you get in bed with someone else. Never believe any woman who says this. Even though Chen Zhao and Jerlin had promised to be fuck buddies, he still couldn't talk about other girls in front of her. This was basic respect for his female companion. If they couldn't satisfy each other romantically, it was the least to not affect the other's feelings. Hanging up on Diana, Chen Zhao's second call came. It was Captain Lloyd. Hearing Chen Zhao's panting, he asked, Mr. Chen, am I disturbing you? No, I'm running. Get to the point. I learned that Philiquin will go out in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. I also found the route he'll take. You're okay, right? Huff, no problem. Okay, then it's set. Have a good night. Hanging up, Chen Zhao muttered, fuck. It was the middle of the night, and he was chasing a 100-something-year-old witch. How great could it be? He wondered if Chen Zhao's friends all agreed to call him tonight. As soon as he hung up, another call came in. It was Dell. Don't tell me that you're messing with your dick again. Chen Zhao sighed. If you're calling me because of your dick, then I'm going to go there and cut it off. Chen, why are you so angry? I wanted to thank you for all your help these days, so I'm holding a party next week. I want to invite you. Tell me next week. Are you having sex? You're panting so loudly. Chen Zhao didn't want to waste time with Dell, so he hung up. But then another call came. Without even looking, Chen Zhao yelled, I'm not having sex. I'm running, okay. Chen, it's me, right? Huff, huff, right, why are you calling me? Sorry, I'm not yelling at you. Are you busy? I'm running, Chen Zhao reiterated. Whoosh. Chen Zhao moved a pile of grass aside and lunged forward. Okay, Chen, I heard from Ethan that you want to punish Philip Quinn. Ethan told you. Caprice. Right. I promise I'll make that asshole regret being born. I swear. Can I help you? No. Just make sure Ethan doesn't do anything stupid before I carry out my plan. I'm part of this too. You can't exclude Ethan and I. Right. Can you make atomic bombs? I'm a medical student. Okay. So just wait for good news, all right? Fine. Chun, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself. Right obviously didn't believe Chen Zhao's explanation. I'm seriously running at night. Whatever you do is fine. Just be careful. Goodbye. Chen Zhao felt that half of his energy was wasted on bullshitting with his friends. He felt tired physically and mentally. If this continued, his heart would explode. But the calls came like a torrent. Another one came. Chen, are you? Leonardo, if you ask me if I'm having sex, I'm blocking you. I was going to remind you that my birthday party is in 2 days. You can come, right? Yes, bye. Chun, take care of your health. Chen Zhao was about to go crazy, but then he realized that Lloyd's plan was taking place in 2 days too. However, Lloyd had planned for the afternoon. If everything went smoothly, he could make it to Leonardo's birthday party and even buy a gift beforehand. He thought that there would be another call. He waited for a few minutes, but it was silent. Just as he thought there would be no more calls, and he put his phone away, another one came. Chun, are you? It was Rutherford's voice. Fuck, I'm not having sex. I'm running, okay? Talk or hang up. My first race after recovering is night after tomorrow at the LA Memorial Coliseum. Can you come? He sounded hopeful. Chen Zhao was the only person who valued him and was willing to give him a chance and hope. He really wished that Chen Zhao could come and watch his first race after recovery. What time? 8. Can you give me some more tickets? Of course. How many? Maybe 7. No problem. Okay. And I really am running. I know. Bye. What the fuck do you know? Chen Zhao swore inside. The phone rang again. I'm running, fuck. I'm not having sex. Chen, where are you? We're at Treat's house. There are signs of struggle, but no one's there. Chapter 159, Internal Conflict. Chapter 159, Internal Conflict. I'm chasing the old witch and Treat. They're running deep into the mountain. Where are you? We're coming to help you. Even if you're here, you can't catch them. So don't come here and make the situation messy, eh? Chen Zhao said. Chen, we found a few corpses in the old witch's house. They were killed in the last day or two, and they're all residents in this town. She might have possibly already collected enough sacrificial souls. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. He did not expect the old witch and Treed, who had been acting very carefully, to suddenly kill a few people in the past few days. They had changed their style completely and started killing random people. This being the case, there was even more reason for Chen Zhao to not let the two off. Nobody knew what they would do after successfully summoning the demon. Winry was an old witch, and she had already turned herself into a monster. Treed was a human-demon hybrid, although his demonic bloodline was very weak. It was obvious that the two of them would do nothing good. Finally, Chen Zhao managed to catch up with Winry and Treed. They had already reached the big pit, which was supposed to be the gate of hell. The two parties entered a stalemate. Winry, why did you come here? We're still short of 3 sacrificial souls. Treed was in an even worse state than Winry. The angelic crystal caused greater damage to him than to Winry, because he had just activated his demonic bloodline and turned temporarily into a demon. However, he was a very inferior one. In fact, his only change was his physical form. He was not a subordinate demon and also had no abilities of his own. Thus, he could not at all mitigate the damage caused by the angelic crystal. On the other hand, while Winry looked like she had lost one arm and one leg, she had received mostly physical damage. Chen Zhao and Sienna had thought that shooting Winry with angelic crystal bullets would cause severe damage. However, this was not the case. Winry's soul was almost unharmed. In the last 2 days, I killed another 2 people whom I didn't like. Winry gave a hoarse laughter. Hearing her voice, Chen Zhao felt really uncomfortable. Treed looked at Chen Zhao. So, kill him, and we can complete the sacrificial ritual. Winry also glanced at Chen Zhao. He's a big trouble now. In comparison, you're much weaker. Wait, what are you doing? Treed's face paled in horror. He realized what Winry was going to do. Winry was indeed a psychologically abnormal old witch. Treed knew well how wicked she was. She had brought him here not to save him or to share their gains, but as the last sacrifice for the ritual. Oh, you know what I'm doing? As Winry gave out a series of strange laughter, she took out 2 bottles and smashed them on the edge of the pit. The 2 sacrificial souls escaped from the bottles. They wanted to leave, but a mysterious force dragged them into the pit. Save me, the 2 souls called, but they could not resist the attraction and were still sucked into the pit. In the end, they disappeared into the bottomless darkness. The pit seemed to have turned deeper and darker. The vines on the inner side of the pit started to climb up at a noticeable speed. Winry looked at Chen Zhao. Hey, aren't you coming to stop me? If you don't do it now, you wouldn't have a chance anymore. Although Winry sounded relaxed, she did not dare to underestimate Chen Zhao at all. Chen Zhao had something that could inflict severe harm to her. Even now, she had no idea what it was. Treed had only been hit by such a small white crystal, and he was already like this at the moment. Chen Zhao stared at Winry and Treed, his eyes sparkling. Suddenly, he smiled. Since you want to summon a demon so badly, I'll let you. Please. Chen Zhao's words alerted Winry instead. She did not believe that Chen Zhao would allow her to complete the ritual so easily. He must be planning to attack me when the ritual begins. In this case, I wouldn't be able to fight back for a while, which puts me in a really dangerous situation. Therefore, Winry did not even dare to start the ritual before killing Chen Zhao. Winry glanced at Treed, who was on the ground, and then threw a purple potion before him. Treed, drink this. What's this? Do you think I'll listen to you again? Treed stared at Winry in enmity. This can help you to recover, Winry said. Do you think I'll believe you? I made this blood potion with living human's blood. It can not only heal you, but also grant you immense power for a short period of time. Chen Zhao frowned. Blood potion. He was not unfamiliar with blood potions, of course, because they were recorded in the demonic medical book. However, Chen Zhao remembered that many components needed to make a blood potion could only be found in hell. Moreover, blood potions were supposed to greatly enhance one's demonic bloodline. Even Chun Zhao did not have enough materials to craft one at the moment. Winry had to spend so much time and effort to merely summon a demon. How could she obtain so many materials from hell? One possibility was that while the two kinds of blood potions had the same name, they had very different functions, or perhaps Winry had used a few alternative materials from the human world to make the blood potion. As for how effective the potion really was, only she would know. However, judging from her look, she was certainly not trying to help Treed. Treed, we can only live if we kill him together, Winry said. Only if we kill him, you will no longer need to be the sacrifice, and our plan can also be successfully completed. However, if we don't kill him, our plan will fail, and more importantly, you can't ever return to your normal life. Treed's eyes glittered in thought. In the end, he still grabbed the blood potion, broke the bottle, and poured the purple liquid into his mouth. Very soon, he felt a power being released in his body. Puff, puff. Treed's burnt skin began to recover. However, he did not feel better. In fact, he felt even worse instead. Why do I feel like? The blood potion can temporarily boost your strength, but it also has a small side effect. What? From now on, you'll become very bloodthirsty, just like a vampire. You dare to fool me. Treed stared furiously at Winry. Internal conflict is no good for either of us. It'll only benefit the Asian. Stop him for 10 minutes, just 10. Chapter 160, come on, let's all summon demons. Chapter 160, come on, let's all summon demons. Treed Pempton's breathing turned heavier. He stared at Winry with hatred, but he still kept a level head. Turning to Chun Zhao, the hatred remained in his eyes. It's you. It's all because of you that I'm in this state. Mr. Pempton, that's not really fair. It's your own karma. How can it be my fault? If you didn't get in my way, all this wouldn't have happened. You destroyed everything. You should die. Yelling about dying is a bit much. We're all civilized people. Why can't we just sit down and have a nice chat? Treed, why are you still wasting time with him? Winry urged impatiently. Kill him. Hurry up, it's almost midnight. Treed thirsted for blood right now. He ground his teeth, making cracking sounds. Chun Zhao took a few steps back. With Treed's current state, he really couldn't fight him. Chun Zhao was stronger than the average man, but he couldn't go up against beasts. If he had to go against a beast, it could only be a beast from hell. A demonic ritual implement appeared in Chun Zhao's hands. Bloody Hunter, get over here. A puff of red smoke shot out of the ritual implement. Treed was still scared of Chun Zhao. Seeing this, he didn't dare to charge brashly. He took a small step back, looking at Chun Zhao cautiously. A while later, a huge figure arose in the red smoke. The summoning of the Bloody Hunter succeeded. Mixed bastard. The Bloody Hunter looked at Treed in disdain. Then he turned to look at Chun Zhao and immediately lowered himself. Respected living lord, I am happy to work for you again. What is this, a demon? You summoned a demon? Treed had demonic blood in him. He could obviously sense the pure demon lineage in the Bloody Hunter. The Bloody Hunter stood up straight. He was a head taller than Treed, covered in hair, and had horns on his head. Winry was utterly shocked, too. This man could summon demons? And summon a pure demon? How is this possible? How could he do this? She and Treed had tried so hard, but still hadn't succeeded. And yet this Asian could summon a demon so easily. Living Lord, are they your enemies? The Bloody Hunter licked his lips and opened his mouth slightly, revealing the fangs. Yes, they want to kill me. I'm so scared. You won't mind me killing them, right? As you wish. The Bloody Hunter was really happy. Since Chun Zhao had summoned him to the living world, he definitely wouldn't scrimp on the pay. Bastard, come here. I'll show you what a true demon is. Actually, the Bloody Hunter was a low-level demon too. He was also mixed. However, the Bloody Hunter was a mix of two demons. This was different from Treed, who was half human, half demon. Treed was enraged. It wasn't the Bloody Hunter's first time calling him a bastard. Roaring, he pounced toward the demon. The Bloody Hunter also screamed and tangled with Treed. The The two fought in the most primitive way, with gnashing claws and teeth. It was difficult to see the winner. Seeing that the bloody hunter didn't have an absolute advantage, Chun Zhao asked, "Hey, bloody hunter, can you really do it? Should I call some more helpers?" The bloody hunter didn't have the time to reply to Chun Zhao now. With his pride, he wouldn't be willing to get reinforcements either. If he couldn't even beat a mixed demon with very little demon blood, he wouldn't have the heart to go back to hell. Treed was definitely weaker than him. He could feel it. It seemed as if they were neck to neck, but the bloody hunter actually had the upper hand. His teeth and claws were sharper, and he was stronger and faster. Winry finally completed the last step of the sacrifice ritual. "Treed," she yelled, "jump into the gates of hell with me. Hurry." Treed used all his might to push the bloody hunter away. Eyes turning red, he screamed as if trying his hardest to go against Winry's order. However, he couldn't control his body. He walked toward the ditch involuntarily. His consciousness had finally collapsed. Winry's power overtook his mind. Treed jumped into the gates of hell. Black light instantly shot out of the gates, forming a dark cloud in the air. Various large tentacles reached down. Excitement was written all over Winry's face. "Success. I succeeded. Mighty Sleeper, you've finally come to the human world." Winry opened her arms wide happily. "You're dead, Asian. You thought you could change things by summoning a low-level demon? You bastard. You cannot be compared to the Mighty Sleeper, Lord Besta." One had to admit that the scene was quite shocking. It could be seen even from miles away. David and Sienna, who were in the wilderness, saw it too. "Sienna, look. What is that?" "That old witch succeeded. She summoned a demon. She really summoned it." Sienna's expression changed drastically. "Is this Chun in danger?" David panicked. Maybe he has a solution." Sienna looked grave. Her voice was filled with uncertainty. Even from so far away, she could sense the demonic aura clearly. "Are you sure?" "Bullshit," Sienna muttered in annoyance. "How can I be sure? I've never seen it before." "Then what do we do? What do you think? Let's go and help him. Maybe we can defeat the demon if we work together." Sienna decided to hurry over. She was still hopeful, since Chun Zhao's abilities were immeasurable. She also had a fatal weapon in her hands. If they worked together, they might be able to win. "Check how many bullets you have left. Then, bring the 2 bottles of mixed holy water too. Smash it into the demon when needed." Chapter 161, Obitos' Arrival. Chapter 161, Obitos' Arrival. Sleeper Besta finally emerged from the ring of clouds. His lower body was an octopus and his upper body was a human. Very unfortunately, Chun Zhao knew this octopus monster. Of course, they had merely encountered each other once before and were not friends. With his tentacles, Besta supported himself above the gate of hell. 2 of his tentacles were crossed before his chest, just like 2 hands, as he looked at everyone from above. Winry was kneeling on the ground, looking as humble as a servant. "The great Sleeper Besta, your dedicated servant, Winry Gargamel, is ready to serve you. The human world. I'm actually really in the human world. Hello, octopus monster, we meet again," Chun Zhao greeted. Besta lowered his head and carefully inspected Chun Zhao. To be honest, it was very difficult for a demon to recognize a human's face, just like how humans could not distinguish between the faces of the same kind of animal. The same thing happened to Besta. However, based on just smell, he indeed found Chun Zhao rather familiar. Winry's face was filled with doubt. Why would this Asian know Besta? Was it not the first time that Sleeper Besta was summoned from hell? Suddenly, Besta recalled who the person before him was. "Human, it's you. How dare you appear in front of me again? You caused a huge loss to me. I'm going to kill you." "Shit, I knew I would still have to fight," Chun Zhao cursed. Besta was not an inferior demon. Bloody Hunter was certainly no match for him. Even if Chun Zhao were to release his entire demon army, he would suffer a heavy loss. Besta was clearly a subordinate demon, although Chun Zhao had no idea who his king was. Chun Zhao twitched his lips and very unwillingly took out a demonic ritual implement. This time, A cloud of white gas was released from the ritual implement, and the amount of gas was far more than when Chun Zhao had summoned Bloody Hunter. The white gas enveloped the region around him and formed a cloud of fog. In the fog, a figure seemed to be floating slowly. Suddenly, a face appeared from the fog. "Living Lord, did you summon me here? Jessica, can you defeat this octopus monster?" The face disappeared. In the next instant, it appeared again before the octopus and started to float around it. "Subordinate Akerbesta, do you know who I am?" Besta stared suspiciously at the vague face in the fog. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he screamed in horror. "Jessica? Your Lord Jessica?" "Ah!" Jessica released a sharp howl. Chun Zhao, Winry, and Bloody Hunter all covered their ears in pain. Directly before the attack, Besta's entire body started spurting blood, as if his whole body had been cut by a knife. "You know who I am, and yet you dare to face me with such an attitude." The fog around them began to converge. Gradually, Jessica's body formed. Winry's hair stood up in fear. She did not know who Jessica was, but it was evident that Besta was extremely scared of her. But isn't Besta the king of sleep? Shouldn't he be one of the strongest in hell? Why does he look so weak and petty? Is this ordinary-looking woman also a demon king? One who's even more powerful than Besta? Gravely injured by Jessica's scream, Besta attempted to flee into the gate of hell. Why leave when you're already here? Jessica shook her body, and countless clones of herself appeared, charging into the gate of hell one after another. In the depths of the pit, screams could be constantly heard. Winry could feel her limbs turn cold. Coming from the pit were not just Jessica's sharp screams, but also Besta's screams of horror. Jessica's real body bowed at Chun Zhao. "Living Lord, since I'm in the human world, I need to complete the task given by Lord Beelzebub." Yup, Chun Zhao had not summoned Jessica until just now precisely because he did not really want to accept Obitos. Obitos was truly big trouble. However, since Jessica was already here, Chun Zhao had no choice but to accept the task of taking care of Obitos. Jessica took out a soul-filled bottle and threw it into the gate of hell as she chanted an obscure incantation. As she called, something seemed to be coming out from the deep pit. Finally, a fire pillar erupted from the pit and reached the sky, forming a cluster of red, fiery clouds. It looked exactly like when Besta had been summoned earlier, except for the color of the clouds. Suddenly, an enormous monster many times larger than Besta charged out from the burning clouds. It was Obitos, and in his mouth was none other than Besta. The poor Besta was already half-killed by Jessica immediately after he came to the human world. Then, an even fiercer monster appeared and took him as food. Obitos' gigantic body landed on the ground. Winry was already shocked out of her wits. Fire Dragon. The legendary Fire Dragon. Obitos' near-perfect body, powerful wings, and surging fire elements all indicated his identity. He was a fire king from hell. Obitos lowered his head and looked at Winry. Then, he opened his mouth and devoured her too. However, before he could swallow Winry, he spit her out. "What a terrible taste. Living Lord, please complete the contract with Lord Obitos," Jessica said. "What do I do?" "Nothing. Let me help you." Jessica approached Chun Zhao and made a cut on his palm, after which she lifted his hand up. "Lord Obitos, please lower your head." Obitos looked at Chun Zhao and then put his head low. Jessica held Chun Zhao's hand and placed it on Obitos' forehead. A complicated magic marking appeared on Obitos' forehead as his body shrunk in size. Very soon, he became a giant lizard, one with wings and dark red skin. Looking at Obitos, Chun Zhao was somewhat disappointed. In the end, he still could not complete his dream of becoming a dragon knight. Anyhow, this world could certainly not tolerate a real, terrifying fire dragon. "Living Lord, is there anything else I can do for you? Bring her with you." Chun Zhao pointed at Winry. At the moment, Winry was lying on the ground with one last breath. Being bitten by a fire dragon was surely nothing comfortable. Both her body and soul had been burnt by Obitos' scorching flames. She had basically lost all abilities to fight. Of course, even if she could still fight, there was no way she was going to defeat Jessica. After all, Jessica was not a mere inferior demon. She was a superior demon, a truly superior banshee. Chapter 162, Obitos Cause Trouble. Chapter 162, Obitos Cause Trouble. Jessica tossed Winry, who was pleading desperately, into the gates of hell. The Bloody Hunter also returned after getting his reward. Everything was finally over. Chun Zhao couldn't stop Winry and Treed's bloodshed, but at least everything was over. No one would ever be stupid enough to summon a demon to kill people in town. Obitos suddenly grew furious. He looked into the darkness. Something seemed to be approaching. Chun, David and Sienna had arrived. Both were completely exhausted. Chun, where's the old witch and Treed? Where did they go? It's over. I got it. How did you know I'm here? There was such a big commotion. Did the old witch finish the sacrifice and summon the demon? What's this? David got close to Obitos. Obitos spat fire in David's face. Thankfully, Obitos was much weaker now, and his dragon breath wasn't that destructive. Otherwise, David would be scorched by now. Wow, this lizard can spit fire. Sienna was suspicious. This clearly wasn't an average lizard because it could spit fire and had wings. Fire dragon. A child, Chun Zhao answered. His name is Obitos. Obitos, she's Sienna, and he's David. They're my friends. Don't hurt people without reason like that anymore, got it? Obitos spread his wings. He circled above Chun Zhao and landed on his shoulder. This landing almost sent Chun Zhao to the ground. Even though Obitos was a few thousand times smaller than before, he was still a huge lizard and around 100 pounds. Put your wings away, Chun Zhao said. I know you can do it. Roar. As expected, only Chun Zhao could understand what he was saying, just like with Beelzebub and the others. Obitos shook his back and the wings went away. Chun, you took care of the demon by yourself. Is everything over? Is that really a fire dragon? I'm tired. I'm going to rest. Chun Zhao truly was tired. He'd worked hard the entire night and could finally rest. His legs turned to jelly and he sat onto the ground, unable to move. He hadn't done much fighting other than running, but he felt physical and mental fatigue. Chun, what's wrong? David and Sienna hurried over to help him up. Nothing, just tired. David and Sienna automatically imagined that Chun Zhao had gone through a horrible fight. David carried Chun Zhao down the mountain. When they returned home and Fali and Chris saw Chun Zhao being carried, they thought something bad had happened. They immediately came over in concern. Chun's okay. He's just tired. You don't know how intense the battle today was. Chun was facing a true demon. You know what the demon was like? David described the battle colorfully as if he'd seen it with his own eyes. Chun, how do you feel now? Sienna fed him a bottle of potion with unknown ingredients. Much better. Chun Zhao moved his arms around. Sienna's potion was effective, but it wasn't very obvious. He'd recovered some of his strength, but his mental state was still bad. I need to sleep. Chun Zhao lost his balance and fell back onto the sofa. I'll help you into your room. Oh, David, listen to this recording pen. Delete the unnecessary information and give it to Bant. Okay. Chun Zhao hadn't slept so well in a long time. He slept from midnight to the afternoon of the next day, more than 10 hours. Fali and the others knew that Chun Zhao was exhausted, so they didn't disturb him. Chun Zhao stretched and got out of bed to wash up. Knocking came from outside, so he went to open the door with a toothbrush in his mouth. It was Bant and Ken outside. Chun Zhao pointed at his mouth and then ran into the bathroom to clean his mouth. Going back to the door, he hugged Ken first. Ken, congrats on your release. Chun, thank you. You saved Ken twice. Bant looked at him with gratitude. Ken had a similar expression. If it wasn't for Chun, he had no clue what situation he'd be in. The first time went without saying. Chun was his lifesaver. The second time, he'd helped exonerate Ken. We're friends. This isn't my own work either. David actually found out that it was related to Treed, and I used this chance to force him to reveal the truth. I understand. I just haven't seen David yet. Please tell him I said thanks. Tell Mary to give us a large pizza next time. That's the best way to thank us. Otta, look what I got. Chun Zhao was eating breakfast Fali made for him when Obitos came in with a dead poodle in his mouth. What the? Did it piss you off? Chun Zhao hurriedly took the poodle to see if there was any hope left. Unfortunately, the poodle was completely dead. Chun Zhao buried his face in his hands. He saw Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, the three assholes, peering from under the sofa. It went without guessing that these three had encouraged the young Obitos to do this. Don't hurt any pets in the future. If you want to eat anything. Ding dong. The bell rang, along with a girl's voice. Excuse me, anyone home? Chun Zhao went to the door and saw a short girl. She seemed to be around 14 or 15, but she'd gone through puberty well. Who are you looking for? I'm Lily's. And then she screamed. Chun Zhao's face twitched. He looked at the dead poodle before Obitos. This was a problem. You're a murderer. You killed Lily. Miss, I'm very sorry about your pet. My pet slipped outside when I was sleeping. How much money do you want? I can pay you. I don't want money, the girl yelled. You murderer. I'm going to call the cops. I want you to pay for what you did. Miss, how can I help you? Melson and Leonardo walked over. When the girl saw Leonardo's uniform, she grabbed him and said, Officer, this guy killed my pet. He's a murderer. Leonardo and Melson were both doubtful. They knew how much Chun Zhao liked little animals. How could he kill someone else's pet? Chapter 163, Cheap Land. Chapter 163, Cheap Land. Obitos come and apologize. Everyone saw a fireball charge out from the room. They quickly jumped back in shock. With his mouth wide open, Obitos looked really frightening. A normal person would not dare to raise a giant lizard that was 2 meters long and over 50 kilograms heavy at home, let alone come too close to one. Of course, many people in America raised lizards. What breed is this? Why is its skin red? Leonardo asked curiously. It's called Obitos. It's new here, so I haven't had the chance to discipline it. It just went hunting alone and then killed this lady's pet dog. I'm really sorry. Miss, if you need compensation, we can discuss about it. Melson and Leonardo finally understood what was going on, but the girl still refused to give up. Since you have such a dangerous pet, you need to discipline it properly. What if it bit a human or a child instead? Yes, I'll be careful. I promise it won't happen again. Chun Zhao knew that he had to apologize since he was in the wrong. Obitos, apologize. Obitos lifted his head and looked at Chun Zhao. Then, he waved his tail and nodded at the girl. The girl stared at Obitos with some envy on her face. Then compensate me with this lizard. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. The girl was actually not embarrassed to ask. I don't think so. I can give you money as compensation, but not my pet. Such a civil conflict would normally not turn into a criminal case, so the police would not interfere. Of course, one of the parties may choose to appeal to court, but even so the judge would at most charge the wrong party with a fine. Chun Zhao was in the wrong because he did not look after his pet properly. Therefore, there would also be some light punishment for him, such as 10 or 20 hours of community service. Lend it to me for a month. Chun Zhao still shook his head. No. Then can I come and play with it? Chun, I hereby sentence you. In the next month, this beautiful lady must be able to play with your pet for an hour. Of course, it'll only be when you're around, Melson said with a serious voice. Thank you, Mr. Police. The girl hugged Melson's waist enthusiastically. Melson was very tall, so she could only reach his waist. Can I start playing with it now? Fine. Obitos, you need to now pay for your mistake. And you three also come out. Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond ran out. They stood before Chun Zhao in a row, all looking like they had just done something wrong. Wow, you've got so many pets. Why can't you just give me one? So stingy. Chun Zhao gave a bitter smile. Then, he looked at Melson and Leonardo. Why are you here? Chun, we've heard the recording of the conversation between you and Treed Penom. We want to know where Treed is now. I don't know. Didn't you catch him there? Come on. He had a gun. I didn't dare to chase him. Chen Zhao had already thought of an excuse. Hope that he's still alive. Clearly, Melson was suspicious about whether Chen Zhao had secretly killed Treat. Isn't it better for him to be dead? Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. He's hidden his wealth, but the families of the victims of that winery fire have yet to receive their compensation. Do you still think it's good? Chen Zhao was stunned. He had indeed never thought about this. Nevertheless, it was already too late. Treat was already dead, and Chen Zhao was pretty sure that he was somewhere in hell at the moment. Of course, Chen Zhao had no idea where his soul was or whether it was even complete. I can only hope that you can arrest him ASAP. Chen, can you guarantee that he's still alive? You suspect that I killed him? Or perhaps I pocketed his properties? That's not what I meant. I can promise you that I didn't kill him or detain him to ask him about his wealth. I didn't get myself involved for his money in the first place. Otherwise, I won't have given the recording to the police. I only want to help my friend to clear his name. All right, Chun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Melson apologized. Apology accepted. If you have any clues, can you tell us, please? Yes, I will. Then we'll leave now. See you. Melson turned around and left, while Leonardo hugged Chen Zhao. Chun, this is too much. Why didn't you call me for the operation? Am I not your friend? Leonardo had already found out that Chen Zhao, David, Sienna, and the rest were all involved, but he was excluded. Surely, he was somewhat disappointed. He felt that since David was a police and was willing to cooperate with Chen Zhao to catch the culprit, he could too. Moreover, he was in charge of this case in the first place. If Chen Zhao had found him instead, he could have provided more clues. Leonardo, I've indeed considered calling you, but I didn't know your position. I apologize for my doubt. Fine, I forgive you, but if something similar happens next time, remember to call me. Of course. And don't forget about my party tomorrow. I won't. Just then, a person walked into the courtyard. He scanned the few people in the yard, and his eyes eventually locked onto Chen Zhao. Hi, are you Chun? You are. Do you not know me? I'm the mayor of Mountain Town. Name's Dion. Dion Sloat was bald and looked like he was just past 50 years old. To be honest, he looked more like a fighter than a mayor. He had a bad, extremely bad reputation in town. There were rumors which claimed that he had accepted bribes for himself and sold common properties of the town to private enterprises, such as the chemical factory. Mr. Dion, how can I help you? I heard that you want to purchase the 5 hectares of land near Mirror Lake. Is that true? That was indeed my plan, but I encountered a problem with my cash flow recently. I've already given up the thought. I can sell it to you at a lower price, Dion said. Lower price? How low? Chen Zhao was interested in the deal. Chun, you should know that something happened in town recently. A few families are in trouble because of that. It's probably the last thing I can do for them as the mayor, so I can't lower the price too much. 400,000 is my bottom line. Chen Zhao had no idea if Dion was acting or being sincere, but the fact that he had such a thought should only be good for the victims' families. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao really did not have so much money at the moment. Can I have a few days to think over it? Chapter 164, Azina. Chapter 164, Azina. Chen Zhao only worried about money when he'd first arrived in America. At that time, he didn't have any source of income. Holding $10,000 wasn't able to give him a sense of security. Later, Chen Zhao became an illegal doctor and no longer had to worry about money. He only had headaches because he couldn't make enough. Now, he was worried about money again. He really wanted to buy that land, and he could do something good too. It was 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he couldn't produce all that money. He was renting his home now, after all. As a Chinese man, he had a longing for land. He always thought that he would only feel secure if he had his own house. No matter what happened, if the house was still there, everything would still be there. Should he bring all his demons to do something big? No, this wasn't realistic. He could only entertain it in his mind. Chen Zhao sat in the swing in his yard. Fali made the swing. Watching the girl play with Obitos, Beelzebub, and the others, he called out, "Hey, we know each other now, but I don't know your name yet." Azina Lincoln. Where are your parents? Why are you asking? Azina suddenly grew cautious. Chun Zhao wondered if he'd asked a wrong question. Fine, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Who said I don't want to tell you? Then tell me. Why should I? She asked matter-of-factly. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. It's getting dark. You should go home. So what if it's dark? There's no one home anyway. Did her parents leave her here alone while they worked? But according to American laws, underage kids couldn't live alone. My dad is busy with work every day. I only said 2 sentences to him this month. What 2 sentences? Good morning, good night. What about your mom? She divorced my dad. She comes to see me once a month, but she already has her own family. Azina had matured early. Chun Zhao could no longer hear childish innocence from her words. Is that your girlfriend? Azina suddenly pointed at Fali, who'd just come back. No, we're roommates. You don't like her? Or she doesn't like you? This has nothing to do with liking each other. If a woman is willing to live with a man not related to her, then it means that she has feelings for him. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Who taught you that? They have it in the books. Chun Zhao didn't think that Fali came to live with him because she had feelings for him. She'd come to live with Walter, not him. Hey, beauty. Fali came into the backyard. What's your name? Azina Lincoln. I'll live around the corner. Azina looked at Walter. That's a big dog. Does it bite? He's really nice. His name is Walter. Walter was friendly with everyone. He went over to lick Azina's face. Chun, how do you train all your pets? Azina asked curiously as she petted Walter's neck. Why are they all so smart? I feel like they can understand what I'm saying. Fali was used to all this. These weren't regular pets, especially the huge red lizard on the ground. According to Sienna and David, this was a real fire dragon. You two play. I'll go make dinner. Azina, do you want to stay for dinner? Can I? She looked at Chun Zhao with uncertainty. Of course. I'm honored to invite you to dinner with us. Azina was having fun. Walter and Obitos both let her ride them. Her past pets could never do this. They were also really obedient and would react to whatever she said. Just then, Bant and Mary came over from across the street with a huge pizza. Azina, you know Chun? Mary was surprised to find Azina here. Hi, Bant, Mary. Azina greeted them, but seemed a bit cold. Chun Zhao welcomed them in and hugged them both. Chun, I heard from Ken what happened when I was gone. I don't know how to thank you. Chun Zhao accepted the pizza. This is the best thanks for me. Oh, you should know Azina's father, right? If possible, can you tell him that she's playing in my house and come here to pick her up? You don't know who her father is? Should I know? Her father is Dion Sloat. What? Then shouldn't her last name be Sloat? Her full name is Azina Lincoln Sloat, Vance said. Lincoln is her mother's last name. Does she have a bad relationship with her father? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Because of her father, the kids bully her in school and don't want to be her friend. That's why she doesn't have many friends. Chun Zhao realized that the rumors in town had affected Azina. This was why she was so withdrawn. But it's good that she can play here. I was afraid that she'll really have a traumatic childhood because of this. Chun Zhao glanced at Azina. She was riding Walter, yelling excitedly, Walter, go, go, catch up to Obitos. Chun Zhao felt powerless too. He wasn't part of the neighborhood committee. He couldn't help with their family problems or neighborly relationships. He just felt that problems between adults shouldn't affect the kids. Kids might not understand this, though. Adult problems often affected them. We should go. Okay, bye. Fali happened to announce that dinner was ready. Walter shot into the house with Azina on his back. Walter was really big now, but he was still growing. He had a shocking appetite. Chun Zhao had no clue how much he could grow. He felt that if Walter continued growing like this, he could try for some world record. Of course, this could only happen if he didn't somehow get mutated. If he ended up looking like the Bloody Hunter, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to accept it. Chapter 165, Arrival of the Silly Twins. Chapter 165, Arrival of the Silly Twins. Just as Chun Zhao was having his meal, Dion Sloat showed up. However, he did not enter Chun Zhao's house. They stood outside the door and chatted. Chun, thank you for taking care of Azina for me. No problem. Actually, my pet accidentally killed her poodle. Dion was also momentarily stunned. Don't worry. The poodle wouldn't have been alive for too much longer anyway. What? Since she was young, she has never raised a pet for more than a month. For example, her first pet, a rabbit, was crushed by her on her bed. I need to prepare a new pet for her every month, or maybe every half a month. Sometimes, parents who did not have time to accompany their child would hope that pets could replace their role. If it's convenient, can you let her come here and play with your pets? Dion pleaded. Regardless of what kind of person he was or what he had done to the town, he was nothing more than a father at the moment. Of course, I welcome Azina here anytime. Chun Zhao and Dion continued to chat in the courtyard until Azina finished her dinner. Then, Dion brought Azina home. Azina was extremely reluctant to leave Chun Zhao's pets and finally bid them goodbye. Chun, he's the town's mayor, isn't he? Yup. Have you seen him before? Just once. I heard that his reputation here is pretty bad. I don't really care. Our interests don't conflict anyway. Chun Zhao shrugged his shoulders, not bothered. As for whether being too close to Dion would affect his own reputation, Chun Zhao cared even less. Anyway, he did not need everyone to accept him. It would be good as long as his friends accepted him. For example, Bant and Mary would not unfriend him just because he was close to Dion. Chun Zhao did not care about how strangers would think. Fali, do you have money? Huh? How much do you need? How much do you have? 2,000, Fali answered. How long have you been working for? 3.5 years. Do you not have any savings? Why do I need to save? It was a very strange logic, at least to Chun Zhao. On the other hand, Fali thought that Chun Zhao was the weird one. Why would one save one's money instead of spending it? To wait for the USD to devalue. Many people in America preferred advanced consumption. To them, saving too much money in the bank was a foolish act. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, had the typical Chinese mindset. He would save as much money as possible to handle urgent and unforeseeable situations. Moreover, by how much could the USD devalue? It would not affect Chun Zhao too much unless the USD was to devalue to the Japanese yen. Is it urgent? I want to buy a piece of land and build a house of my own. Chun Zhao told Fali the truth. How much more do you need? I had enough at first, but now it's not enough again. I'm afraid I can't help you. $2,000 and a $100 fake black diamond pendant I bought from a flea market are all I have now. Actually, even the $2,000 were borrowed from the bank. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the two people on the sofa. Chun Zhao and Fali lifted their heads together. They saw a giant two-headed wolf staring at them from above. Ah! Fali screamed. Chun Zhao pulled Fali's arm and leaped forward. Humans? It's the human world? The two-headed wolf looked at Chun Zhao and Fali and then inspected its surrounding. Chun, where did it come from? Chun Zhao's face was also filled with bewilderment. Just then, Beelzebub and the rest appeared. All of their faces were filled with anger. Beelzebub complained, Human, you've just summoned another demon, a truly trash demon. Who are you? Chun Zhao stood in front of Fali. Chun Zhao was certain that the two-headed wolf was a demon. Nonetheless, he was the first demon's servant not to appear in the form of a small animal. Chun Zhao was also unsure if the demon could understand him, just like Beelzebub and the rest. Me? Mammon Bishop. I'm a subordinate of the King of Greed. Human, why am I here? Greed, one of the 7 sins. Chun, I'm scared. Fali grabbed Chun Zhao's shirt tightly as she hid behind him. It's fine. He won't hurt you. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie had all been summoned by his desires. As a subordinate of the King of Greed, Mammon Bishop must have been summoned by his desire for money. Mammon, do you plan to keep talking to me like this? I'm your master, after all. Master? How dare a human claim to be my master? Mammon was clearly disrespectful. Then he leaped forward. Suddenly, he split into 2 wolves, one black and one white. The white wolf jumped forward and turned around to face the black wolf, as if he was trying to stop the black wolf. White, are you stopping me from killing this human? Black, he is indeed your master. If you attack him, you'll be punished too. Master? I have no master. Feel his scent carefully, the white wolf said. The black wolf finally stopped being aggressive and began to inspect Chun Zhao. Huh, how did this happen? Why do I have a master? Why am I in the human world? Looks like you already know your identity and the situation. Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best not to have a conflict. Chun, it's really fine now, Chun Zhao assured, patting Fali's shoulder. Did you summon them here? Yup. It was purely an accident. Even I was shocked. If you summon any strange things again in the future, can you tell me in advance? I said it's an accident. You sure they won't attack me? Go back to your room first. I'll tell them the rules. All right. Call me when you're done. Fali escaped into her room, bringing Walter with her. Chun Zhao stared at the black wolf and the white wolf before him. They looked as if they were a single entity. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves? I'm White Mammon. He's my brother, Black Mammon. I represent wealth, while he represents price. Be straightforward. I don't understand what you mean. I can give wealth, while he can demand the price. Can you make money appear? No, White Mammon answered. Can you make me win a lottery? No. Then what can you do? I can guide you towards wealth. Of course, you need to pay a price too. What price? Chun Zhao took out a piece of demonic crystal. Is this okay? White Mammon immediately jumped in front of Chun Zhao. Black Mammon also swallowed his pride and stuck his tongue out, his face filled with greed. Chapter 166, Trashiest Demon Duo in History. Chapter 166, Trashiest Demon Duo in History. As expected, demonic crystals were the currency in hell. It could basically be used for all types of trades. How much money can I get with these demonic crystals? Chun Zhao cared more about the exchange rate. There's no set amount. What do you mean? I can help you discover ways to make a fortune around you. The more you put in, the bigger the possibility to get rich. Possibility? So it's not definite? Chun Zhao lost his temper. After all this time, you're just playing with me? Leave. Go back to hell. I don't need you too. No. White Mammon immediately bit Chun Zhao's clothes. We haven't succeeded yet. We haven't even tasted a demonic crystal before. Don't chase us away. What do you mean you haven't succeeded yet? White Mammon was already crying pitifully and wretchedly. Black Mammon was curled on the ground, not making a sound. We're from a rural village. As subordinates of Lord Mammon, we vowed to become the most successful demons, but our abilities are barely useful in hell. One or two would come to ask for the wealth that they want, but we've never succeeded. Other demons wanted to become the strongest demons. They wanted to become the most successful ones. Did you ask for compensation even if you failed? We want to, but most of the time, we can't defeat the demons that ask us for help. Poor kids. So, if they can beat you, they won't have to pay anything. White Mammon stopped speaking. It was clearly an unhappy memory. Then what's with your abilities? Since you're Mammon's subordinate, you should have some unique skills, right? I can smell chances to receive wealth within a certain range. Black Mammon can make the other lose wealth. So you can't give me money directly? Yes, but if you have other requests, we are more than happy to help you. Look at our strong bodies, sharp claws. We can help you rip apart your enemy's neck. You work part-time as fighters? You don't know how hard life in hell is for us. White Mammon started grieving again. Chun Zhao finally understood why Beelzebub had asked why he'd summoned such trashy demons. They really were trash. They were so big because their true forms had been summoned. Beelzebub and Raymond were also subordinates of the 7 deadly sins, but only their projections had been summoned. This was only a part of them, and yet they were still restricted by the laws of the human world. Black and White Mammon's true forms had been summoned because they were just too weak. The laws of the human world barely affected them. Other than the inferior demons Chun Zhao had summoned with his ritual implement, these two had shown perfectly just how weak they could be. And Chun Zhao had thought they were powerful in the beginning. He'd imagined that they were so powerful that they wouldn't be restricted by the laws of the human world. Then they turned out to be weaklings. However, they could scare people if they appeared before others. They also had a unique skill, the ability to combine into one. They could combine into one, and it was really impressive. But they wouldn't become much stronger because after combining, It was like 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. There were no improvements other than the fact that they had 2 heads and 2 mouths. The biggest difference was that their skin color would become black and white. They only needed 1 portion of food too, and both would be satisfied. This could save a lot of money. "Oh, I smell wealth," White Mammon suddenly said. Chen Zhao was hopeless. Lying on the sofa, he said, "Don't tell me it's the money in my wallet. I can't smell wealth with an owner." Wealth without an owner? Chen Zhao immediately grew spirited. "Can you take me there?" "Master, you must pay something." "Take it." Chen Zhao tossed the demonic crystal in his hand to White Mammon. Black Mammon looked at it and immediately yelled, "Don't swallow it. Swallow it when we're combined." Beelzebub and the others looked at them in disgust. They were such country bumpkins that had never had demonic crystals before. After combining and swallowing the demonic crystal, the 2 demons separated happily. "I've never had such enjoyment before. I'm starting to think that having a master is nice. If only I can have a good rest now." Chen Zhao kicked both Black and White Mammon. "Get up. You want to sleep after getting paid?" "I almost forgot. I can sense that the wealth is very close." White Mammon led Chen Zhao out the door. Thank God it was night. Otherwise, people would be scared to death to see such a huge wolf. Turning the corner, White Mammon immediately called out, "Found it." "Where?" "Here. This. Chen Zhao bent down and picked up a quarter. "Are you kidding? It's this one." "You must be kidding." "No, I'm serious." "You are definitely kidding," Chen Zhao said, clenching his fists. "Master, are you unhappy? Can't you tell?" Chen Zhao stared at White Mammon with a dark expression. "This isn't valuable. You need at least 1 million of these to be valuable," Chen Zhao muttered darkly. 1 million? Do you know how much money I can make if I kept that demonic crystal? How much? I'm sure you don't want to know. Let's change the topic." "Master, are you angry right now?" "No. I have no change in mood other than the fact that I'm hungry." "What do you want to eat?" "Wolf meat." "Master, I can find 1 million of these for you." "Whatever, it's the thought that counts. If I want to depend on you two to get rich, I'd rather go dig a gold mine." "Master, I smell wealth again. It's the middle of the night. I'm not lowly enough to look for coins on the ground. It's different. It has a thick smell, 100 times thicker than this one." Chen Zhao wasn't in the mood. He wasn't interested, even if it was $100. "Go get yourself." "I'm not going." Chapter 167, I would rather I didn't find the gold. Chapter 167, I would rather I didn't find the gold. Chen Zhao was preparing supper for his demon pets. He planned to go to sleep right after that. Black Mammon's mouth was stuffed with meat, and his face was wet with tears. "I'm already in love with the human world. I'm never ever going back to hell." This kid, how badly did he suffer in hell? Chen Zhao wondered. "Leave some for your brother. Don't finish everything." Suddenly, a black figure jumped into the house. White Mammon's originally white hair was already stained with dirt, and his body was also somewhat wet. "Master, look at what I found. Is this valuable?" White Mammon opened his mouth and a glittering gold bar dropped out. Chen Zhao's expression froze. "Gold!" He picked the gold bar up and realized that it was pretty heavy. It was real gold for sure. It should be a standard 1 kilogram gold bar. "Master, the place that I found is filled with this stuff, but I could only carry 1 back." Immediately, Chen Zhao kicked Black Mammon's ass. Black Mammon looked pitifully at Chen Zhao. "Master, did I do something wrong? Your brother's working hard outside, helping me to earn money, while you're just here enjoying free food. Follow me." "White Mammon, lead the way." White Mammon led them to a lake. It was precisely the lake beside the piece of land that Chen Zhao had wanted to purchase. "Did you find that here?" Chen Zhao asked, somewhat surprised. "That's right." White Mammon hurriedly ran around the lake and reached the waterfall. Then, he walked into the waterfall. Soon, White Mammon came out with another gold bar. No longer able to restrain himself, Chen Zhao also charged into the waterfall. In the cave behind the waterfall, he saw 2 boxes filled with gold bars. He sat on the ground and started counting. There were 400 gold bars in total. From the gold bars crafting, it was evident that this was not a treasure from man years ago. Judging from the rust on the box, Chun Zhao deduced that these gold bars had been hidden here for at most a month. White Mammon, are you sure it's ownerless? Master, I can only smell ownerless wealth. If it has an owner, I wouldn't have even smelled it. Chun Zhao searched the boxes again and actually found many passports. They had different names and identities, but photos of the same person. After some examination, Chun Zhao confirmed that they were left here by Treed Pimpton. Should I take them for myself? Chun Zhao began to hesitate. This was a huge wealth for him, but also the compensation for those victims. Chun Zhao felt painful. This was the first time he felt so painful. It was so much money. As long as he kept these gold bars, he did not have to do anything for the rest of his life. It was enough wealth to sustain him until his death. Fuck, it would be better if I didn't find them, Chun Zhao muttered to himself. Fali had been awake all this while. She had been hearing the sounds of things coming in and going out of the house, but she had no idea what was happening. After 2 hours, she heard something again. Unable to control herself further, Fali walked out of the house and realized that it was Chun Zhao. The silly twins were right behind him with 2 bags on their backs. Actually, Chun Zhao could have used the spatial ring, but he had asked the silly twins to carry the gold back instead because of his bad mood. Chun, you went out to steal things. Chun Zhao threw the bags on the floor. Clang! It was all gold. Fali was flabbergasted. You really went out to steal things? Fuck no. They were hidden by Treed Pimpton. I found them. Which means you're rich. Why is your face so dark? I have to give them to the fire victims' families for Treed. I would rather I didn't find them. Fali gasped. Are you really willing? How much money is this altogether? I'm not. Chun Zhao could even feel his teeth hurt. But even if I sell these gold for money, I won't dare to spend it. I can't live my life spending money that doesn't belong to me. I feel so uncomfortable. I would feel bad too. How about you keep some of it? It'll make you feel better. Never mind. They don't belong to me. Gritting his teeth, Chun Zhao made his decision. How do you plan to give them to the victims' families? I'll ask David to help. Chun Zhao called David. David, help me to check who the victims of the winery fire are, and also those who were injured because of that. I need all the information. That's right. The more detailed, the better. Immediately, David started checking the system in the police station. He easily obtained the relevant information. Although David was not in charge of Mountain Town, such information was shared among all the police stations in the country. Any police would be able to access the information. Chun, I'll send the information to your phone. Check it. Chun Zhao and Fali organized that information. 8 people died, 4 were severely injured, and 5 had minor injuries. There were 400 gold bars, each of which weighed 1 kilogram. Each bar cost around 5,000, so they totaled to about $6 million. In the end, Chun Zhao decided to give 35 gold bars to the family of each dead victim, 20 bars for each severely injured victim, and 8 bars for those with mild injuries. As for whether this distribution was reasonable, Chun Zhao could not guarantee either. Chun Zhao could only guarantee that he was going to give all the gold out. Under the quiet night sky, a girl who was 14 or 15 years old sat beside the window, staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, she saw 2 huge figures jump into the courtyard. She took a closer look. They were wolves. The girl screamed in horror, "Mom, there's wolves! Wolves!" The girl's mother quickly charged into her daughter's room. "Abella, what happened?" "Mom, I saw 2 wolves in our courtyard." "Really?" The mother was somewhat suspicious. There were indeed traces of wolves in the forest surrounding Mountain Town, but they had never entered the town. "Yes, I really saw them. 2 huge wolves, one black, one white." The mother carefully opened the curtains. There was no wolf outside. However, the mother saw 2 bags on the ground. A few seemingly metallic bars had fallen out from them. The mother walked out of the house. She checked the bars and almost got a heart attack. They were 2 bags of gold, real gold. "Mom, there's a piece of paper here." The mother took the paper and read it. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with disbelief. "Here's the compensation for your husband's death. Please take it." "Abella, did you see anyone?" "No, I really saw 2 wolves, 2 very big wolves, but they disappeared very quickly. The mother was still doubtful. Did 2 people dress up like wolves? Or perhaps she really did see 2 wolves? Or was it just the almighty God? Just then, the mother's phone rang. She took out her phone and realized that it was her neighbor, Anlitz. "Wendy, are you in bed?" Anlitz asked. "No, Anlitz, what is it? Did you hear anything in your courtyard?" Anlitz asked indirectly. "Did you also discover something in your yard? You discovered gold too?" "You too?" "Yes, I thought that it was a thief. Then, I vaguely saw a beast. When I came out with the gun, I found 40 gold bars on the ground." Chapter 168. The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. Chapter 168. The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. An uproar erupted in the town that night. Practically everyone knew that the victims of the fire and their relatives all received a large amount of gold at night. No one could explain who exactly gave it to them. 3 families insisted that a wolf god gave them the gold. They also claimed that the town had an ancient wolf god legend. Chen Zhao woke up in the morning. Last night had been very busy. In the morning, the town was busy as well. A news channel even came to interview them, and many people brought out their gold as evidence. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. Bant was holding a freshly made pizza. "Chun, I knew you'd get up now." "Thanks. I'm hungry." "You got new family members?" Bant peered in and saw the silly twins curled up in the hallway. "Yeah, I found them on the street." "Chun, thank you. You already said that yesterday. I don't want to hear you say it every day." "No, yesterday was for yesterday. Today is for today. They're 2 things." "I don't understand." "Okay, I'm leaving. Bye." Bant hugged Chun Zhao and walked away. Ken was a victim of the fire, so Chun Zhao obviously included them. The 8 bars of gold indeed helped them with their crisis. Even though Bant had seen through him, Chun Zhao still decided to pretend like he didn't understand. Some things could be known, but didn't have to be said out loud. Actually, Chun Zhao was still in pain. He'd given out more than millions of dollars, but he felt like he'd done the stupidest thing in his life. Just then, Azina came over again. She yelped when she saw the silly twins. "Oh my God, you got new pets? Are they wolves?" "No, they're Alaskan Huskies, just a bit bigger." Chen Zhao poured a glass of milk. "Did you eat breakfast? Do you want to try Mary's cooking?" "Sure. What are their names?" "Black Mammon, White Mammon," Chen Zhao said. The silly twins were huge. Even Walter was a bit smaller than them. Azina looked even tinier before them. However, girls love these furry animals. The silly twins had pretty fur too. "Are you going out?" "Not in the morning," Chen Zhao answered. "Going out in the afternoon." Yesterday and the day before, Chen Zhao was extremely nervous over Philip Quinn's matter. When he woke up, he realized that his nerves were all gone. He was even a bit excited to do something big in the afternoon. This was probably the reverse reaction after his fear or nerves reached the max limit. Anyway, he was excited. Perhaps this was because he no longer feared life or death. The closer they got to noon, the more excited Chen Zhao grew. "Chen, what are you doing in the afternoon?" Azina looked at him quizzically. "You've been jumpy all morning. You're not going to go rob someone, right?" "This is for adults. I might not come back tonight after going out. Help me take care of them." "Can I bring them home?" "Sure," Chen Zhao said, nodding. After the job in the afternoon, he also had to attend Leonardo's birthday at night. There probably won't be anyone at home the entire day, so he could have Azina help take care of the demons. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I can make it," Chen Zhao said. "Barbecue. That won't show my cooking skills at all." "What are you good at?" "Egg fried rice." This was probably Chen Zhao's first time going out without his toolkit after becoming an illegal doctor. To be honest, he felt weird leaving empty-handed. When he'd heard about Philip Quinn's disgusting history, especially Ethan and Caprice's daughter's inhumane experience, Chen Zhao had really wanted to smash that old man's head in. However, the consequences would be too severe, so Chen Zhao decided to attack after putting himself in a relatively safer position. It had to at least be a method that people couldn't get proof of. Fickley Street. A car crash caused a traffic jam on the entire street. By the time Chen Zhao got there, he couldn't go forward at all and could only go by foot. Just then his phone rang. It was from Captain Lloydward. "Mr. Chun, where are you right now?" "I'm at the entrance of Fickley Street. I think there's a car crash. I'm going to go look." "No need," Lloyd said. "We caused a traffic jam. Turn right and walk for 900 feet, then turn toward the Testa building and walk 600 feet. Sit in the open-air cafe and wait for my message." Chun Zhao went to the designated location. He ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. As soon as he did so, he saw a couple fighting. Sobbing, the girl ran into the street and was hit forcefully by a car. Chun Zhao froze. He was just about to get up and check when the man sitting at the same table grabbed his arm. "Mr. Chun, this was arranged." Chun Zhao's face filled with shock. "Your captain?" The man didn't reply. He jutted his chin out. Chun Zhao followed in that direction and saw 3 identical black cars stopped on the road. A siren sounded, but the ambulance was stuck behind the 3 cars. The front of the road was jammed because the woman had been hit. The cars also couldn't reverse because the ambulance had arrived. "Philip Quinn is in one of those 3 cars." "Yes." "How do I get close?" As soon as Chun Zhao asked, the fire hydrant beside the road exploded. A beam of water sprayed out. The road started filling with water and was soon half covered. The men in the cars were forced to get out. Chun Zhao saw the old man in the middle car. He was brought out by bodyguards from the other 2 cars. Philip was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards in black. Each guard was huge and muscular, and they circled Philip. Their destination was probably close by, so they decided to walk. But as soon as they walked out of the fire hydrant's range, traffic started flowing again. The men had to get back in their cars. The moment they sent their boss to the car, it accelerated without waiting for the other guards to get on. Chun Zhao had witnessed it all, and he was utterly impressed. It had only been 1 minute from Philip and his guards getting out of the car to getting in again. But in that 1 minute, the driver had changed. Chapter 169, Be Spider-Man for Once. Chapter 169, Be Spider-Man for Once. The bodyguards quickly charged into the other 2 cars and started chasing their boss's car. Chun Zhao looked at the person beside him. "Where do I go now?" "Wait here." Indeed, in less than 3 minutes, the car that carried Philip Quinn returned, and it had already lost the bodyguards' cars. Chun Zhao could not help but admire the importance of professionalism. The kidnap looked just like a movie scene. All the routes and timings had been planned perfectly. "I don't understand why you didn't do this on Fickley Street directly. The road on Fickley Street is wider. Even if we created an accident to block the road, it would soon be cleared. Also, there are cameras along that road which would capture everything, but no cameras on this road," the person beside Chun Zhao replied. "Then why did you burst that fire hydrant?" "I can't figure out its purpose." "To obstruct the driver's view. In order for our people to replace the driver, we would need to get close to the car. Philip's driver is a professional bodyguard too. If we went near the car under normal circumstances, we would have certainly drawn his attention. Therefore, we must block his view before we could appear before the car unnoticed and then replace him." The person beside Chun Zhao paused and patted his shoulder. "You can enter the car now. Philip is in there." Chun Zhao boarded the car. In the car, there was an unconscious old man, but it was not Philip Quinn. Chun Zhao's expression changed. "Why is he not Philip?" The driver turned his head and asked in puzzlement. "He's not Philip?" "No." Chun Zhao shook his head. "It's a trap. He's a substitute." The driver's face also darkened. "Let's go. He must have a tracker on his body. Don't stay in the car." The driver left the car with Chun Zhao and then glanced at him. "I'm Captain Lloydward. In my plan, I didn't even think about whether there might be a substitute. Philip has no record of using a substitute before, so it's our mistake. According to our agreement, we only take half the price. Even if you want to continue with this mission, we will still only charge you half the original price." "No need." Chun Zhao shook his head, feeling rather stressed. "I'll transfer you the money. We won't owe each other anything." Captain Lloydward glanced at Chun Zhao, looking as if he wanted to say something. In the end, however, he still remained silent. Chun Zhao turned around and walked away. He could feel a fire burning intensely in his body. Just then, Lloyd caught up with him again. "Do you plan to act alone? You won't succeed. Gaia has told me that you're a very strong individual, but Philip's bodyguard are professional too. This time, It was a secret plot, but now he will definitely be more alert. If you act harshly, I'm afraid you'll almost surely face a terrible death. Can I ask you something? What? Can you get CL building security information? You want to intrude into CL building directly? If you can give me the security information, I'll appreciate it a lot. At least I'll feel that I didn't waste my money. I've studied CL building before. Philip owns the top 3 floors. He lives on the 129th floor. His bodyguards live on the 130th floor, while the 128th floor is their activity area. It's completely impossible to sneak into his level from the main gate. You need an access card to enter CL building in the first place. If you attempt to take the elevator to the 128th floor, there'll be manual identification. Once they mark you as an intruder, the 129th floor will be entirely sealed off. What if I enter from the sky? You mean helicopter or parachuting? That's basically impossible as well. Although there's a helipad on the rooftop, there's also 24-hour security. So it's almost impossible to intrude into CL building. The reality isn't a movie. The various miracles in movies are nearly impossible to achieve in reality, Lloyd said. CL building has a perfect security system. You won't be able to enter it successfully unless you destroy the building with strong firepower or you find Spider-Man and ask him to climb up the outer walls. Climb up the outer walls. Don't even think about it. CL building has 130 floors. Nobody can climb 129 floors. What tools do I need to climb CL building? Chen Zhao asked. Are you mad? I said it's impossible. Nobody can be that strong. Do you have the tools? Are you serious? Lloyd gazed at Chen Zhao. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Chen Zhao said with a straight face. Do you have rock climbing experience? No. How about building climbing experience? No. Lloyd felt that Chen Zhao was merely looking for a way to kill himself. Lloyd stared at Chen Zhao. Is your hatred towards Philip really so intense? I need to make up for my mistake. What did you do wrong? I gave him health. It's time for me to take it back. As a mercenary, Lloyd obviously knew about Philip's various crimes. After some silence, Lloyd offered, I can give you a set of Spider-Man gear and also provide you with some help as an individual. 8 p.m. at night. Lloyd sat in an official car, looking at CL building with an infrared telescope. Then he took out his walkie-talkie. Try the 4 suction cups now and see if they're working. Yes, everything's normal. I can't see you yet. Try to climb 20 meters up, Lloyd instructed. Very soon, Chen Zhao climbed 20 meters up the south wall of CL building with the help of the suction cups. Wearing a tight Spider-Man outfit, he was literally cosplaying Spider-Man. To be honest, when Chen Zhao looked down from 20 meters high, he already felt pretty dizzy. Climbing up the outer wall was scarier than he had imagined. Just then, he heard Lloyd from his headset. How do you feel? You can still give up now. I'll continue, Chen Zhao said, trying to control his fear. Then from now on, I'll try to speak with you as little as possible. You won't have to spend too much energy talking. No, continue to speak with me. It could distract me from my fear, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure? Yes, Chen Zhao confirmed. Tell me what happened between you and Philip. Actually, I've only met him once. Lloyd quietly listened to Chen Zhao's story. To be honest, he had the same feeling as Chen Zhao. This kind of scumbag should have died in jail. From a moral perspective, Chen Zhao was not wrong when he healed Philip. Therefore, Lloyd could also understand why Chen Zhao wanted to kill Philip so badly. Tell me your current position. My indicator shows I'm 135 meters above the ground. Do you think you can still continue? Yes. I'm actually no longer afraid of heights now. Can you tell me your breathing rate? 38 times per minute. Chapter 170, Crazy Fitness. Chapter 170, Crazy Fitness. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao already reached the 80th floor. Lloyd Word was surprised. Even climbing stairs inside shouldn't be so fast, but Chen Zhao had reached the 80th floor in half an hour. Lloyd might be able to get there, but he'd need to rest and take at least 3 hours. This guy's body was crazy. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Chen? Where are you? Chen Zhao could tell it was Fali's voice. I'm busy. You're still working? We said we're going to Leonardo's birthday party together. Sienna, David and Chris are with me already. You're the only one missing. Soon. I'll get over there soon. You sound out of breath. Don't tell me you're night jogging again. No, I really am working. Okay, hurry up. Oh, can you help me buy a gift? What do you have in mind? Can you help me buy Leonardo a watch? What kind? Within $1,000. Lloyd was listening to Chun Zhao and Fali's conversation too. He was a bit speechless. This guy wasn't the normal kind of fit. How could he have the energy to discuss a friend's birthday party when he was so high in the air? His mouth never stopped the entire time too. Talking while doing such tiring labor would use up much more energy. After Chun Zhao hung up, Lloyd said, Chun, you still have 20 levels before 129. You can hurry up if you still have the energy. Chun Zhao pulled off the suction cup of his left hand and started speeding up. The main part of the Spider-Man gear were the suction cups. The man-made fiber cups were very resilient and had many tiny holes. The holes would balance the air pressure within 5 seconds if the suction cups were placed on a smooth and flat surface. This reduced the suction of the cups, meaning he had to keep climbing and couldn't rest. Lloyd looked through the binoculars. Chun Zhao had obviously sped up. This guy was practically a monster. How'd he train? Maybe Lloyd had to ask him for some tips. Chun Zhao suddenly had motivation, a lot of motivation. Boundless energy seemed to flow out of him. Thinking that he could soon see Philip and make him pay, Chun Zhao grew very excited. Chun, you're there. Use the main suction cup to stabilize yourself, Lloyd said. Use the iron pin to break the glass. Chun Zhao drew a circle on the glass and then smacked it. The entire piece of tempered glass flew in. Chun Zhao was finally able to go in. He put on the night vision glasses and turned off the walkie-talkie. He had to admit that Philip Quinn's wealth allowed his life to be unimaginably opulent. The entire 129th floor was his. Chun Zhao looked at Philip, who was lying on the large bed. He was sure that this was Philip. He was deep asleep now. Chun Zhao pounced directly onto him. Philip woke up with a start, but he quickly realized that his mouth was covered. Under the faint light from the window, he could vaguely make out a figure in a Spider-Man costume. Have you seen hell before? Chun Zhao's voice had changed due to the headpiece. A heavy bell suddenly rang out in Philip's mind. It was the death toll from hell. He realized that lava started flowing around him. The dark horizon was like the end of the world. Looking at the terrified Philip, Chun Zhao finally smiled happily. After using Hell Knell, he also gave Philip the spiritual sting. These two spells together resulted in double the psychological torture. Chun Zhao wasn't satisfied, though. Merely psychological torture couldn't satisfy him. He took out a bottle of potion called Blood of Decay. He prepared this just for Philip. After pouring the Blood of Decay into Philip's mouth, Chun Zhao knocked him out. Lloyd had said that after successfully infiltrating the room, Philip couldn't make a single sound or movement. They didn't know if there were any alarms in the room or bed. Chun Zhao returned to the hole in the glass and jumped out. The moment he started falling, he opened his parachute. It was his first time parachuting, and it was from a low altitude, too. Low-altitude parachuting was more dangerous than from high altitude. It could be fatal for a newbie like Chun Zhao, but it was the only way to escape. It wasn't like he could climb back down. The parachute slowly dropped to the designated location. Lloyd was there waiting. Did you succeed? Yes. Chun Zhao ripped off his mask and panted heavily. Did you kill him? No, but I can make it more painful than death. An excited and cruel smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. I didn't think such a bizarre plan would be so successful. Can you give me a ride? Of course. To where? The car stopped at Leonardo's entrance. Chun Zhao and Lloyd hugged. Captain, thank you. If you need help, please contact me. No problem. I have a daughter too, so I think what you did was right. Goodbye. Bye. Lloyd drove the car away, but Chun Zhao stayed at the door. He put on the Spider-Man costume again while calling Fali. Fali, are you still at Leonardo's house? Yeah. He asked why you're not here. I'm outside. Where's the gift you helped me buy? It's on me. Take it to the bathroom. Chun Zhao snuck into Leonardo's house. After infiltrating CL building, he felt like this was a piece of cake. When Fali saw a Spider-Man climb into the bathroom window, she almost freaked out. Sure, it's me. Chun, it's me. You're late because of this outfit. No, I had an emergency patient. I had to do some special treatment. Fine. How do you want to make your entrance? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Leonardo stood in the doorway, staring at Fali and Spider-Man in shock. Did I come at the wrong time? Leonardo gaped. Leonardo, you ruined my grand entrance, you know. Chapter 171, Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Chapter 171, Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Leonardo had initially been somewhat disappointed by Chun Zhao's absence, but he did not expect Chun Zhao to have actually put in so much effort just to surprise him at his birthday party. Immediately, he felt rather touched. Leonardo, this is for you. Chun Zhao passed Leonardo a gift box. Thank you, Chun. You look really handsome in this outfit. Well, I take it as a white lie. I'm serious. You indeed look great. The three returned to the living room. Sienna, Chris, and David were all already there. With colored ribbons everywhere, the living room was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Chun, here you are. Why are you in a Spider-Man costume? Chun, you're late. Finish this bottle first. David threw Chun Zhao a bottle of beer. Isn't it boring to just drink like this? Let's have some programs. Me? Fali was not shy at all. Find me a pole. Are you going to pole dance? I learned it before, Fali said, but it'll be my first time dancing outside class. In fact, contrary to popular belief, pole dance was not just an erotic dance. There were even international competitions in professional pole dancing, including both male and female divisions. Moreover, pole dancing was actually a good way to maintain one's shape. Leonardo found a pole and also held the pole vertical. Fali danced around Leonardo, performing teasing actions every now and then. It was almost like a welfare Fali gave to the birthday boy. After the dance, everyone's mood was heightened further. Fali, during my next birthday, dance for me too. David laughed. Me too. Me too. Chun Zhao echoed. At the birthday party, the group sang and jumped around. Leonardo, my friend, has a track and field competition later at LA Memorial Coliseum. I've asked him to give me a few tickets. How about we go and watch his competition together, and then go to a bar and drink all night? Chun Zhao suggested. Sure. Now. Of course. His competition is in an hour's time. We can still make it in time. Chun Zhao had already asked Board to wait outside the stadium with the tickets. Therefore, when they arrived at the stadium, they received their tickets straight away. Chun, which one is your friend? Rufford. Have you heard of him before? No, but henceforth I shall be his loyal fan. The competition was a star invitational, and there were many famous athletes from all over the world. The atmosphere in the stadium was very lively. Americans surely love track and field, and America was also very strong in the sport. America's track and field had always been the best in the world. There was such a saying, Bolt dominated sprinting, while Americans dominated track and field. This was certainly not an exaggeration, because America's track and field results had indeed been way ahead of the other countries. 100-meter sprint had always been a major and also the most popular part of track and field. Thus, when the sprinters entered the field, the audience was lit with enthusiasm. Then, the host started to announce each athlete's name. Whenever an athlete's name was called, the applause and cheers from the audience would reflect his popularity and reputation. When Rufford's name was announced, however, almost nothing could be heard from the audience. Not a lot of people knew him at all. David, let's cheer for him. Together. David stood up and took out a plastic loudspeaker. The group stood in a row and shouted together, Rufford, all the best. Rufford's originally calm mood was enlivened at once. He saw Chun Zhao and the people beside him. Their cheer was very abrupt, but ignited all the blood in his body. The referee signaled all the participants to get ready. Rufford placed his right foot on the start line and got into position. Following the gunshot, the 8 sprinters flew across the track like 8 rainbows. A deafening silence erupted among the audience as everyone stared firmly at the sprinters. In just 10 seconds, the competition was over. The audience was stirred up again. A number appeared on the screen. Downwind 1. 1 meter per second, 9:69. Who? Who is it? Who achieved this result? A name appeared on the screen, Rufford Kieran. All the audience were bubbling with excitement. It was so far the best result to be achieved in international competitions that year. While it did not break the world record, it was still an amazing achievement. With this result, the sprinter would very likely win the championship even in Diamond League or Golden League. Moreover, this result entered the top 3 among all the 100-meter sprint records in America. Of course, it was still significantly slower than the world record of 9:58 seconds. To sprinters, 10th of a second was already a very huge difference, hence the saying Bolt dominated sprinting. He was much better than all the other sprinters. Rufford ran along the side of the track in excitement. He had actually won this Star Invitational and achieved such a fantastic result. In addition, he also became the third 100m sprinter to achieve a timing of 9:07 seconds. He was destined to be the spotlight of the night. At the moment, all the media teams in the stadium were crowding around and interviewing him. I need to thank one person. He's my personal doctor. When everyone gave up on me, when the club gave up on me, he gave me hope. He gave me courage and confidence. When I was totally broke, he helped me. I also need to thank my coach, Mr. Board. Chun Zhao and his friends only managed to meet Rufford half an hour after the prize-giving ceremony. Board was beside Rufford too. When Rufford saw Chun Zhao, he immediately gave Chun Zhao a warm hug. Rufford had yet to fully calm down from his victory. Chun Zhao introduced his friends to him one by one. Rufford, do you still have any competitions in the next few days? I have 2 national competitions. Then I won't ask you to come and drink with us. Take care of your body. Have fun. Rufford also wanted to go and play with Chun Zhao, but as an athlete, he knew that keeping sober and healthy was the wiser choice. Furthermore, if he chose to go out and play, he would inevitably eat food that was unhealthy or even contain hormones. Usually, an athlete would be banned from eating outside food half a month before competition. After bidding Rufford goodbye, Chun Zhao and his friends started their plan to drink through the night. Does anyone know where's the nearest bar? Me. I'll lead the way, David offered. Chun Zhao had never been so relaxed before. Finishing Philip Quinn and then partying with his friends made him feel better than ever. Chapter 172, Playing to the Police Station. Chapter 172, Playing to the Police Station. Leonardo, you keep staring at that pretty blonde. She your type? Leonardo was a bit shy. She's pretty. Then go and get her number. I don't know her. How can I get her number? Then you'll have to ask Chun, Chris said. He asked my number the first time we met. Leonardo, if you can get her number, I'll pay tonight, Chun Zhao said. But, go, don't be scared. Everyone was tipsy now. Encouraged by them all, Leonardo gathered his courage and walked toward the pretty blonde. Miss, can I have your number? The girl glanced at Leonardo, rolled her eyes, and turned around. Leonardo came back, head hanging low. Chris looked at Chun Zhao. You go. Chun Zhao stood up and walked to the blonde. Can I sit here? She glanced at Chun Zhao and nodded. Are you alone or waiting for friends? Alone, the blonde replied. After alcohol enters your body, it'll mix into your blood. If you talk to someone, you'll take in more oxygen. This can reduce the effect of the alcohol and speed up metabolism. That's why you should never drink by yourself. It's lonely, so I'll buy you this one. The blonde tried the drink and scooted closer to Chun Zhao. Her red lips carried an intoxicating fragrance. You know what makes the drunkenness go away even faster? Intense exercise and sweating. Sweat can expel alcohol too. This is my hotel room number and my phone number. If you need to get sober, you can come find me tonight. Chun Zhao returned to the group with a triumphant smile. Chun, you're too awesome. How did you do that? It's a skill. Let's play cards, Sienna said. Yeah, let's play. 10 rounds later, Chun Zhao and Sienna practically never lost. Sienna, can you make that guy behind you stop walking around? Chun Zhao called out. Your cheating is so obvious. There's someone behind Sienna? Leonardo asked, confused. Chris, David, and Fali all knew what Chun Zhao meant. They just didn't explain it. Don't say you didn't cheat. It's only cheating if you get caught. Otherwise, it's a skill. You're all so powerful. Can you not trick us normal people? They were kind of drunk now. Just then, a big guy with a beard, leather jacket, and bandana walked over to Fali. Miss, can I have this dance? Sorry, I have a partner. Fali held on to Chun Zhao's arm. That Asian. The big guy looked down drunkenly at Chun Zhao. Go away. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Chun Zhao stood up, swaying. Boom. The big guy punched straight at Chun Zhao's face, sending him to the ground. But then he picked himself up again. Like an angry bull, Chun Zhao headbutted the big guy's chest, pushing him to the center of the dance floor. Chun Zhao pressed him down and started raining down blows. An hour later, Chun Zhao sat in the police station with a bruised face. David, Leonardo, Fali, Chris, and Sienna all sat beside him. They were much more sober now, for big guys sat across from them with similar bruised faces. The bar owner had called the cops on them for public fighting. Reality proved that one's skills in street fighting weren't really related. In a chaotic fight like this, it was just a punch from you and a kick from me. The four across from them weren't easy targets. They were all from a biker gang and practically 10 feet tall. They were very muscular and probably twice as big as Chun Zhao. Fighting was an everyday thing for them. Compared to Chun Zhao's group of 6 rookies, it was much easier for them. They didn't have an advantage in this fight, though. Chun Zhao and David were like human dragons. They could take on 2 each with no problem. In the fight, both sides were hurt, but the 4 bikers had more serious injuries. Leonardo broke his left arm and had a cast now. 2 of the bikers also had casts. Hey, you're all pretty strong, the big bearded guy said. He was the cause of this conflict. He was the one who'd started fighting with Chun Zhao, but he didn't get angry at Chun Zhao's group because of this. Fighting was like eating to bikers. They moved on after each fight ended. They wouldn't hold grudges just because they'd fought. You're not bad either. Melson walked over. Sign this, and you can leave. The 2 didn't plan on suing the other, so there was no need to go to court. After the bikers left, Leonardo cowered a little when faced with Melson. Chin, I didn't think that you'd know how to fight. You finally got some blackmail material on me? Chun Zhao touched the bruise on his cheek. It was still hurting. All right. Chin, I heard that the fire victims in Mountain Village all got a mysterious gift. Do you know about this? It's not a secret. Of course I know. It doesn't have anything to do with you, right? If it's me, I'd definitely keep the gold, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't do all that. Fine. Melson didn't plan on continuing to ask. He turned to Leonardo. Today's your birthday, so I won't yell at you. Hand a report to my office tomorrow. The farce was finally over. They all walked out of the police station. However, they were all happy tonight. Even though they'd ended up at the cops, it was still an interesting experience. Thank you for giving me a beautiful birthday party. Leonardo hugged everyone. As long as you don't think we ruined your birthday. No way, Leonardo said genuinely. This is the happiest night of my life. Even better than when you lost your virginity? David asked. Leonardo was speechless. This was a very meaningful night to him. It was also a meaningful night for Chun Zhao. Everyone was tired after the eventful night, though, so they all went back home. Chapter 173, I Smell Wealth. Chapter 173, I Smell Wealth. The next day, Chun Zhao actually woke up before Fali. Fali was too exhausted from the previous night. While Chun Zhao was tired too, he rested very well precisely because he was relaxed. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao was awakened by the doorbell. Azina and Dion were outside the door. Behind them were Beelzebub, Carrie, Obitos, and the silly twins. Raymond had wrapped himself around Beelzebub's neck. Lastly, Walter was still at the coastal rescue team. Robio would look after him. Because Fali had perhaps encountered a supernatural event the day before the last day, Chun Zhao had decided to let Walter accompany her. Also, because of Leonardo's birthday party the last day, they did not bring Walter back. Chun, here are your pets. Thanks. Did they cause you any trouble yesterday? To be honest, I was indeed shocked when Azina brought them back yesterday, but soon I discovered that they are much smarter than I thought. Even Raymond surprised me. Chun, are you an animal trainer? Haha, I'm a doctor. Dad, Can I invite them to our home again next time? Of course, but you have to ask Chen first. Chen, can I? Azina asked, looking at Chen Zhao. Sure. Dad, I want to stay here and play with them. Remember to come back for lunch. Among Chen Zhao's demon servants, the silly twins should be the most obedient ones. Their lives have been difficult since young. One day, suddenly, they could eat all the meat they wanted. They could even occasionally get demonic crystals for dessert. It was thus not hard to imagine how happy and docile they were. At the start, Chen Zhao had really thought that they were two irritable and proud demons. After just one test, they had completely exposed their true nature. They had long thrown away their pride as demons. Just like how a classic saying goes, they would submit to whoever that fed them. They would befriend anyone who gave them food. Although their appearances were indeed wolves, they were more like two huskies, except that they were larger and had bigger appetites. According to them, they had never had a satisfying meal in hell before. Now that they had Chen Zhao as their master, they had to make up for the food that they had missed. When Chen Zhao heard that, his face was filled with mere contempt. As subordinates of one of the 7 great demon kings, their situation was really embarrassing. Look at the subordinate of Raymond Stees, the king of lust, or Beelzebub, a subordinate of the king of gluttony. While they might not be that powerful, they at least had their own territories. Their ranks were not high, but they still had their own homes and jobs. In comparison, the silly twins were just 2 tramps. Azina played until noon and left. Chen Zhao only called Fali up for lunch. Fali, are you going to work today? Yep. I didn't tell Robio that I would be absent in the morning. Fali would never pretend to be a gentlewoman in front of Chen Zhao. She had a drink as she stuffed her mouth with food. Because she had to go to the coastal rescue team in the afternoon, she could not drink alcohol. If this was dinner instead, Fali would certainly be holding a can of beer. Why don't you go to Angel Beach with me? You can play there, and we can come back together at night. Sure. Chen Zhao also wanted to relax for a few days, so he did not reject Fali's invitation. Can they go too? Chen Zhao was worried for none of his pets, but Obitos. The other demons were either dogs or dog-like. On the other hand, Obitos was a giant lizard, about as big as an adult Komodo dragon. He looked really frightening. Fali was already used to it, so she would not feel scared. However, if Obitos was brought to the beach, he could probably shock the tourists out of their wits. Of course, we can leave Obitos to sunbathe at the HQ, Fali said, throwing Obitos a piece of meat meanwhile. The entire family barely managed to fit into Fali's small car. Chen Zhao sat on the front passenger seat. On the rear seats, the silly twins already occupied the majority of the space available. There were still the similarly big Obitos, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond. It was the first time the silly twins came out to play, so they looked particularly excited. They lied down near the windows, appreciating the scenery outside. When they arrived at the beach, the silly twins eagerly jumped out of the car. Their shoulder heights were already taller than Chen Zhao's waist. Indeed, they were 2 out-and-out huge wolves. Nevertheless, most people could not differentiate between huskies, Alaskan Malamutes, and wolves. Hence, none of the tourists thought that they were actual wolves. On the other hand, nobody dared to go near Obitos, who was lying on the ground. When Fali and Chen Zhao walked into the HQ of the coastal rescue team, they still managed to shock Robio. What the fuck? Chun, is your home a zoo? Are these your pets? Robio walked up and inspected the silly twins. Are they wolves? Huh, you can tell. I worked in a zoo for 3 years before, Robio said. Are you sure they won't hurt the tourists here? Black Ma, White Ma roll on the ground. Dessert for tonight. At the moment, the 2 of them had long thrown away their pride as demons. They were thrilled by the word dessert. Robio looked at the silly twins in surprise. They're really smart. Huh, a lizard? What a special color. Is it a mutant? Give it a place to sunbathe, and I'll bring my other pets to play outside. Oh yeah, where's Walter? He's already patrolling on the beach. Chin, how did you train your pets? Walter now knows how to save a person without anyone's guidance. Our rescue team recently purchased 2 more dogs. Can you train them for me? Don't even think about it. I'm busy enough. You're busy and yet you're here to play. We've known each other for so long, and this is my first time here. Doesn't that show how busy I am? Do you want me to give up my rare free time and train the dogs for you? Chen Zhao changed his swim trunks and then went out to enjoy himself. The other pets had also left, but the silly twins still stayed beside Chen Zhao. To be honest, the silly twins were attracting too much attention. After all, they were really too big. Many kids walked up to either touch or hug them. Master, I smell wealth. Stop right there if it's coins again. I'm not here to pick up coins. Chen Zhao was very disappointed with White Ma's unreliable ability. In fact, he was even somewhat hopeless about their intelligence. He already had to spend a lot of time and effort to make the silly twins remember the different US notes, not to mention the even more complicated coin system. Although White Ma had indeed successfully found many gold bars last time, he was only being lucky. Chen Zhao did not believe that White Ma would be lucky for the second time. It's real. It smells very much like the gold last time, but it's rather faint. Maybe there aren't as many pieces, or perhaps they're too far away. Gold. Chen Zhao was energized at once. Can you locate the source? Chapter 174, The Town's Dog Craze. Chapter 174, The Town's Dog Craze. The scent is very faint, White Ma said. Is there a direction? Chen Zhao asked. The scent is very faint. Can you sense the amount? The scent is very. Chen Zhao kicked him to the ground. If you tell me the scent is faint again, we'll eat dog meat for dinner. White Ma felt wronged. He was telling the truth. Many people would accidentally lose change on the beach too, and the coins also had faint scents. It affected his senses. Chen Zhao didn't have any desire for change. They were only a couple of cents each. He probably couldn't get $100 even if he found all the coins on the beach. If it was paper money, it would be more obvious and people would get it before Chen Zhao. It wouldn't be as hidden as coins. Chen Zhao's phone rang. Ethan's excited voice streamed in from the other end. Chen, you did it, right? You did it. What are you talking about? That old bastard's in the hospital. The media caught Philip Quinn being taken into the hospital. His entire leg looks like it's rotting. He kept screaming on the stretcher. You did that, right? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm busy, gotta go. Wait, don't hang up, Ethan exclaimed. Chen, I had someone ask around. The police seem to have found some evidence to prove that Philip had been attacked at home. They're investigating already. Be careful. Oh, Chen Zhao replied calmly. At the same time, he wondered what evidence it could be. Was it Philip's hysterical testimony? No one would believe an old madman, right? All right. It was the hole in the wall that Chen Zhao had climbed in from. The hole was too obvious. He couldn't have covered it either. Chen Zhao didn't worry about it, though. He believed that his plan yesterday was practically the perfect crime. Lloyd had helped him analyze the entire process. First was the climbing. Unless someone else had infrared binoculars too, no one else would be able to see Chen Zhao climbing CL building at night. Second, Chen Zhao had on the Spider-Man mask. His entire body was sealed, so he couldn't have left behind skin cells or hair in Philip's room. Then there was the parachuting. He'd painted it black, so it was difficult to be discovered. There was a small possibility that he left evidence while climbing and parachuting, but it was impossible to say it was him. He also had nothing to do with Philip, so no one would suspect him. The most critical point was that the police wouldn't think that someone had climbed up. They would only think that someone had climbed down. After all, climbing straight up for hundreds of meters was impossible in a short period. This wasn't like rock climbing either, which would be easier. There were places for resting while rock climbing. It wasn't impossible to rest in every path. There were chances to replenish one's energy. But in a crime, it was impossible to climb hundreds of meters in a short time. Instead of worrying if the police would find him, Chen Zhao would rather find some coins on the beach. The silly twins searched happily too. The more they found, the better they would eat that night. Many tourists on the beach came over to take pictures of them. Chen Zhao had hung a sign and on their necks, "Please tip for selfies." He didn't write down a price, but they collected a can of coins in an afternoon. After they found out that they could make money from pictures, they would stop those that didn't pay. They practically became the bullies of the beach. This was also why they became the most popular tourist attraction there. In the end, many tourists purposely didn't pay them so they could play around. No one cared about people who made money through pictures like this. After all, America didn't have city guards. There were a lot of buskers on the beach too. After finding this new and easy way to get rich, the silly twins didn't want to leave the beach. Unfortunately, the crowd thinned around the evening. Time to go. Fali collected her things and saw the 2 cans of money on the silly twins' necks. To be honest, she'd witnessed Chun Zhao summon these two. In the beginning, they'd given off a strong oppressive feeling, so she'd thought that they were cold and arrogant. Their performance at the beach today completely upended her impression of them. As long as the tourists gave money, they were willing to be petted, hugged, or ridden. Their statuses had completely been destroyed. They probably didn't even know that they'd once had an impressive image. Are we going straight home? Let's go to the supermarket and buy some dog food. In one night, they ate a month's supply of Beelzebub, Carrie, and Walter's food. They aren't normal wolves or dogs, right? Is it okay to give them dog food? Do you two like dog food? The silly twins nodded furiously without holding back. The sea wind on the coast highway was a bit chilly as it blew into the car. Even with a city like L, a winter night still made one feel cold. Chun Zhao didn't like having cold air blow in his face, but the silly twins didn't care about the others. They enjoyed the wind, hoping they could continue tomorrow. It was their first time truly making money. They'd earned the money for buying the dog food today, too. When they reached the supermarket in town, Chun Zhao left the pets at customer service, but the worker actually told him that dogs could be taken inside. This was strange because the supermarket always had a clear sign saying that pets weren't allowed. After asking, they learned that the town suddenly had a dog craze. In 2 days, there were 100 new dogs in town. Most of them were huskies as well. The silly twins were too big, but the workers still saw them as huskies. When Chun Zhao brought them into the supermarket, he realized that there really were other customers with their dogs. Chapter 175, Killer Coin. Chapter 175, Killer Coin. Fali, did you just receive your pay? No. Then why did you take so much stuff? You're not expecting me to pay for those cosmetics, are you? Fali rolled her eyes. Of course I'm paying myself. Those things cost more than 1,000, right? When I wanted to borrow money from you the day before yesterday, you said you didn't have any. I'm going to use my credit card. Fali rolled her eyes at Chun Zhao again. My dad gave it to me. You're still using your family's money when you've already been working outside for a few years. Yeah, I know. I'm used to splurging. My dad also knows that my current work certainly can't sustain my spending. So your family's quite rich, I suppose. I would say so. At least my dad's income should be pretty high. After they left the supermarket, they filled the trunk of the car with stuff. Ukla. Smith, it's late. Aren't you going back? Smith lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and replied, Not yet. I still need to organize the data I got today. Smith was a historian. He had obtained his PhD at UCLA. Currently, he was a lecturer in UCLA. His main research interests included the Maya civilization and the Inca Empire. He had led teams deep into the Amazon rainforest several times to find traces of the Maya civilization. Also, he had brought many relics back, including many with important historical or research value. Smith was indeed successful in his career and also had a loving family. However, 12 years ago, Smith suddenly divorced his wife. That time, all his colleagues were bewildered. They did not understand why the two would divorce despite their seemingly stable relationship. Furthermore, after his divorce, Smith had become very dispirited. The once admirable, elegant, and handsome lecturer was gone, replaced instead by a decadent, slovenly man whose face was permanently filled with an untidy beard and whose body always emitted an unpleasant odor. After the last colleague left the lab, Smith stood up and took out a coin from his pocket. Staring at the coin in his hand, his eyes were filled with a complicated look. He had found a coin in one of the ruins of the Maya civilization. That time, a rich man who wanted the coin had already contacted him in advance. Smith accepted the deal because he really needed money. Moreover, the rich man had offered him a very high price. Therefore, he secretly brought the coin out of the ruin and did not inform the archaeology team. Little did he expect it to be a cursed coin. Since the day he received the coin, he had been surrounded by bad luck. The first victim was the rich man. The day after they completed the trade, the rich man died in his own house. The coin also eerily appeared in his pocket again. Next, his pregnant wife miscarried due to an accident. Because of this, they eventually divorced. By then, Smith had already realized the coin's peculiar and ominous nature. He tried to destroy the coin. He took the coin to one of the buildings in the university and dissolved it with sulfuric acid. The coin vanished completely before him, but tragedy happened again. That day, about a dozen students wanted to steal from the warehouse. Coincidentally, Smith had just taken the sulfuric acid from the warehouse and forgotten to lock the door. The students successfully entered the warehouse. When they were discovered by others, they were already dead in the warehouse, killed by chemical poisoning. In addition, the supposedly destroyed coin appeared before Smith again. That time, he had yet to realize the severity of the issue. He tried to destroy the coin a few more times, but he would always get the coin back again in peculiar ways. No matter where he left the coin or how he destroyed the coin, it would return to him in the end. In addition, he discovered a pattern. The more severe he damaged the coin, the more severe the accident would be. Also, the accidents all occurred beside him. However, he also found out that every time a person died, he would obtain a corresponding amount of wealth. Before the rich man died, he had obtained a huge amount of money from the man. When the students died in the warehouse, he won the second highest prize in Powerball, which was $1 million. It was almost as if the money was a reward for his work. At the start, Smith was thrilled, but soon he was creeped out. Although he had received all the money legally, every time such a coincidence happened, he would have a sleepless night. Later, he tried to give the coin to others. However, the coin would still somehow return to him. The person who received the coin would also experience an accident, where the severity depended on the time he had the coin with him. Half a year ago, he went to Hawaii for holiday and left the coin on the cruise. The next day, he received an inheritance from his grandfather whom he had not met for many years. It was a total of $20 million. Then, he heard that the cruise ship which he had been on was missing due to a storm. There were over 2,000 passengers on the cruise back then. Suddenly, the coin in Smith's hand began to tremble and give a buzzing sound. Again, Smith looked at the coin, after which he walked towards the now abandoned university building. In the past years, he had been studying the coin. Therefore, he now more or less knew the coin's characteristics. The coin seemed to feed on souls. The coin had two special states, one of which he called hunger. If it did not kill anyone for over a week and remained in Smith's possession, it would cause disaster to random people beside Smith. Every time, at least one person would be killed. The other state was full, just like now. The coin would buzz and tremble. When this happened, Smith had to find a place to release the extra souls from it. The abandoned building had become the perfect choice. Even Smith had no idea how many souls he had released into the abandoned building over these years. Thus, the abandoned building had also become an actual haunted place. Students who entered the building would eventually encounter accidents of various severity. The university had tried to demolish the abandoned building before, but again it was accompanied by accidents. One time, the university planned to demolish the old building by implosion. However, the explosives prepared by the engineering company blasted its own people into the sky instead. In another instance, there was a mechanical accident. When the excavator removed a wall, it fell down and killed 4 people. Since then, the abandoned building had been left untouched. After all, the amount of compensation that the university had paid was enough to buy a few pieces of land of similar size. Chapter 176, Big Client. Chapter 176, Big Client. Smith walked to the abandoned building and saw someone standing before it. It looked like a woman, but there was no light here, so he couldn't see her features clearly. The woman seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one next to her. Smith hid to the side and watched the woman walk out. He vaguely heard her say, "How come there are more evil spirits here again?" He was shocked. Did this woman know about evil spirits? To be honest, Smith had caused all the paranormal activity here, but he'd never seen an evil spirit before. He didn't hesitate or doubt the term evil spirit like a normal person. He was sure about evil spirits, so his first impression was that this woman wasn't an average person. These evil spirits are so strange, though. They seem to be missing something. Yeah, you're right. If that's the case, that person is going to die. The woman's voice faded into the distance. She seemed to be talking to an invisible person. Smith cared most that the woman had said, "That person is going to die." He didn't come out of hiding until the woman was completely gone. Looking at the coin in his hand, he knew that it couldn't be a good thing. However, it hadn't brought any disadvantages to him, so he never thought about if his life would be in danger. But when he heard that woman's last sentence, he had a feeling that she was talking about him. For the first time, he felt unsettled. No matter how many people this coin killed, Smith never felt unsettled. In the past, he felt guilty due to his morals and was worried about the consequences if the truth was revealed. Now, he actually felt unsettled because of a single sentence. Smith looked at the coin and grasped it. It was trembling slightly. He started hesitating if he should release the spirits in the filled coin. If he didn't, the coin would become scalding as if it had been baked. It kept following him too. Sometimes, Smith would toss it into a corner, but the next time he felt his pocket, he would find it there again. This was why Smith couldn't stand the feeling. After some experimenting, he found a way to release the spirits. If he dropped a drop of blood on the coin, it would release the evil spirits and go back to normal. Right now, he wondered if he could stuff the coin to death. Then perhaps he could be freed. He would never be followed by this nightmare again, and he could enjoy his life. Morning. Chun, Walter and I aren't coming back tonight, Fali said while brushing her teeth. They weren't dating, but they were used to living together now. They wouldn't hide their living habits from each other either. You're working overtime tonight? Yeah. If you run into something weird, remember to call Sienna or I. I know. After Fali left, Chun Zhao got Ethan's call and went to the motel. As soon as Ethan saw him, he gave Chun Zhao a check. Accepting it, Chun Zhao glanced at it and asked, "What? Did you get some fatal disease and you're writing your will now? I know you spent a lot of money. I don't know what you're talking about. Just take it. You're crazy." Chun Zhao stuffed the check back into Ethan's hands. "I heard that you're strapped recently," Ethan said. "How do you know? It's not hard to find out. You want to buy land in Mountain Town. I'm from there too, so I obviously know. Just see it as money I'm lending you and take it." "Fine. I'm borrowing this." Chun Zhao thought for a bit and accepted the check. Ethan didn't inquire how Chun Zhao had done it. He just knew that Chun Zhao had done everything for him. For these things, they'd formed tacit understanding. Neither of them would pry too deeply into the other's secrets. Ethan wasn't an average motel owner either. "Oh, do you have any solutions for losing weight? You want to lose weight?" Chun Zhao studied Ethan. "You're a bit fat right now, but you don't have persistence. Using drugs will harm you too. I think it's best for you to maintain your current weight." "Who said I want to lose weight? There's a big client that needs it. I'm not sure you could do it though." "Big client? How big?" "For $100,000. But the client wants to lose 160 pounds in 30 days. "Wait, 160 pounds? Are you sure it's not 16 pounds? Ethan took a picture out. When Chun Zhao saw the girl, he was shocked. "Oh my God, she's a super fatty. She's practically a meatball. Is she rich? It's her dad's money, not hers. I'll do it. Give me her address and contact info. Before that, can you get your dog spayed?" Ethan's tone changed 180 degrees. Chun Zhao turned around and saw the silly twins circling Ethan's golden Sasha. The size difference was honestly too big, though. Chun Zhao worried for Sasha. Walter was okay. He was big, but he wasn't so big that Sasha couldn't take it. The silly twins really weren't suitable, though. Chun Zhao massaged his temples. Kicking them, he said, "You assholes. Sasha is Walter's wife." "Who said Sasha is going to marry Walter?" Ethan shot back. "I don't agree. You're so old already, and you still want to get involved in the kids' relationships. Where's your shame? Your Carrie is a female, right? I'll go get a male tomorrow," Ethan threatened. "Then you better get a lion. Otherwise, I'm afraid your pet won't be able to win carryover. A taxi parked before the motel, but whooshed away after seeing the silly twins behind Qinzhao. Regardless of whether they were dangerous or not, it would be a problem if they peed on the car. Ethan, can you drive us? For your commission? Why do you have to take them out? Can't you leave them at home? Just answer me. Will you drive or not? Seeing as I'll get $80,000 in commission, I'll drive you one last time. Can't you go buy a car and then get a license? Chapter 177, A Carefree Lady. Chapter 177, A Carefree Lady. It was not Qinzhao's first time to Beverly Hills. To be honest, there were actually private manors which were more gorgeous than those in Beverly Hills. Nevertheless, the location and environment of Beverly Hills set it as a high-end residence community. Beverly Hills had several advantages over other communities: green hills, clear waters, and the sea. Moreover, it was filled with countless international brands. Ethan's car stopped before a moderately sized manor. Then, a housekeeper led Qinzhao inside. "Mr. Chun, can you leave your pets here for now? We'll look after them for you." Of course. The housekeeper called a few servants to take care of Qinzhao's pets. In the manor, there was a large lawn on which his pets could run freely. To be frank, Qinzhao would like to have such a big space too. His current house was sufficient for 1 or 2 people. However, it felt really crowded with Beelzebub and all the other pets. Usually, they had to have their meals outside the house. Qinzhao's house was too small for all his pets to eat together. Soon, the housekeeper brought Qinzhao into a large building. In the house was a middle-aged man with a mustache. When he saw Qinzhao, he walked up and gave Qinzhao a handshake. "Ah, you must be the doctor recommended by Ethan." The man was very gentlemanly. He was in fact the first gentlemanly rich man Qinzhao had met. "Yes, I'm Qinzhao. You can call me Doman." "Mr. Doman, I heard that your daughter needs to lose weight. Is that right?" "Yes. Have you seen my daughter's photo?" "Yup, but I still need to confirm it myself." "Mr." Doman took out a photo. The girl in the photo should be the same as the one in the photo Qinzhad had seen earlier, although they differed greatly in size. "My daughter had 3 dating experiences. When she was 18, her first boyfriend broke up with her. Since then, she abandoned herself to despair. Her second and third boyfriends all broke up with her because of her weight. Now, she doesn't leave her room at all and has already been suspended from school for an entire year." "Is she home now?" "Yes. I'll bring you to her." Qinzhao nodded. He followed Mr. Doman to the last room. "Mr. Doman knocked on the door. 'Normans, can I come in?' A female voice inside responded, and Mr. Doman pushed the door open. Immediately, Qinzhao saw a meatball lying on 2 tatamis that were placed side by side. She was playing a console game, and beside her was a pile of food of various kinds. Because the curtains were closed, the room was rather dim. The whole room was filled with nothing other than the sound from the game. Since Mr. Doman came in, Normans had been attentively playing the game, not bothered to even turn her head around. "Normans, can't you see that we have a guest? Have you even forgotten the most basic manners? You need to respect every person." Normans turned her head and finally saw Qinzhao beside her father. "Hi." Normans greeted casually. "He's your slimming coach." "Dad, I'm not planning to lose weight. Don't arrange whatever slimming coach is for me again." "No. Normans, you need to change now." "Mr. Doman sounded very firm and determined. "I've never cared about your future. I thought that you can control it yourself, but from the look of it, you don't have enough self-restraint. You can't even control your own shape, let alone your life. So from now on, I insist that you listen to me." "No, you don't have a choice." "Mr. Doman was resolute. Normans turned her head and stared at Qinzhao with a hostile look. She weighed 140 kilograms, which was almost twice as heavy as Qinzhao. Qinzhao was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 75 kilograms, but in front of Normans he looked tiny. "Fine, but you better hope that he can persist till the end." "Mr. Chun, have a chat with Normans. I'll go out first." Alone with Normans, Qinzhao actually felt slightly lost. Norman stood up. She was not short, having a height of over 7 meters. Together with her weight, when she stood before Chun Zhao, she looked like a mountain-sized demon queen. The clothes on her body were far from sufficient to cover her thick legs and bloated belly, while her messy hair turned her into a truly insane woman. "Kid, do you know that I've learned wrestling in school?" "What a coincidence." "Me too." Chun Zhao shrugged. Chun Zhao would definitely not give up this client, even if it was just for the $400,000 pay. "Then let's see if you're good enough to become my slimming coach." Crash. Norman's was completely unreasonable and undisciplined. When Chun Zhao was still processing the meaning of her last sentence, Norman's had already leaped towards him. At once, Chun Zhao felt as if a mountain was collapsing on him. He could not even breathe because Norman's enlarged belly had covered his entire face. Chun Zhao used all his might to push Norman's away, but she charged towards him again immediately. This time, however, Chun Zhao was prepared. He rolled to the side and dodged Norman's pounce. Right away, before Norman's could get up, he jumped onto Norman's back and pushed her to the ground. However, to Norman's, Chun Zhao was as light as a feather. Perhaps Chun Zhao was physically stronger than her, but he was unable to unleash his full strength when he had no support. Norman's managed to stand up straight away. She reached her arms out and attempted to grab Chun Zhao, who was on her back, but her arms were too short and swollen. Instead, she fell down backwards directly. Chun Zhao took another heavy hit. He had nowhere to display his boxing skills. Chun Zhao lifted his knees and pushed them against Norman's back. Straightening his arms with all his strength, he managed to hold Norman's in the air entirely. The door suddenly opened. "Mr." Doman looked at the weird posture between Chun Zhao and Norman's. "Air. Sorry, I forgot to knock." Then he left the room again and closed the door. The next instant, the two resumed their wrestling session. The room was a complete mess. In the end, Chun Zhao finally managed to subdue Norman's. "Fuck, I knew I wasn't going to get the 400,000 that easily." Stop. Chun Zhao was really exhausted. Fighting with Norman's was more tiring than climbing a 100-story building. Chun Zhao would rather fight with Gaia than with Norman's, because his punches would be ineffective if they were too light and would hurt Norman's if they were too powerful. This would not be a problem with Gaia, for she knew how to handle Chun Zhao's attacks. "Norman's, do you want to be a pig forever?" "Fuck off. It's none of your business. Whether you're a fat pig or not isn't my business, but your dad's going to pay me. I need the money, so you don't have a choice. Do you think I'll cooperate with you?" Chapter 178. I surrender if you can eat. Chapter 178. I surrender if you can eat. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Mr." Doman had been standing outside for a while. "Can I come in?" Chun Zhao and Norman's were already standing up, but their clothes were rumpled. "Mr. Chun, how is your talk with Norman's?" "Very good. We had a very friendly exchange. I believe Norman's will cooperate with my fitness plan." Norman scoffed. She didn't refute him outright, but she decided not to cooperate. Whatever Chun Zhao wanted her to do, she wouldn't do it. Whatever Chun Zhao wasn't her to eat, she wouldn't do it either. Chun Zhao looked back at Norman's, who was glaring at him, shooting daggers with her eyes. "Mr. Chun, let's go talk in the living room." "Sure." As soon as Chun Zhao and Mr. Doman left, Norman settled back onto the tatami and shoved snacks in her mouth. "Mr. Chun, you saw that Norman's probably won't cooperate. What's your plan?" "Mr. Doman, I have a plan already. I hope that we can start with my diet plan today." "Are you sure Norman's will cooperate?" "Of course. I hope you won't use any violence. Is that okay? I wish for my daughter to lose weight, not to get hurt." Chun Zhao had a good impression of Mr. Doman. He was a gentleman and very well-mannered. This was different from the rich he'd met before. This meant that Mr. Dorman's family tradition was like this. Only a positive family environment could produce a personality like this. "Understand, I don't plan on using violence." "Do I need to supply anything?" Mr. Dorman asked. "Please have Norman's come to the grass field." "Okay." Mr. Dorman rubbed his forehead. This was a hard task, too. Chun Zhao went to the grass. It was surrounded by cedar trees, separating the manor from the outside. The silly twins, Beelzebub and Carrie, were frolicking happily. When Chun Zhao arrived, the demons all gathered around. A while later, Normans was called to the grass unwillingly. When she saw the big and small dogs, she wanted to play with them. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao was there, so she was still unhappy. Chun Zhao sat on the ground with Beelzebub and Carrie in his lap. White Ma was behind him for him to lean on. Black Ma sprawled beside him. Obitos ran around everywhere, showing no sign of going to him at all. "Mr. Dorman, can you prepare some food for my kids? It should be cooked food." "Sure, Mr." Dorman nodded and left. A while later, two servants brought a large amount of grilled meat to Chun Zhao. Normans gulped. Chun Zhao clapped his hands, and Black Ma stuffed a whole chicken into his mouth. He swallowed after chewing a bit. Obitos ran over too. His appetite was similar to the two silly twins. He could eat an entire chicken in one bite. Normans rubbed her stomach. Her appetite was getting stronger. Very strong. She must be hungry because she'd fought with that guy. Thinking of this, she said, "Dad, I'm hungry too. Give me some food." Dorman glanced at Chun Zhao, who shook his head. "No. From now on, you can only eat if you exercise enough." "Dad." Normans stared at her father unhappily. "Mister." Dorman chuckled wryly. "I'm busy. I'll go now." Normans turned to leave too, but White Ma ran over to her easily and blocked her way. She looked at Chun Zhao. "You sent your dog to bite me." Chun Zhao took a handful of coins out of nowhere and scattered them all over the grass. "If you can find more coins than White Ma, you can eat as much as you want. If you don't find as much as him, then you'll have to follow my rules and exercise. How about that? You think I'll listen to you? You think you can't even beat a dog?" Normans turned to him. She still had a dignity. When Chun Zhao compared her to a dog, she still felt angry. "The coins that you just scattered?" "Yes, the ones in this area." Chun Zhao tossed 2 plates onto the ground. "Put the coins that you find here. Whoever finds more will win. Go." Normans looked at White Ma. The white dog was really cute, but Normans would try her hardest for food. White Ma was about to go too, but Chun Zhao said, "White Ma, go easy on her." But White Ma didn't want to. He pounced, and his tongue shot out, curling a coin into his mouth. In a short while, he had a dozen coins in his mouth. Running lightly to his plate, he spat it all out. If the coins were on concrete, it would be easy to find. However, it was in the grass now, and the vegetation covered them. They were harder to find. Normans only found a few in the first minute. They weren't in the same level in this race. The result is quite obvious. Chun Zhao looked at White Ma's plate. Normans was angered. She hurled her coins into the plate. "I'm not playing anymore. Only a dumbass will be controlled by you." She turned and left in anger, going straight to open the fridge in the kitchen. She took out a bottle of milk and started pouring it down. A mouthful later, Norman suddenly felt disgusted and started throwing up. In an instant, Norman's appetite disappeared completely. Maybe she'd exercised too much earlier, causing her to lose her appetite. She could only leave the kitchen. After leaving, she saw Chun Zhao standing outside with Beelzebub, smiling at her. Nameless anger flared within Norman's. "What are you looking at? Do you feel hungry right now?" Norman's rubbed her stomach. For some reason, she felt hungry again, but she said stubbornly, "It's none of your business. I told you that if you don't meet my requirements, you won't eat anything today." Norman's turned and went into the kitchen. She took 2 apples out of the fridge, returned to Chun Zhao, and ate half an apple right there. After chewing, the nauseous feeling came again. Bleck. Norman's threw up everywhere. This time, the feeling was even more intense. It felt like she'd even thrown up some stomach acid. "What did you do to me?" Normans looked at Chun Zhao weakly. Chapter 179, Danger in the Sea. Chapter 179, Danger in the Sea. No matter how slow Normans was, she would have realized by now that Chun Zhao had definitely done something to her. She always had a great appetite. Normally, she would eat an apple every 5 minutes. However, since she met Chun Zhao, she had not eaten anything. She tried to eat twice, but on both occasions she felt nauseous. Now you have an intense appetite again, right? A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. What do you want from me? What do you think? If I complete the training today, I can eat all I want, right? Of course. Chun Zhao smiled. Clearly, he would not let Normans eat all she could. Actually, he would in fact let Normans eat whatever she wanted as long as she could physically swallow them. What's the training today? Simple. Run for a kilometer. It was only the start. A 1-kilometer run was really very easy. Even with Norman's weight, she could achieve the goal as long as she persisted. Actually, Chun Zhao could have made Norman slim down with just Beelzebub's ability. However, if she slimmed down so much by not eating food, her body would become extremely unhealthy. Therefore, she had to exercise too. It could speed up the slimming process and at the same time make her healthier. You have to exercise with me too. You have to do whatever I do. Fine. As long as Normans was willing to cooperate, Chun Zhao was willing to train with her. He did this only for the 400,000 pay. It was something Chun Zhao could not say no to. Do I start now? Let's start. 1 kilometer was really nothing to Chun Zhao. With his stamina, he was more than strong enough to run a marathon. Nonetheless, the power of a foodaholic was limitless. In order to eat whatever she wanted, Normans persisted for the entire journey. Actually, to a person who weighed 140 kilograms, a 1-kilometer run was already very exhausting. She was about as heavy as 2 normal adult men, after all. After they finished the run, Normans immediately asked, "Can I eat now?" Of course. That's the end of today's training. I'll be back again tomorrow, however, so you better be ready. Can I eat all I want? Sure. Chun Zhao only asked Beelzebub to give Normans a bit of appetite, so she would definitely not be able to eat too much. The feast that Normans had been fantasizing about was destined to be a mere illusion. Mr. Doman brought Chun Zhao to the front door. Mr. Chun, are you sure you don't need a driver to send you back? Nope. My friends live nearby, so I want to drop by their house. All right then. Thank you again for what you did for Normans. To be frank, the amount of exercise she did today is more than what she had done in the last 3 years combined. No problem. I'm getting paid anyway. Chun Zhao left Mr. Doman's manor with his pets. Walking on the street, they still managed to attract countless eyes. After all, the silly twins, as well as Obitos, were really too eye-catching. Many tourists along the way stopped to watch the pets. Some even thought that Chun Zhao was a street artist. Chun Zhao found Rasfa's manor and was quickly invited in. Chun, welcome. Rasfa was still shocked by Chun Zhao's entire family of pets. That's a lot of pets. Why don't you give Beelzebub and Carrie to me? I'll take good care of them for you. I'm afraid I'll have to say no. Chun Zhao shook his head. I was nearby just now, so I came here to check your health condition. Paul, pour Chun a glass of wine. You know that I don't drink during work. All right, after you finish the examination then. Half an hour later, Chun Zhao finished the checkup. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa. I'm going to dredge your meridians. Rasfa had full trust in Chun Zhao. In fact, they had turned from enemies into friends. Precisely because of their initial conflict, Rasfa trusted Chun Zhao even more. Stay here for dinner. I'll ask the kitchen to cook one more portion. Sure. In the evening, Zola, Daniel, and Manny came as well. Daniel was thrilled by Chun Zhao's extra pets, namely the silly twins and Obitos. He now really believed that Chun Zhao was a druid. After dinner, Chun Zhao and Daniel lied on the chairs on the beach. Although Daniel's injuries from that accident had long recovered, it was a huge psychological trauma for him. Even now, he still did not dare to go into the sea. Instead, he could only watch the group of pets enjoy themselves on the beach. Black Ma and White Ma were the most excited among them. They had not enjoyed themselves enough on Angel Beach last time. Now, they could finally run on the beach and play in the sea all they wanted. Chun, they're not Alaskan Malamutes, are they? They're wolves. That's Black Ma, and that's White Ma. Even as wolves, they're a bit too big, right? They're special. Then how about Obitos? What breed of lizard is it? Komodo? I don't think there's red Komodo dragons. Is it a mutant? Also, its head looks somewhat weird. It has a special bloodline. Stop asking about it. Suddenly, Daniel stood up and looked at Black Ma and White Ma who had been playing in the sea. Is there something beside them? Chun Zhao also stood up and looked at them. However, because they were really far away, he could not see anything clearly. All of a sudden, Chun Zhao seemed to notice a huge fin above the sea. He immediately charged towards the silly twins, removing his shirt in the process. Chun, no, it's dangerous. Daniel wanted to stop Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao was too fast. He had already bolted into the sea. However, Chun Zhao was still too late. White Ma was already attacked. White Ma suddenly felt his body sink down. Something was dragging him into the water. If the demon pet attacked was Beelzebub, Raymond, or Carrie instead, Chun Zhao would not be so anxious because they were mere projections, not true forms. Even if they died, Chun Zhao would not be that worried. However, the silly twins were different. Their actual bodies had come to the human world. They were indeed demons, but they were not invincible. They would similarly be injured and die should they receive sufficient damage. On land, when the two of them were together, they could perhaps fight with most terrestrial organisms. In the sea, however, there were too many things that could kill them. Realizing that White Ma had been attacked, Black Ma also dived into the water at once. Chun Zhao swam towards the silly twins with all his might, praying that he could make it in time. Chapter 180 Shark. Chapter 180 Shark. Chun Zhao dove underwater. He saw the injured and panicked White Ma. He also saw that Black Ma had bitten the shark's fin, but it easily shook Black Ma off. It was a 9-foot-long tiger shark, at least 3 times the size of them. Chun Zhao kicked and swam faster toward the shark. It attacked White Ma again, but Chun Zhao punched the shark's gill with all his might. He was underwater, though, so his punch was half as strong. However, he still hit the gill. The shark was surprised and dove to the side. It didn't leave. Instead, it turned around and swam back. It seemed to really like White Ma's smell or taste. Chun Zhao changed his tactic. Calculating the moment that the shark came back, he grabbed onto the fin. Fins were the shark's Achilles heel. No matter how the shark struggled, Chun Zhao didn't let go. It tried to turn and bite him, but he pressed against the gill so it couldn't reach. By now, Black Ma had entered the fight too. Seeing that his brother was hurt, Black Ma pounced onto the shark's head. His claws were really sharp. He didn't let go after digging into the shark and widened his maws, biting off a chunk of shark meat. By now, the shark couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Chun Zhao and Black Ma were both in for the kill. Chun Zhao forcefully tore apart the gills. The shark immediately lost energy. This was a serious injury to sharks. It wouldn't die immediately, but it would lose the ability to fight. Chun Zhao broke to the surface. He saw White Ma floating there with a large bite on his stomach. The patch of sea had already turned red. He swam toward White Ma and immediately stuffed some demonic crystals into him. White Ma instantly sputtered and came back to life. Then he swam toward land. Black Ma and the shark floated to the surface too. Black Ma wasn't hurt, which was the most fortunate part of this. Daniel saw that Chun Zhao, White Ma, and Black Ma were back. Then he saw the shark corpse that washed ashore. Oh my God, you guys killed a shark in the sea. His expression was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Chun Zhao and Black Ma could achieve this feat. Chun Zhao had no time to pay attention to Daniel. He ran to White Ma to check the injury. White Ma's state seemed very serious, but it wasn't bleeding anymore. Daniel, call some people over and help me lift White Ma up. Oh, okay. A while later, Daniel had called many people over. Zula, Rasfa, and Manny had heard about the news too, so they came over as well. The servants in the manor found a wooden board to lift White Ma up. Chen, are you hurt? Rasfa studied Chun Zhao. I'm fine. I need to treat White Ma first. Chun Zhao didn't have time for small talk. White Ma's injury was more important. However, the people had already seen the shark corpse and were all shocked. It was a young adult, but the tiger shark was still powerful. Not many sea creatures could threaten them, but it was covered in bites from Black Ma. The people didn't think that Chun Zhao had done much. Black Ma was still venting his anger out on the dead shark. Obitos was even worse. This heartless guy had started eating the shark. Chen Zhao patched White Ma up. Exhausted, he slumped onto the ground. Right then, a glass of water appeared before him. Zola stood beside him at some point. Chen Zhao pulled her into his lap. After the tension came extreme relaxation. Chen Zhao really needed to let loose now. Not here. Go to the room, Zola replied, as enthusiastic as ever. She could feel that Chen Zhao was strong and fierce now. His body was much stronger than a month ago. He seemed to have endless energy and was filled with domination. Zola kept getting forced back. She'd never lost so miserably. She couldn't remember how many times she'd reached the climax, while Chen Zhao continued to charge. He seemed not to know fatigue. Chen, stop. This is bad for your body. The next moment, Chen Zhao closed Zola's red lips. Right now, Chen Zhao seemed to have lost his mind. Only lust remained. He might have been suppressed for a while. Now, he could finally let it all out. He didn't stop until 3 straight hours of sex. Zola couldn't stand up anymore. She lay in bed weakly, not willing to move a limb. Only her chest went up and down. The bed was in a mess. Chen Zhao lowered himself and kissed her softly. Zola, I'm sorry. I went too far. Carry me to the bathroom. Chen Zhao wanted to go again in the shower, but Zola refused him. She was honestly too tired to deal with Chen Zhao anymore. When they came out hand in hand, Manny was still leaning against White Ma. There was a lot of meat and milk beside them. She seemed to be talking to White Ma. Manny was 15 years old, similar in age or a bit older than Azina, the other girl Chen Zhao knew. However, these two girls were completely different. Manny was more innocent, probably because Zola protected her too well. She still had a childlike personality. Azina was childlike too, but she was more mature and reserved. The two kids were like polar opposites. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't their parents. He couldn't decide their lives or futures. When Manny saw Chen Zhao and Zola come out, she waved at him. Chen, come here. Why? Manny glanced at Zola and then Chen Zhao. When are you marrying my mom? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Why do you want me to marry your mom? If you two marry, White Ma and Black Ma will be mine. What kind of logic is this? You're willing to sell your mom to an irresponsible guy just for the silly twins. I'm kidding. Manny pouted at Chen Zhao. Can you let me White Ma and Black Ma? For what? Just say if you let me. No. Meanie. Mom, don't play with him anymore. Manny might be spoiled, but she wasn't an illogical and bratty kid. She had a goal in mind when talking to Chen Zhao, but she wouldn't throw a tantrum to get there. Because White Ma was hurt, Chen Zhao had Paul help get a truck to transport him back. It was already 10 at night when they returned. Chen Zhao actually wasn't used to the fact that Fali wasn't home. Usually they would both be in pajamas now and drinking beer with snacks or watching movies and talking about random things. Chen Zhao called her. Fali. Chen, what's up? Nothing. I was just wondering if anything happened while you're with the Coastal Rescue Team. Chapter 181, Blackie, how about Wi-Fi in your house? Chapter 181, Blackie, how about Wi-Fi in your house? Everything's normal. I would have been asleep now if you didn't call me. All right, I'm going to bed too. Good night. After the brief conversation, Chen Zhao hung up. He rubbed his forehead and then entered the basement. Chen Zhao had to perform special treatment for White Ma, which clearly could not be done outside. Although White Ma had eaten 2 demonic crystals, he was still in a bad shape. The supposedly formidable subordinate of the King of Greed had almost lost his life to a human world species. Hellhound was clearly thrilled by the 2 new buddies. No, there were actually 3. Chen Zhao had also brought the Hydra into the space crevice. Little Nine was timid as usual. Hellhound and Black Ma were already playing enthusiastically with each other. If White Ma was not injured, the 3 of them would have probably become best friends. On the other hand, Chen Zhao and Blackie went into the castle to study sorcery and medicine. Blackie, when I summoned that banshee with her ritual implement near the gate of hell, I felt very tired. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. Why did I feel that way? I don't know much about demonic sorcery too, but when I cast spells, I can clearly feel an upper limit. Cast certain spells too many times, and I'll feel tired as well, Blackie said. Both Chun Zhao and Blackie were novice sorcerers. At the beginning, Blackie did not know too many demonic spells too. Of course, Blackie was able to learn demonic spells much faster than Chun Zhao, because he was a type of demon, after all. However, there were some spells that Blackie would never be able to cast. I've done my research. For example, if I cast Hell Knell on a person for 10 consecutive times, I'll be exhausted. Wait, you cast Hell Knell on a person just for experimentation? Did that person not go insane? I found a person in vegetative state, so Hell Knell wouldn't affect him, Blackie replied, unconcerned. So whether it's you or me, we have a certain kind of threshold. We can't cast spells or summon demons indefinitely, Chun Zhao concluded. I think so. Don't you humans always call the thing needed to cast spells magic points, or maybe magical power? Let's suppose that we have magical power too, and we each have our own maximum magical power. How do you think we should test our maximum magical power then? You should ask Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. They know more about demonic sorcery than the two of us. Chun Zhao called Beelzebub into the castle and asked him their question. Of course, you need a certain form of power to cast and control demonic spells. There's no real difference between the terminology in Hell and the definition given by humans. In Hell, it's generally known as demonic power, but you humans can call it magic points or magical power too. It's the same thing. I don't think the term demonic power is accurate, Blackie opposed at once, because humans can cast demonic spells too. This proves that the power used by demons is at least somehow related to humans. No, Chun Zhao gave his own opinion. Humans can only use a small number of modified demonic spells. This means demonic spells are still based mainly on demonic power. Perhaps, modified demonic spells are no longer truly demonic, or maybe they require a different form of power to activate. You're again the special one. Blackie looked at Chun Zhao. Why can you learn all the demonic spells without restriction? Even I can't learn many of them, but you can still learn and cast them. Even Beelzebub could not answer this question. While Blackie is a demon, the three of us are actually three different forms of life. Blackie has no physical form. Beelzebub is a projection, while I am a pure human. But all of us have one similarity. We can use demonic spells. So if we can find all the similarities among the three of us, perhaps we'll know what form of power we're using to cast those spells. Are you still a pure human? Your right hand contains Lord Beelzebub Zophi's bloodline. So in fact, you're a demon human high. Before Beelzebub could finish, Chun Zhao stared at him with a threatening look. If you dare to finish that sentence, you better prepare another projection. I'll use your current one to make dog broth. Beelzebub immediately returned to the serious topic. Human, I think you've missed out a fourth existence that can cast demonic spells. What's the fourth one? Badges. What badges? Whether it's in Hell or the human world, there's some kind of badges. In Hell, they're called demonic badges, while in the human world, they're called magical badges. Regardless of the name, they're formed when demonic spells are carved into certain items. These items can then cast spells or have magical properties. Do you have a magical badge with you? No, and I also don't know how to make them, Beelzebub answered. So all in all, these are the only 4 types, right? Of course, maybe Blackie can't be considered as a separate form of being. He's still a demon after all. No, there are many other types, such as angels. Wait, are there really angels? What's strange about it? Why can't there be angels when there are already so many demons beside you? Where are the angels? Are they in heaven? Are they serving an old pervert who seduces unmarried girls? Dunno. I have neither seen them nor heard about where they live. Then how are you even sure that they exist? Because they do. It's a fact. How is it a fucking fact when you don't even know where to find them? Are you sure it's not just a random setting that you thought of a minute ago? Chun Zhao already had the habit of not trusting Beelzebub's words entirely. When Chun Zhao left the crevice, he realized that he had 4 missed calls from Robio. He glanced at Blackie, who had followed him out. Blackie, why don't you install a Wi-Fi or a signal tower inside? Chun Zhao called Robio. Robio, what's up? Chun, Fali's in the hospital. What? Why? What happened? She almost drowned. Almost drowned? Fali? Chun Zhao knew how well Fali could swim. How could she nearly drown? I don't know the exact situation, too. I received a call from the phone in HQ and then heard Walter barking. When I got there, I saw Fali lying on the beach. I've already sent her to the hospital. Which hospital? Chantilly. Chapter 182, Fali in Danger. Chapter 182, Fali in Danger. Chun Zhao hurried over to Chantilly Hospital. Robio was there waiting for him. He went in as soon as he arrived. When he reached Fali's room, he realized Four was there. Chun. Four was surprised to see him. You're here for me? I'm the patient's friend, Chun Zhao said. Chun, she's Fali's younger sister, Robio said. You know my sister? For looked at him in surprise. Can I check on Fali? For nodded. She was obviously happy if Chun Zhao was willing to help. Chun Zhao checked Fali. There's no water in her lungs. Her heartbeat is normal, pulse normal, but her pupils are dilated and no light reaction. 4. Did you tranquilize Fali? No. She's been unconscious since she was taken to the hospital. Can it be a pseudocoma? 4 suggested. Chun Zhao and Robio both understood what that meant. Chun Zhao was a doctor, while Robio worked on the coastal rescue team. He'd seen many drowning victims. In pseudocomas, the brain was still active, but the subconscious mind was still in the drowning state, so the brain would close itself off. This was a way to protect the brain. When drowning, one would lack oxygen for a long period, causing brain hypoxia and brain damage. But pseudocomas were short-term comas. It usually lasted 1 to 3 days. Sometimes it could last for longer. Chun, do you have a solution? I still need to look. As of now, Chun Zhao hadn't found any useful information. He suspected since the beginning that the drowning wasn't normal. Walking out with Robio, Chun Zhao asked, Robio, can you tell me what happened when Fali drowned? I got the call at 2 in the morning. I only heard Walters panting through the phone. To be honest, I can't really believe that a dog can do that. If Walter really can call someone, he should call me. Why did he call you? My contact info is taped onto the office's wall. Robio sensed some jealousy in Chun Zhao's voice, but this proved that the man really loved Walter like a parent. Chun Zhao wouldn't have asked if he didn't care. Robio was also happy that Walter could have Chun Zhao's companionship. Then I hurried to the office and saw Fali lying on the beach. She had her buoy and life vest. She couldn't have gone swimming at midnight unless someone was drowning. But there were no other victims beside her. It's possible she couldn't save the person and was also in danger. So she was either washed ashore or Walter dragged her onto land. Chun Zhao leaned more toward Walter saving Fali, but then he remembered that Fali had said she'd run into paranormal activity. He suspected that Fali had been attacked by an evil spirit. Otherwise, with her swimming abilities, she wouldn't have an accident even at night. At least, there wasn't a high possibility. After all, Fali had all the equipment and Walter by her side. Unless something unusual happened, there were very slight chances of an accident happening. Is Walter still at the office? Yeah, I left him there. I'll go get Walter. I'm worried if he's there alone. Okay, Robio said. I won't go with you. I need to stay and take care of Fali. Chun Zhao hurried to the headquarters and called for Walter. The dog rushed out of the darkness. He was very excited, clearly shocked by something. He jumped and barked in front of Chun Zhao. Walter, quiet. Quiet down. Chun Zhao comforted him. Was Fali attacked by evil spirits? Woof. Can you find the evil spirit? Walter turned toward the sea with a confused expression. He couldn't provide any information. This made Chun Zhao feel helpless. Walter wasn't like Beelzebub and the others. He couldn't talk directly to Chun Zhao. Just then, Walter ran into the office and carried a rotten piece of wood out. Chun Zhao took it. It was a piece of wood from a fir tree and very wet. Walter must have taken it out of the water. It should be from some aged ship. No matter how good the quality, it would rot after being in the water for decades, or even centuries. The wood was very fragile. Chun Zhao applied some pressure and cracked it open. There was a clear word carved into the opening. Mary. Mary. Chun Zhao studied the wood. He wasn't sure if this was related to Fali's attack. His phone rang at that moment. Chun. Fali woke up, but she looks unsettled. She wants you to take her home. Okay, I'm coming, Chun Zhao said immediately. He was relieved that Fali was okay. Chun Zhao was worried that she really was attacked by something unknown. If Fali was hurt by some magic spell or a supernatural force, Chun Zhao would need Sienna's help. Now that Fali was awake, he could stop worrying so much. When he reached the hospital, Fali was sitting up in bed. For sat beside her, while Robio stood before the bed. Robio could tell that Fali had been terrified. He just didn't understand what could have happened that caused such a strong reaction. Chun, you're here. Fali's eyes brightened when she saw Chun Zhao. Four and Robio could both tell that Fali trusted Chun Zhao. She relaxed as soon as he arrived. Four stood up, and Chun Zhao took her spot. Fali hugged him immediately. Chun, you're finally here. I want to go home. Okay, let's go. Chun Zhao glanced at Four, who was looking at him quizzically. She didn't expect that Chun Zhao would be dating her sister. Judging from the current situation, they couldn't be regular friends. Four, I'll take Fali home now. I'll go visit tomorrow, Four said to her sister. I'll drive, Robio said. Fali didn't speak on the way back. She sat in the back seat with Chun Zhao, resting her head on his shoulder. She was leaning into him even after they got out the car. Robio's gone. Stop acting, Chun Zhao pushed her aside. I'm not acting. I really was scared. Chapter 183, Ghost Ship. Chapter 183, Ghost Ship. Fali was indeed scared, but after Chun Zhao arrived, she calmed down a lot. When they reached home, Chun Zhao poured Fali a glass of water. Tell me what happened. I was about to go to sleep. As usual, I used the night vision binoculars to check the coastline. Then, I discovered that there seemed to be someone in the sea. I thought it was a drowning person, so I swam towards him. And then you were attacked by evil spirits. I heard that drowning man calling for help. I grabbed him, but he was dragged into the water by something. I tried to pull him up, but then I was dragged into the sea too. Under the surface, I saw a ship packed with people. They were the ones pulling the drowning man down. Chun Zhao thought of a word. Ghost ship. Yes, it was a ghost ship roaming in the sea. I watched as the ghosts on the ship tried to pull me down too. Then Walter came and saved me. This confirmed their initial suspicion that it was a supernatural event. Chun, I'm now somewhat scared of the sea. I'm afraid that I will never be able to work in the coastal rescue team again. Fali was in a similar state as Daniel. The attack was truly a psychological trauma for her. I'll settle the problem, Chun Zhao assured. Nevertheless, it was really a troublesome problem. The key was that Chun Zhao had no experience of locating evil spirits. After some consideration, the only person that Chun Zhao could think of was Sienna. Sienna, Chun Zhao called Sienna's phone. Chun, do you know that staying up late is the most damaging thing to a lady's body? Do you want her money? Sienna was wide awake at once. What is it? Fali was attacked by evil spirits today. Is she all right? She's just a bit scared. What do you want me to do? According to her description, she was probably attacked by a roaming ghost ship in the sea. Ghost ship? I'm no match for a ghost ship. Are ghost ships very difficult to deal with? Do you know my teacher died? 20 years ago, a ghost ship appeared at West Coast. My teacher formed an alliance of 13 witches, but in the end, they all died in the sea. Are ghost ships really that scary? Yes. The biggest problem is that ghost ships hide in the sea most of the time. Do you have a way to find or track them? If you really want to fight against a ghost ship, you better prepare for the worst. I don't need you to fight it with me. Just tell me if you have a way of locating it. Let me think about it. How much money will I get? 10,000. Deal. I just need to find the ghost ship, right? Yes, you don't have to battle with the ship. Sienna was a spiritualist, a supposedly comfortable and high-paying occupation, but everyone who knew her also knew how poor she was. All right, I'll inform you if I find anything. The next day, after washing up, Chun Zhao knocked on Fali's door. Fali, are you awake? Come in, Fali said from inside the room. When Chun Zhao entered the room, he realized that Fali still looked rather pale. She had yet to recover from the incident. What do you feel now? Not good. I'm going out later. Help me to take care of Black Ma and White Ma. Oh yeah, White Ma's injured, Chun Zhao said. White Ma's injured. By who? He was attacked by a shark in the sea yesterday. Is he all right? I've already treated him. It's not fatal, but he won't be able to do vigorous exercise in the next few days. Sure, leave him here. I'll take care of him. Then, Chun Zhao left the house, bringing only Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie with him. Chun Zhao went to the fitness center for his boxing class. Gaia's class was strict as usual, but Chun Zhao was gradually getting used to it. Unlike the first few sessions, Chun Zhao was now able to block or counter some of Gaia's attacks. This meant that Chun Zhao's boxing ability had improved significantly. Nonetheless, how well he could perform in an actual fight was another issue altogether. In the face of danger, Chun Zhao might not even be able to react in time. The biggest difference between amateur fighters and professional fighters was their reaction to danger. Chun Zhao's greatest advantage was his physical fitness, but he needed practice on his reaction speed. Chun, that's the end of today's lesson, Gaia said. To be honest, Gaia already found it somewhat tiring to teach Chun Zhao. She had experienced for herself how good Chun Zhao's stamina and strength were. In the past, she could counter Chun Zhao's attacks with her skills. However, as Chun Zhao also became more skillful, she was no longer able to deal with him that easily. She taught Chun Zhao mainly free sparring. Because she was larger in size than Chun Zhao, she was less agile. She had no advantage in speed, and definitely a disadvantage in strength and stamina. Chun, be prepared. Next time, I'll arrange an assessment for you. What assessment? I'll find a few experts in sparring. You'll have to fight against them at the same time. Chun Zhao was speechless. Is that really necessary? You don't want to waste the money you gave me, do you? In the afternoon, Chun Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house to give his daughter Normans her slimming session. When Norman saw Chun Zhao, she clearly did not seem happy. Normans, let's start. Did you cast a spell on me? Why didn't I have any appetite since last night? You need evidence to say something. If you don't have any evidence, stop accusing me. If you don't explain everything clearly, don't expect me to cooperate. Are you hungry now? Chun Zhao looked at Normans with a smile on his face. Rubbing the extra meat on her belly, Norman's face darkened. You wicked wizard. All right, stop bitching and start exercising. Normans gritted her teeth and stared at Chun Zhao. In the end, she still gave in. After Beelzebub returned her appetite, she started to feel starved. She really wanted to be unyielding and say that she would not cooperate, but she simply could not. Can I eat after I run a kilometer? No. 1 kilometer and you only get an apple. What? No way. Do you want me to die of exhaustion? If you don't run, you won't even get an apple. Doman stood at the windows, watching his daughter and Chun Zhao run around the lawn. Norman's cursing could be heard from miles away. Doman did not know whether he could be happy or sad. Chun Zhao had been running just in front of Norman's. Mean, shameless, perverted, abject fool, bastard, trash, Norman's cursed. Before she even finished 1 kilometer, she was already covered in sweat. Chun Zhao slowed down and ran beside Norman's. Norman's, speaking continuously as you run will only make you expend your energy quicker. Isn't that exactly what you want? You bastard. Of course. Please cuss me louder, I beg you. Chun Zhao taunted. After 1 kilometer, Norman's actually showed no sign of stopping. How much do I have to run in order to eat grilled meat? 10 kilometers. That's not possible. You're just giving me an unrealistic goal. So you should stop having unrealistic thoughts too. Chapter 184. It's Dieting and Torture. Chapter 184. It's Dieting and Torture. Most people wouldn't be able to run 10 kilometers, let alone Normans. She was around 280 pounds. This was like running with weights. 1 kilometer was already enough exertion for her. 2 kilometers was probably her limit. Chun Zhao's requirement was clearly too much. Just running didn't actually have a big effect. It mostly exercised the muscles and fat on the thigh. The most effective way to lose weight was actually swimming. It used every muscle in the body. If she wanted to lose 160 pounds in a month, she had to exercise crazily. Of course, she couldn't do too much in the first 2 or 3 days. Her lazy habits resulted in her body's inertia. Once she started exercising, her muscles would accumulate lactic acid, causing soreness, weakness, and pain. The body could recover by itself, though. After becoming accustomed to the exercise, the body would get used to it and adjust to the optimal state. This had nothing to do with fitness. It was the same for extremes of the scale, nerds and athletes. Even athletes had to go through recovery training if they hadn't exercised in a long time. Fatties were the same. They could get used to the intensity of exercise. Plus, fatties had more fat to burn. They might not be able to exercise continuously, but if they exercised every now and then, their endurance wouldn't be worse than professional athletes. The only difference was in willpower. An athlete obviously had very strong wills and couldn't be compared to a regular person, let alone a fatty who was used to a lazy lifestyle. This was why Chen Zhao had to force Normans to move. "Stop and rest," Chen Zhao said. "Eat 2 apples to replenish your energy. That's it for today's exercise. I'm too tired to stand. Want a drumstick?" Chen Zhao took a drumstick out. He'd gotten it from the kitchen. Normans gulped, her eyes shining with hunger. She hadn't eaten meat in 2 days, and now Chen Zhao was chomping on chicken in front of her. "What do I have to do?" "Swim freestyle for 1 kilometer. "I can't swim." "I asked your dad." "You can swim. I heard that you were part of your school's swim team, too." "That was a long time ago. Do you think I can still swim like this?" "Fat will help you float better. Don't tell me you don't have the strength. I'll take it if you can get to 1 kilometer, no matter how you move your limbs." "I don't have a swimsuit." Norman's chubby face actually looked embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't have a swimsuit, but that she didn't have one that fit. With her current figure, she wouldn't be able to fit in any one. "I have one." Chen Zhao took out a swimsuit. He'd bought this supersized one before coming. "You monster. If I have strength, I'll definitely rip you apart." "You'll have strength after eating this apple, but I advise you to preserve your energy for the swimming." "You think I'll give in to you?" Chen Zhao wiped the grease on his hands. "As you wish." "Fine. 1 kilometer, right?" After changing into the swimsuit, Normans jumped into the water, causing huge splashes. The pool that Mr. Dorman had built in his home was a standard 50-meter pool. This meant that Normans had to swim 20 laps to reach 1 kilometer. After Normans got into the water, she looked at Chen Zhao. "Don't forget, you have to swim with me." "Fine." After changing, Chen Zhao also jumped in. Swimming with Normans for 1 kilometer was nothing to Chen Zhao. He was twice as fast as Normans. The girl discovered that Chen Zhao was very fast and had shocking endurance too. She started suspecting that he was a professional athlete. By the time she finished 2 laps, Chen Zhao had already done 3 or 4. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Zhao was having fun. He was completely immersed in his own joy of exercising. "That asshole," Normans thought. "Is he showing off his fitness?" She was angry for some reason and sped up. However, her large body gave her bigger resistance. It was harder to swim and used up more energy. Chen Zhao finished the kilometer happily in 10 minutes, but he continued to swim. By now, Normans had only completed 6 laps because she had to rest every 50 meters. To be honest, she was jealous of Chen Zhao's lean body in the water. Once upon a time, she'd been like that too, but that relationship had destroyed her life. After some more swimming, Chen Zhao got out of the pool and sat beside Normans. She'd only completed 10 laps. Swimming used up more energy than running. "You asshole, why do you swim so fast? I need you to swim with me, not to show off your body." "Okay, I'll continue to accompany you after you get into the water." "That's better." Norman spent 1 whole hour on swimming 20 laps. By the time she got out, she sprawled on the side of the pool like a pile of dead meat. "Get up and move around." Then Chen Zhao took out a scale. "Come weigh yourself." Normans got onto the scale. It displayed 295 pounds. Admittedly, the 2 days of intense exercise had been effective. She lost more than 12 pounds. However, Norman's base weight was too high. In the beginning, Any bit of exercise would release the water in her fat, so her weight would drop quickly. In the later stages, the rate would be much lower. While the beginning released water, she would have to go through even more exercise to burn her fat later. Want to eat a whole chicken? Chen Zhao asked. Don't tell me to swim 10,000 meters. I couldn't do it when my weight was normal, let alone now. No need. You only need 2,000 more meters. 2 more kilometers, and she could eat a whole chicken? This was a pretty big temptation for her. Okay, I'll do it. But if you can't do it, I'll reward you a drumstick according to the distance. Norman's was tricked because after swimming another kilometer, she realized that she couldn't move at all. Her body had reached her limit. Her limbs didn't even feel like hers anymore. It was impossible to swim 2 more kilometers. Chun Zhao had figured out her limit and set up a trap for her. Chapter 185. You have the smell of another woman. Chapter 185. You have the smell of another woman. Here's your dinner list for tonight. An egg, 2 apples, and 1 chicken drumstick. Do you want me to starve to death? Do you know that I only ate 3 drumsticks yesterday? Do you want to see only a corpse when you come tomorrow? You can say no, Chun Zhao said casually. Just then, Mr. Doman approached them. Chun, has the training today ended? Yes. Why don't you stay here for dinner? No, I still have something else to do. All right then. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Ms. Normans. Bastard. I hope that you'll get killed by a car the moment you step out of here. Normans cursed bitterly. Normans, shut up. Chen's doing all this for your health. Mr. Doman, forgive her. I won't remember it. Ms. Normans, be prepared for tomorrow, because there will be more exercises waiting for you. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This is revenge. Good luck. When Chun Zhao left the manor, he received a call from Yafan. Chen, are you free? Are you unwell? I finished my parts in a movie. Can I see you? Yafan hinted. Sure. I'm already in Beverly Hills. I'll go there now. Thinking about Yafan's alluring body, Chun Zhao licked his own lips. He sped up and finally arrived at Yafan's place. Yafan passionately welcomed Chun Zhao in. Chun Zhao could finally use all his energy on Yafan. He quickly removed all her clothes and began the battle. Yafan shouted loudly in both pain and excitement. Chun Zhao's strength allowed him to explore various difficult postures with Yafan, which made her even more excited. Nevertheless, after climaxing continuously, Yafan started to beg Chun Zhao. However, Chun Zhao, who had yet to enjoy himself thoroughly, would clearly not let Yafan off so easily. They did it twice on the sofa, thrice in the bedroom, and once more in the bathroom. In the end, after showering, Chun Zhao carried Yafan out of the bathroom. The 2 of them lay on the sofa, lying in each other's arms. Yafan seemed somewhat lost. She had to admit that she was fully indulged in Chun Zhao's limitless stamina and advanced tactics. Chun, did you eat any medicine today? No, I don't need that. How long has it been since you last had sex? Chun Zhao smiled and remained silent. He had in fact just had one with Zola the day before. Chun, I don't really have any acting recently. Can you say something for me before Mr. Rasfa and Mr. Stephen? Chun Zhao thought over it. Before he came here, he had already expected there to be a reason for Yafan to call him. I can, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Of course, as long as you're willing to help. Chun Zhao would say something for Yafan, but he was unsure if it would help her at all. A movie would easily involve an investment of tens or even hundreds of $1 million. Actors had to undergone many layers of selection. Both their acting skills and appearance had to be outstanding. In addition, the competition between various movie companies would also determine the actors to some extent. Not a single person could easily determine the actor for an important role. Even the chairman of the company or the director of the movie could not. Rasfa might not have the final saying too. Moreover, Chun Zhao would not force Rasfa to help Yafan. After all, the relationship between Chun Zhao and Yafan was only on the physical level. Chun Zhao could help Yafan because of that, but it was not an obligation. He would only say something for Yafan if he could, and not force Rasfa to do anything. Chun Zhao knew this well, so did Yafan. No actress in Hollywood was a fool. Yafan wanted Chen Zhao to help, but even she was unsure whether it would work. Chen, do you still want more? Can you still take it? Of course, as long as you want. Then let's continue. Chen Zhao and Yafan had another tiring battle. Only then did they leave each other hesitantly. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fali was still preparing dinner. The moment Fali saw Chen Zhao, she said at once, Chen, go and take a shower. What? You have the smell of another woman. Is it? Chen Zhao smelled his own arms. What does it smell like? A woman's smell. Is it that obvious? Yes, it's extremely obvious. You should clean yourself before coming home next time. By the time Chen Zhao finished showering, Fali had already finished making dinner. Fali, I've asked Sienna to help find the ghost ship. Don't go to work the next few days. Chen, why would the ghost ship target me? I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Chen Zhao was unsure as well. Fali had nothing special. At least this was how Chen Zhao felt. The only explanation was that Fali had really been unlucky. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a car stop outside his house. Very soon, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao trotted to the door and opened it. Pierce South was outside. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Why is he here? Actually, Chen Zhao did not like Pierce because he was a very clever businessman. Last time, David and he acted as if they were trying to kidnap Pierce. Chen Zhao did not say anything, but Pierce still managed to guess his identity. In fact, Pierce had even helped them to find the real culprits of the brewery fire, namely Treed and Winry. All in all, Chen Zhao instinctively did not really want to meet Pierce. A person who was too clever, such as Pierce, would usually be feared by others. Mr. Pierce, how may I help you? Aren't you going to invite me in? Smiling, Pierce looked at Chen Zhao. I'm afraid that's inconvenient. Chen Zhao rejected Pierce's request at once. He was also telling Pierce his attitude and indirectly asking him to leave. Pierce smiled and did not mind Chen Zhao's attitude. Mr. Chen, you killed Treed, right? What? I don't get it. And you distributed Treed's gold to the victims' families. Am I right? Mr. Pierce, say what you must. If not, please leave my house. Chen Zhao was more direct this time. Mr. Chen, I came here in a sincere attempt to cooperate with you. Do you treat your guests like this? I don't think there's anything for us to cooperate. If you want me to convince the residents here to allow you to open a chemical factory at the original brewery location, I'm afraid you're speaking to the wrong person. I don't know as many people in town as you might have imagined. Of course not for that. Not to mention that I've already given the plan up. I came here for something else. Chapter 186, A Bit Too Big of a Reaction. Chapter 186, A Bit Too Big of a Reaction. What's wrong? Chen Zhao frowned at Pierce South. He found this guy strange. He was overly smart. Treed Pimpton's wealth. Where does he have more wealth? You admit that you split his gold between the relatives of the victims? Pierce grinned at Chen Zhao. I don't know what you're saying. If you don't need anything, please leave. Don't be so impatient. Listen to me. I'm not here for that. Who you give gold to has nothing to do with me, but I heard that you need money these days. You want to buy Mirror Lake and the land around it, right? Mr. Pierce, you're really informed. It's not that big of a secret. Many people know about it. I don't even have to try hard to find out. Are you here to flaunt your connections? Of course not. I told you that I want to work with you and find the rest of Treed's wealth. You mean that he split his gold in half? Not gold. The other half is the art he collected. You'll work with me if he has valuable collectibles? I don't believe that. Chen Zhao needed money, but his mind was still clear. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't share with others. Pierce was very clever, so he definitely wouldn't cooperate with just anyone. Pierce suddenly put a hand on Chen Zhao's shoulder. Feeling a stab of pain, he subconsciously punched Pierce's face. Pierce was thrown back. Help! You want to kill me? His mouth was filled with blood, and his teeth kept falling out. Chen Zhao glared at him furiously. What did you stab me with? Pierce held his mouth, face twisted in pain. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to tell you that I'm a wizard. I used the shadow sting to make you hurt a little. He didn't think that he would be attacked so fiercely just by proving his identity. Chen Zhao's punch had come too suddenly and heavily. Pierce didn't know how many teeth he lost. He'd thought that Chun Zhao was like him, a wizard. He didn't expect Chun Zhao would have such a big reaction and punch him. Hearing Pierce's words, Chun Zhao was taken aback. "You're a wizard." "Ah, it hurts so much," Pierce said painfully. "God damn it. Why did you use so much force? You attacked me suddenly. I reacted with my instincts." Chun Zhao's punch had been seriously strong. Pierce was lucky he didn't die. He didn't know how many teeth were left in his mouth, though. He felt a breeze when he spoke. "If you don't want to die, you better not do that again," Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. "You're a wizard too, right? How come you're so strong? What's it to you? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The other part of Treed's wealth is very valuable. It's worth millions, but I can't get it by myself, so I want to work with you." "Why can't you get it?" "He did some stuff in the place he hid it. He set up a ward, and I can't undo it by myself. Since you could defeat Treed, that means you must be stronger than him. If you join, we'll be able to get his stuff." Chun Zhao was tempted. Millions of dollars was a huge sum. However, he didn't completely trust Pierce South. After all, they weren't close. Pierce was a true fox. Chun Zhao didn't like interacting with these smart people. "Where are the hidden items? How will we split the money?" "I'll take 80%. The remaining 20% is yours." "Goodbye." Chun Zhao shut the door. Did Pierce think that he was poor and could only take his scraps? "Wait, how about 70-30? Or 60-40? That's my bottom line. 50-50. If you accept it, we can keep talking. If not, then..." Pierce looked at Chun Zhao with gleaming eyes. 50-50, but we're not going with the original price. We'll take turns choosing items after we get them, and whether you choose the valuable ones will depend on your own skills. How about that?" Chun Zhao thought for a moment and instantly understood what this old fox was planning. Since he knew the item's value, it was likely he was familiar with the collection. He might have even seen the items before. He would know which ones were valuable and which ones weren't. He made this request so he could have a bigger advantage. "I'll think about it," Chun Zhao said. "But I'm curious. You're pretty rich too. Why would you risk it to get a few million? Don't make a few million sound like a small number. My net worth is only a few million. That factory isn't my own either. Also, most of the value comes from real estate. I'm rich, but I might not have as many savings as you. I have the chance to double my net worth now. The risk is worth it. I agree with your distribution method, but I need a safety net too. If the items I choose are less than 30% of the total value, then you must give me at least that much." Basically, Chun Zhao wanted to get more money, but also stay safe. Okay, this plan was a compromise that they both accepted. "Don't play tricks on me," Chun Zhao threatened. "If you dare take it all for yourself, I'll kill you. Don't think nonsense. I live in a nearby town, so it's impossible for that to happen like we're in the movies. Plus, you've never killed anyone before. You don't look like it." "Is it that obvious?" Chun Zhao asked, deflating. "Maybe I should act more aggressive." "Okay, we've reached an agreement. I'll call you on the day." "When are we doing it?" "I need to prepare," Pierce said. "The time isn't right either. How long do I have to wait?" "The next full moon." "What do I have to do to prepare?" "Nothing. I'll get everything ready." Chapter 187, A Familiar Face in Hell. Chapter 187, A Familiar Face in Hell. When Chun Zhao walked back into the house, Fali asked, "Who's that?" "Pierce South, the owner of that chemical factory. Also, he's a wizard." "Did the two of you argue?" "I saw you punch him." Instead of hiding anything from Fali, Chun Zhao told her about Pierce's intention to cooperate with him. Just then, Raymond climbed up Chun Zhao's arm and hissed. Fali could not understand Raymond, but Chun Zhao could. "Human, I have a friend who's ill. Come to my hometown and help me to treat him." "Will I get anything?" If it was Raymond who needed treatment, Chun Zhao would go to hell and help him for free. After all, Raymond had helped Chun Zhao a lot, although Raymond had still been unwilling to call him master. However, since it was someone else, the first thing that Chun Zhao thought of was his own benefit. "My friend is a true visioner. He has no territory. Even the sacrifices needed to summon you to hell will be from me," Raymond said. "Is he that important to you?" Chun Zhao asked. "Yes. He once gave me a pristine eyeball. which became my current left eye. Chun, are you speaking with Raymond? Fali asked curiously. Yup, Chun Zhao nodded. I'm going to my room now. While Fali envied Chun Zhao's ability, she could not understand Raymond at all. Feeling rather bored, she decided to go back to her room. Chun Zhao watched as Fali left the living room. Then he asked Raymond, what's a pristine eyeball? A pristine eyeball can be placed at any part of one's body, and it'll function like an actual eyeball. However, the pristine eyeball will also change according to one's bloodline. What changes are there? The left eye of my true body can cast the curse sage. If I get one, how will I change? Human bloodline cannot change the pristine eyeball. Only demonic bloodlines can. If you can heal my friend, I can promise you for him that you'll get 3 pristine eyeballs. You can place it on your right hand. It should work given your right hand's gluttony bloodline. All right, summon me to hell then. Wait for a while. My true body in hell hasn't finished the preparation. Also, you'll have to be quick. I don't have that many sacrifices available, so you'll only be able to stay for 6 hours. Then let me prepare too. Does your friend have some kind of disease? I don't know. He's in bad shape now. Chun Zhao was not very confident in treating demons too. Although the demonic medical book had various case studies, there were too many different types of demons. Even the book could not cover everything. Chun Zhao thought about it and asked, describe his symptoms. A few of his eyes are blind. Also, vomiting and weakness. How many eyes does he have? I don't know. What? You don't know? 100 plus, I suppose. Just then, Fali came out from her room and saw Chun Zhao packing his toolbox. Chun, are you going out? Yup. You have a patient. Kind of. What do you mean by kind of? Suddenly, Chun Zhao's body started to fade. What's happening to you? Where are you going? I'm leaving for a day. Help me to take care of. Fali recalled that last time when Chris and Sienna came over, they told her that Chun Zhao had just disappeared right before them. Chun Zhao finally saw Raymond's true form, which was much bigger than Beelzebub's. He was a 30-meter long gargantuan snake with 2 horns on his head, with a row of bony spikes on his back. He looked truly fearsome. Raymond, human, here you are. Raymond lowered his body. Caught to my head. Raymond's head was not even as comfortable as Obitos. Because he slithered extremely quickly, his head kept moving up and down. It was really annoying. Chun Zhao had a hard time maintaining his stability while standing on Raymond's head, not to mention about sitting down. Chun Zhao had to hold on tightly to one of Raymond's bony spikes. The sulfur-filled air rushed against his face, and he could hardly open his mouth. Soon, Raymond's trembling weakened. They had entered a desert. Chun Zhao noticed many souls buried beneath the sands. Occasionally, an incomplete soul would jump onto the surface, only to be engulfed again by the yellowness in the next instant. 20 minutes into the desert, Chun Zhao finally saw an enormous pit in the distance from Raymond's head. He estimated that the huge pit had a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. However, as they neared the pit, Chun Zhao realized that he was gravely mistaken. The pit was much bigger than he had imagined. The sand around the pit continuously flew down. Similarly, souls were dragged along the moving sand, eventually falling into the bottomless abyss. Raymond crawled to the edge of the pit. Chun Zhao's heart almost skipped a beat. The pit was not just wide, but also strikingly deep. It's the endless abyss, Raymond said. You didn't bring me here to enjoy the scenery, did you? Of course not. Raymond approached the very edge of the endless abyss and then climbed down the rough side of the abyss. While it seemed very risky at first, Raymond had in fact climbed this path countless times already. Hence, it felt rather stable. After over 100 meters of descent, they came to a small platform which led to a cave in the wall. The cave was very big, indeed much bigger than Beelzebub's house, although it was simple. It was tens of meters deep, which was sufficient for Raymond to move around freely. Raymond, are you still single now? Yup, Raymond answered emotionlessly, looking at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had originally thought that as a snake of desire, Raymond should already have a large family. Where's my patient? Wait, I'll bring him here now. As he spoke, Raymond moved his huge body away, leaving Chun Zhao alone here. Chun Zhao walked to the platform outside and looked down into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a soul fell from the sky and landed on the platform. Chun Zhao looked at the soul. Wait, isn't this the old witch Winry Gargamel? Old witch, huh? It's you. Damn, did you fall to hell too? Despite being dead, Winry's soul was still rather complete, probably because of the fact that she was a witch. At least she still recognized Chun Zhao. From her look, it was evident that her immense hatred towards Chun Zhao had not decreased. Winry's soul suddenly started to expand. Meeting you here is the luckiest thing in my life. Why does this line sound so awkward? Chun Zhao's cheek twitched. He felt as if he had just been sincerely proposed. I'll tear you apart, and then devour your soul bit by bit. Huh? Given how rare it is to see a familiar face in hell, can't we just sit down, have a cup of tea, and forget about our conflict in the human world? Chun Zhao said, frustrated. Do you think that's possible? I am here all because of you. My hatred towards you is endless, just like the sand above this very abyss. Then have you thought about what if you still can't beat me? Chapter 188. I can't control my right hand anymore. Chapter 188. I can't control my right hand anymore. I won't be able to defeat you. This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore, and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend, Winry Gargamel, suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Chun Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Chun Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Chun Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back, while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing. They were eyes. Chun Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello, are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Laos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Chun Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure. He had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Laos' back was completely bloodshot. Laos, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Chun Zhao discovered several eyes on Laos that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Chun Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Laos' body. There's something living inside you, Chun Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Laos right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Laos may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that damn thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Chun Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Chun Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Laos, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that long ago. That parasite has a mind, Chun Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Laos, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay, while I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Raymond helped a lot during the process, too. Laos was numbed by Raymond's toxin, too. Raymond, give me some of your anesthetic toxin later. Surgery begins. If it was a human, Chun Zhao wouldn't perform surgery in such an environment. However, his patient was a demon this time. He couldn't send a demon to a hospital's surgery room, after all. He had to deal with the difficulties under these conditions. Of course, he had to do everything that was possible. For example, he still disinfected his tools to prevent the patient from getting an infection. When the sharp knife slit Leo's stomach, the brown skin opened up like a zipper. Chun Zhao looked at Leo's innards. There was an obvious thing hiding in the center of his organs. It looked like an octopus. If the parasite invaded a human, he'd probably be sucked dry quickly. Only demons could survive this long with their strong vitality. Holding a syringe, Chun Zhao cautiously approached the parasite. The moment that he was about to inject the needle, two tentacles suddenly stuck onto Chun Zhao's arm. He tried to take his hand back, but he couldn't anymore. The mouth of Glutton on his hand opened up again. When it bit onto the parasite, Chun Zhao panicked. Don't eat everything. Open your mouth. Leo's got food poisoning from it. Do you want that to happen too? But the mouth of Glutton didn't listen at all. It started swallowing with all its might. Chapter 189. I have eyes on my right arm. Chapter 189. I have eyes on my right arm. Noticing Chun Zhao's anxiety, Raymond quickly comforted. Human, relax. Gluttony subordinates can digest anything. They're the only demons that won't be infested. Hearing Raymond's words, Chun Zhao calmed down at once. Can I digest it? Great. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The parasite screamed in horror. I'm afraid begging now is too late already. The parasite had also been affected by Raymond's venom, so its struggle was very weak. Its tentacles attached onto Chun Zhao's arm like an octopus, but it could not hurt Chun Zhao at all. Parasites needed a host precisely because they could not survive in the outside world by themselves. It was an unbreakable law of nature, whether it was in the human world or in hell. The mouth of Glutton had already swallowed half of the parasite's body. Just then, the tentacles attached to Leo's organs and flesh also became inactive. Chun Zhao pulled his hand, and the entire parasite was drawn out of Leo's abdomen. The parasite struggled wildly, dragging a few of Leo's eyeballs out at the same time. The eyeballs were attached to the end of the tentacles. As the mouth of Glutton finally devoured the parasite, it swallowed the eyeballs too. However, the next moment, a few eyes opened on Chun Zhao's arm, one after another. There were 5 eyes on his arm and 1 on the back of his hand, making a total of 6. What the actual fuck? Am I infested? Chun Zhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. It seemed like he would have to perform surgery to his own arm later. The mouth of Glutton was really too greedy and ate everything. Anyway, it was not the time to think about all this. Chun Zhao still had to stitch Leo's abdomen. After the operation, Chun Zhao stared at Raymond with much resentment. Didn't you just say that gluttony subordinates can't be infested? Look at the eyes on my arm. I've already been infested by that parasite. Do you feel anything different? I don't think so. So stop scaring yourself. Gluttony subordinates have very powerful digestive systems. Those fat pigs will many a time devour other demons and obtain their abilities. Clearly, the mouth of Glutton on your arm has eaten the parasite and obtained the eyes. So I'm fine. Yes. Really? Yes. Puff. I almost had a heart attack. Chun Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief. He tried to control the eyes, but they did not open, or rather he could not open them. Chun Zhao felt annoyed again. How are they useful if I can't even fucking control them? When the mouth of Glutton disappeared, so did the eyes. Chun Zhao decided to ask Jessica later how to control the mouth of Glutton. Currently, it would appear whenever it wanted to and disappear otherwise, which Chun Zhao really hated. After the paralytic effect of Raymond's venom ended, Leos woke up. Despite having lost a few eyes, Leos was clearly elated. After all, he had over 100 eyes, and losing a few was really no big deal. He felt that he had fully recovered. The heaviness that had been bothering him for a long time was finally gone. Living Lord, thank you for your help. Please take my gift. Leos very readily gave Chun Zhao the pristine eyeballs that he had prepared. He took out a bottle filled with some liquid in which 3 eyeballs were floating. Chun Zhao found this journey to hell pretty rewarding. The pristine eyeballs could be used on anyone, whether it was a demon or a human. Human, what do you plan to do to this witch soul? Raymond asked. Do you want her? I need someone to clean this place. It's hard to meet such a complete soul, you know, Raymond said. Then I'll leave her here after questioning her. Winry Gargamel woke up slowly. She really hoped that it was but a dream. However, her clear awareness told her that Raymond and Leos before her were real. Chun Zhao's mocking smile only deepened her hatred. Winry Gargamel, I have a few questions for you. Answer them well, and I'll forget about what happened in the human world. Otherwise, Chun Zhao turned his head and glanced at Raymond and Leos. Raymond opened his mouth and helped Chun Zhao to intimidate Winry. While Leos was not as big as Raymond, as he opened all his eyes, Winry realized that she was being stared at by a dense group of eyeballs. Winry instantly peed her pants if she could still pee. What questions do you want to ask me? Let me go. I'll tell you everything. Raymond needs a servant. If you answer my questions well, you'll stay here and help him. If not, I think Raymond won't mind having you for dinner. What do you want to know? Where's Treed Pempton? I suppose he's in hell too, right? Treed? He's already been sacrificed to Lord Besta. His soul is gone forever. Is Besta the large octopus that appeared last time? Yes. To Winry, Sleeper Besta was the master she had served for her whole life. Even after she died, she still held this belief. However, Chun Zhao had easily summoned a few demons and defeated Besta. Therefore, Chun Zhao was as formidable to Winry as a god. It seemed reasonable that Chun Zhao called Besta an octopus. Do you know where Treed hid his properties? Yes. He changed them to gold and hid it under the Mirror Lake waterfall. What about the rest? He also has some other properties in the form of artwork. Do you know where he hid them? Huh, I didn't even know that he has those. Raymond, do you have a way to make her painful? My corrosive venom can dissolve her soul bit by bit, Raymond answered. I really didn't know. Winry almost burst into tears. It was the first time in her life being so honest, but nobody seemed to believe her. Living Lord, I don't think she's lying. My eye of truth has been staring at her. If she's lying, I would know. I really don't know. I only know that Treed exchanged his properties for gold. I didn't know that he secretly hid some of his properties. Which means you're useless now, right? Chun Zhao squinted and stared at Winry. Wait, I remember. A few years ago, Treed asked me to create a ward for him. Perhaps he hid the things there. Chapter 190, Gaia's Classes, Get Beaten Studiously. Chapter 190, Gaia's Classes, Get Beaten Studiously. Chun Zhao received a lot of information from Winry, who remained with Raymond afterward. Chun Zhao spent 6 hours in hell. Raymond and Beelzebub were similar in power, but their statuses were still different. Beelzebub was like a feudal lord with a couple of acres of land. Raymond was a bachelor who lived by himself. Of course, they were both better off than the silly twins. At least, Raymond wouldn't go hungry, and he ruled over the endless bottomless. There was an endless supply of souls in the surrounding desert. If he was hungry, he could go over and have a meal. When he was tired, He could go lay down at home and sleep for a few years. His days were comfortable. He never had to worry about going hungry or if he could survive tomorrow. On the other hand, the silly twins were truly homeless demons. If Chun Zhao hadn't summoned them, they'd probably still be living their hard lives. The sun hadn't risen yet, so Chun Zhao went to sleep. In the morning, Chun Zhao heard the sound of the door opening and saw Fali enter in his daze. "Chun, you came back last night." "Yeah. Where did you go?" Fali pressed. "Did you go somewhere mysterious? Are there a lot of people like you?" She was extremely curious about Chun Zhao because he disappeared right before her eyes last night. She couldn't sleep at all. She needed to get an answer from Chun Zhao. "Yes, but I can't tell you where it is." "Is your group secretly protecting Earth? Stopping evil from invading?" "Since you guessed it, don't say it out loud." "Really? You're a guardian of the Earth? Are there a lot of people like you?" "Actually, I'm the only one on Earth. I'm responsible for protecting it." "You protect Earth alone? Are you an alien?" Chun Zhao pursed his lips. He didn't continue because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep bullshitting. You needed 1,000 lies to make up for one lie. That saying was completely true. Faced with a curious George like Fali, Chun Zhao felt even more troubled. "You can't tell me? All right, I'll stop asking." A moment later, Fali continued. "Being a doctor is just your alias, right?" "It's my job," Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. "Do you need an assistant?" "I suddenly feel like being with you is more meaningful than with the Coastal Rescue Team." "I don't need an assistant. Please, being with the Coastal Rescue Team is meaningful too. But I want to protect Earth like you. Earth doesn't need me to protect it. If aliens invade someday or a meteorite falls, then it'll need me. I just need to be a good doctor right now." Fali was about to reply, but Chun Zhao waved his hand. "Don't ask when aliens will invade or when a meteorite will fall. I don't know." Okay. Fali obviously wanted to ask that question. Chun Zhao suddenly regretted exaggerating like this. Once the truth was exposed, it would be really awkward. Breaking free from Fali, he rushed out without eating breakfast. Seeing Chun Zhao, Gaia walked out of the office. "Chun, how are you today?" "I'm fine." "Why?" Chun Zhao loosened up his muscles. He'd only slept for 4 hours, but he was clear-headed. "I told you yesterday that I'll give you a small test. Did you forget? If I say I'm in a horrible shape today, can I delay the test?" "No," Gaia said emotionlessly. "Go put on the protective gear. The people I invited are almost here." Chun Zhao put on his gear. A while later, the skilled fighters that Gaia invited arrived. Some were amateur enthusiasts, some were professional fighters, while others had practiced medium-weight boxing before. Gaia introduced everyone to Chun Zhao. This was a test, not a competition, so everyone put on protective gear and gloves. This way, no one would accidentally get hurt while fighting. People that Gaia thought were skilled would definitely be skilled. This was why Chun Zhao took things seriously. The 5 fighters were serious as well. They were very familiar with Gaia, and all 5 of them had been invited at once to test one student. This showed how much importance she placed on this. "Chun, we're coming." The 5 fanned out and stood around Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao walked out first. Waving his fist, he went for a black man. The other 4 snatched the opportunity to attack him at once. In a blink of an eye, he was hit 3 or 4 times. It hurt even with the protective gear. "Chun, get straight," Gaia called from under the ring. "You're facing 5 people, not 1. Don't attack at random." Even with Gaia's reminder, it was still hard to counter all 5 fighters. They weren't hooligans from streets. Each of them could take on 3 opponents at once. It was unavoidable for Chun Zhao to get beaten up while the other 5 were untouched. Gaia kept giving him reminders from below the ring. What to do, how to attack, and how to defend. 20 minutes later, Chun Zhao finally hit someone, but it was only 1 punch. When he walked out of the ring, it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It felt like when he'd gotten beaten up on his first meeting with Gaia. Chun Zhao tossed his gear down and fell onto the ground. "So, you're really disappointed, right?" At that moment, the black fighter came down too and patted his shoulder. "You did good. I was beaten up by you guys the entire time. That's good. There's 5 of us and 1 of you. Isn't it good enough that you could last for 20 minutes? When I got tested last time, I faced 3 guys and got flattened in less than 10 minutes. It was fate, Joma, and a pace. I just covered my head the whole time and was too scared to even punch. How about it? Gaia looked at Chun Zhao. Do you still think you're bad? Are you saying that I'm powerful now? Not that powerful, but at least you're undefeatable in taking hits. Even if I go up, I won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. So I'm powerful. If it was me, I wouldn't let myself get hit for 10 minutes. I'll take care of the fight in 10 minutes. I don't want to compete with you, monster. It's too damaging to my self-esteem. Chapter 191. It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chapter 191. It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chun Zhao had long given up his plan to take revenge on Gaia. Finding this human-shaped T-Rex for revenge was equivalent to committing suicide. It was only a small test today. When the entire boxing course ended, there would still be a real test. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao went to Mr. Doman's manor. What a lovely day it is. Smiling, Chun Zhao stared at Norman's. Norman's face immediately darkened, not because she was ill, but just because she saw Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at Norman's. Let's start the training today. I'm too hungry to exercise. Norman's lay on the lawn, deliberately disobeying Chun Zhao's instruction. 1 kilometer run, 1 chicken drumstick. Chun Zhao threw his bait. Norman's immediately stood up. The day before, she only got 1 drumstick after swimming for a kilometer, but today it was just running. Clearly, running was the easier of the two. Swimming for a kilometer was really too tiring for her. But there's a condition. You have to run for 3 kilometers straight, and you get 3 drumsticks. If you can't finish the entire journey, I'll only give you the corresponding number of apples. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Norman's gritted her teeth firmly. This bastard is indeed mean and shameless. Norman's thought of all the cuss words she knew and used them on Chun Zhao. How much distance do I have to run if I want a whole chicken? Swim for 3 kilometers, Chun Zhao said. Why do the rewards for swimming and running differ so much when they're both 3 kilometers? You were in your school sports team, so you should know well that swimming and running use very different amounts of energy. Then let's run first, Norman said. Of course. Let's go. I don't want to run here. Let's run on the street. Up to you. Considering Norman's self-esteem, Chun Zhao had been training her in the manner. Since Norman's wanted to go outside herself, Chun Zhao would obviously not stop her. The two left the manor and ran on the road by the sea. Beelzebub ran behind them. Actually, his stamina was comparable to Chun Zhao's. Bastard, slow down and talk to me. Chun Zhao slowed down. Do you still have additional energy to speak? After just a few hundred meters, Norman's already started to feel tired. She was too heavy, after all. Every step she took would consume a significant amount of her strength. Asshole, if you stop the slimming course, I'll give you more money. Mr. Doman has already told me about this scenario earlier. Your pocket money every month is only 10,000, so I'm certain that you can't give me more money than your dad, Chun Zhao said with a smile. Asshole, Norman's cursed, gritting her teeth. Just then, someone approached them from the front. It was Daniel. He was also wearing a set of loose sportswear and running, his body already covered in sweat. Seeing Chun Zhao, Daniel approached him. Chun, what a surprise. What are you doing here? Work. Chun Zhao did not stop. Daniel turned around and ran beside Chun Zhao. He continued, Aren't you a doctor? Chun Zhao pointed at Norman's, who was over 10 meters behind them. My current work is to slim her down. Huh? Norman's. Hey, Daniel. Norman's and Daniel clearly knew each other. They greeted each other. Norman's, is Chun your slimming coach? A great choice. I didn't want this asshole here. It's all my dad. Do you know how vicious he is? Do you know how little I've eaten in the past 3 days? Less than what I would normally eat in an hour. Look at my belly. It looks so deflated. Norman's complained. This means it's working. I don't need any slimming. But I really hope that you'll become the charming woman you once were, and not like this. What? I don't believe that she was even once beautiful. Chun Zhao twitched his lips, his face filled with contempt. Actually, he had seen photos of Norman's in the past. She was indeed once pretty. I don't need you to believe anything. Norman's widened her eyes at Chun Zhao. Let's run together, Daniel invited. Chun Zhao remained silent. Daniel looked at Beelzebub, who had been running alone at the back. Is White Ma all right? Recovering well, Chun Zhao answered. Oh yeah, White Ma is that enormous white dog, right? Why didn't you bring him any more after that day? What happened? He was bitten by a shark, Daniel said. You have no idea how brave Chun was. That day, White Ma and Black Ma were playing in the sea. When White Ma was attacked by the shark, Chun charged into the sea and fought with the shark. In the end, he even killed the shark. I didn't do much. Black Ma bit the shark to death. I checked the shark's carcass. Its gill was severely injured. Black Ma couldn't have done that. Normans looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a brave side. Nevertheless, she would not show it. It must have been a baby shark. Of course not. It was an adult tiger shark that's 5 meters long and 600 kilograms heavy. It's indeed a top predator. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was. Daniel surely admired Chun Zhao a lot. At least he was not brave enough to fight with a tiger shark in the sea. To him, it was almost like committing suicide. However, Chun Zhao actually did it in order to save his pets. Normans clearly knew how fearsome an adult tiger shark was. In fact, tiger sharks even dared to attack whales. My grandpa even made that tiger shark into a specimen. Chun, when you're free, you can go there and take a look at your own trophy. Sure, I'll go there if I'm free. Suddenly, a small truck appeared behind them. A few gangsters jumped down from the truck, all of them holding baseball bats. Their leader pointed at Chun Zhao with his bat directly and said, "He's the one. Do we know each other?" Chun Zhao was flabbergasted. Beat him up. The few gangsters leaped towards Chun Zhao right away. Crash! One of the gangsters managed to strike Chun Zhao's shoulder with his baseball bat. Chun Zhao kicked out in pain. The gangster flew backwards directly. Filled with anger, Chun Zhao lifted his arm and punched at the gangster, who ran towards him again. Immediately, the gangster's baseball bat was broken into two. Chun Zhao threw a left uppercut, and the gangster collapsed onto the ground. And then fell the second, third, fourth, and last gangster. The 5 gangsters were on a completely different level as the 5 experts Chun Zhao had fought in the morning. Against the 5 fighting experts, Chun Zhao could only try to block their attacks. However, against the 5 gangsters, Chun Zhao managed to subdue all of them in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 192, Extra Practice Today. Chapter 192, Extra Practice Today. The 5 hooligans lay in a mess on the ground. Chun Zhao rubbed his shoulder. It hurt from the first hit by the baseball bat. He could overlook the other attacks. Daniel looked at Chun Zhao in shock. Norman's expression was a bit unnatural. Chun Zhao lifted one guy up. "Who told you to come?" "Don't know." The man was tight-lipped. Chun Zhao grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully. The man let out a pained cry, but he still didn't say anything. Chun Zhao let go of the wrist. It wasn't like he would actually shatter the bone. He tossed the man onto the ground. They'd been taught enough of a lesson. These guys were also certain that Chun Zhao couldn't kill them. After all, people had already called the cops. This was Beverly Hills. Plus, Chun Zhao guessed from Norman's reaction that these guys attacked him under her orders. A few minutes later, a police car came, sirens blaring. Daniel voluntarily explained the situation to the cops, saying that they'd been attacked. He and Normans were both residents. What were the people who could live here like? The police obviously knew, so they didn't need Daniel to explain further. They naturally knew what to do. After all, Beverly Hills had their own police department and were the fastest at dispatched officers in all of L.A. They were the bodyguards for these rich people. The police took the 5 hooligans away soon after. "Chun, are you hurt?" "No." Chun Zhao shook his head. "Normans, let's continue." Are you sure you can still run?" Norman's chubby cheeks quivered. "Of course. I can run 10 more kilometers." Chun Zhao sneered. "Your training plan today is to run 10 kilometers. What? Normans exclaimed. "You said we'll only run 3 kilometers. Because I got attacked because I'm pissed off right now." He'd gotten beat up for no reason. Even though he'd won, he was still unable to be happy. I'm not going to run even if you kill me. Are you sure you're not running? I'm sure. Daniel, can you buy me some food? I'm hungry. Normans instantly felt hungry. You asshole. Chun Zhao's tactic was the pettiest. Eating in front of her when she was hungry was more painful than death. What was more painful than eating before a fatty and not letting her eat too? In the end, Normans gave in. Chun Zhao only gave her 1 bottle of water the entire time. Norman still forced herself to finish the 10 kilometers. On the other hand, Daniel glared at Chun Zhao with resentment. He'd been forced to run it all too. He was healthy, but 10 kilometers was a pretty big test of him too. Even Normans could run the 10 kilometers. If he gave up halfway, it would be too embarrassing, so he had to finish even if he died in the end. The most annoying thing was that Chun Zhao ate the entire time with a relaxed expression. Normans finally realized that Chun Zhao's fitness was much better than she'd expected. This asshole was a complete beast. However, it was also surprising to Normans that she could complete the 10 kilometers. This was unimaginable to her. She probably couldn't have run so much even when she was in shape. Normans looked at the bottle in her hands. Had something been added to the water? Chun Zhao had given it to her. She opened the bottle and sniffed, but there wasn't any odd smell. Can I get roasted chicken for 10 kilometers? Normans looked at Chun Zhao. No, 10 drumsticks. Norman started cursing at him again, but she accepted it in the end. However, she couldn't keep eating when she got to the 6th drumstick. She looked up at Chun Zhao. Did you do something to me? Chun Zhao wouldn't admit it even if he'd done something, but he replied matter-of-factly, don't blame everything on me. Intense exercise will cause gastric acid reversal. It's normal that you don't have an appetite. You forced me to run the 10 kilometers. Chun Zhao ignored her complaints. Are you done eating? If you are, then we'll run back. What? Run back? I'm not running. No, I need a car. If you don't run back, I'm going to tell your dad that you hired a gang to attack me. That's slander, you asshole. I have to go somewhere. Bye, Chun. Bye, Normans. Daniel escaped. He didn't want to get involved in Chun Zhao and Norman's fight. Even more, he didn't want to run 10 kilometers again. Normans cried while running. I'll kill you, asshole, one day. Don't forget, drink some water if you can't run anymore. She was still crying by the time she reached the manor. Mr. Doman was already in hiding because he'd heard that his daughter cried on the way back. He didn't want to be the recipient of Norman's complaints. Plus, he thought that Chun Zhao was doing the right thing. At least, Normans had thinned obviously over these past few days. Are you done crying? Come weigh yourself. 279 pounds. She'd been 295 pounds when she'd weighed herself before swimming yesterday. This meant that she'd lost more than 15 pounds from the nearly 2 kilometers of swimming yesterday and today's 20 kilometers of running. Okay, let's swim. You only completed half of your task today. I don't have energy. Get up if you want to eat dinner tonight. Chun Zhao had to intensify Norman's daily exercise because as she lost more fat and water, the speed of losing weight would slow down too. He could only maintain the current speed by increasing her exercise. Norman's was practically dragged to the pool. Chun Zhao wasn't the type to go easy on girls. Plus, Norman's wasn't a girl. She was a monster. Chun Zhao only gave her enough food to maintain her health. She couldn't get anything more than that. After swimming 10 kilometers, Norman's discovered how shocking her endurance was. This was impossible. What was 10 kilometers for swimmers? Less than 1 in 1,000 people in the world could do it. Even most professional swimmers wouldn't be able to accomplish it. And yet she did it with her 279-pound body. She felt that Chun Zhao must have done something to her. Chapter 193. The Value of Artwork. Chapter 193. The Value of Artwork. Mr. Chun, why don't you stay here for dinner? Mr. Doman invited. I would love to, but I really need to go home. Is your girlfriend waiting for you at home? Chun Zhao shook his head. I have something else. All right then. Here's my business card. If you need these things, you can call me anytime. Mr. Doman gave Chun Zhao an exquisite business card. Chun Zhao glanced at the card. Written on the front was Mr. Doman's full name, Fricklay Doman. On the back was his company's name, Elena Art Appraisal, as well as a bunch of phone numbers. Mr. Doman, are you an art appraiser? We also provide auctions, Mr. Doman said. Can I ask you something about artwork? What do you want to know? What's the simplest way to tell if a piece of art is valuable? Firstly, its age. In principle, the older something is, the more valuable it is. Next, its rarity. For example, in 1798, the French king gave out crown of France commemorative gold coins. Today, there are only 3 of them left, and each is worth over $1 million. In the same year, the Bank of England gave out empire commemorative coins. Because many collectors have them, each coin is only worth 10,000. Mr. Doman was very professional in the field. Even though Chen Zhao only wanted a brief introduction, Mr. Doman still tried his best to tell him all he could about artwork. Chen Zhao could only understand some of it, because the rest were too technical. In fact, despite having spoken so much, Mr. Doman had merely scratched the surface of the field. It was obviously impossible to explain everything to an artwork newbie in just a day. Mr. Chun, if you want to know how much a piece of art is worth, the easiest way is to bring it to my company and get it appraised. Do not buy it before you know its value, Mr. Doman advised. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Doman. I have a book on art appraisal. You can read it when you're free. Thank you. Mr. Doman gave him the book, and Chen Zhao accepted it. When Chen Zhao returned home, he realized that there was a guest. For was here. At the moment, she was helping Fali in the kitchen. For why are you here? For glanced at Chen Zhao and stopped what she was doing. She followed Chen Zhao to the living room and stared at him with a judgmental look. Chen, what's your relationship with my sister? What do you mean? We're friends and also housemates. What relationship do you want us to have? Chen Zhao was bewildered by the question. Just then, Fali walked out from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dish in her hand. She thinks that we're a couple. How about we make some progress tonight and break through our pure friendship? Chen Zhao laughed. Are you really just friends? For still did not believe them. After all, the fact that Fali was staying in the same house as a man already indicated that she did not hate him. Maybe she even liked him. Why can't we just be friends? Moreover, even if we are a couple, what are you going to do? Bless us or stop us? I only want to know the truth. That's all. So you're just here to find contents for gossip. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa and reached out his hand, grabbing himself a piece of meat from the plate. For frowned, but Fali was clearly already used to it. The fact that Chen Zhao could do so naturally and Fali ignored it showed that their relationship was certainly not that simple. For let her imagination run wild in her head. Anyway, she only believed what she saw and thought. Suddenly, Chen Zhao removed his shirt. For was shocked. What are you doing? Air. I forgot that you're here. Chen Zhao also realized it, but since he had already taken his shirt off, there was no reason for him to put it back on again. This only confirmed Four's guess that Chen Zhao and Fali had at least once seen each other naked. What happened to your shoulder? Were you beaten by someone? For saw the obvious bruise on Chen Zhao's left shoulder. My boxing coach accidentally punched me today during class. No, it's a bruise from a blunt weapon. Did your coach train you with a baseball bat? Help me apply some medication. Given Chen Zhao's physical strength, the gangster must have used a lot of force to leave such a bruise. As For applied some cream on Chen Zhao's shoulder, she also admired Chen Zhao's body. I didn't know that you're so strong. Then, she even peeked at Fali with the corner of her eye to see Fali's reaction. Unfortunately, Fali had seen Chen Zhao's body way too many times. She had in fact even seen Chen Zhao fully naked before. Just then, White Ma approached them with trembling movement. He carefully looked at Chen Zhao and For, after which he extended his paw and got himself a piece of meat. White Ma had already discovered that because he was injured, Chen Zhao and Fali were exceptionally tolerant to his actions. Realizing that White Ma had succeeded, Black Ma followed suit. Before he even reached out, however, Chen Zhao already kicked him away. Go away. Can't you see that we have a guest? Don't you know how to spell embarrassment? How did that white wolf get injured? Why is everyone beside me able to tell that they're wolves? They're too big, even for wolves. Even the largest dog can't reach their size. Black Ma and White Ma had a shoulder height of over 120 centimeters and weighed over 100 kilograms. They were clearly two powerful beasts. You haven't told me how he got injured. Bitten by a shark. That's unlucky. You mean he's lucky? At least he's still alive. I guess you're right. Having kicked by Chun Zhao, Black Ma was obviously dispirited. He took out some dog food by himself and then started eating at the door. Seeing Black Ma's extremely intelligent act, Fur could not help but laugh. She had never seen a dog which knew how to take a packet of dog food from the shelf, open it, and eat it. More importantly, Black Ma was a wolf. Sell me a dog. No way. Stop asking me this again. Chun Zhao answered emotionlessly. Don't forget that you owe me a favor. Please, you only helped me to analyze a blood sample. I can at most pay you the money for the analysis. Stop threatening me with this. Can't you tell I was joking? Fur widened her eyes at Chun Zhao. Do you know each other before? I didn't even know, Fali said, clearly implying something else. We weren't close. Met each other a few times during work, Fur quickly explained. She did not want her sister to misunderstand anything. Chin, are you still working as an illegal doctor? Why don't you get a medical license? It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Of course it's difficult. I've learned most of my medical knowledge in China, which is somewhat different from the one in America. If I want to get a medical license, I won't be able to work at all for half a year. Chapter 194, Lost Doomstar. Chapter 194, Lost Doomstar. Fur left, not staying for the night. After she left, Chun Zhao and Fali felt much more relaxed. It had been as if they were meeting the parents. Fur kept asking a bunch of questions, making them uncomfortable. Fali walked around the living room in her bra. Chun Zhao sat on the sofa in his boxers. He flipped through the art appraisal book. To be honest, most of the content was good at curing insomnia. He'd rather flip through medical books than this book. However, his hand stopped on the explanation on one page. It was a colored picture of a lost Doomstar. It was a huge black diamond. The caption also stated that this picture was made digitally. It wasn't the true lost Doomstar. The right page introduced the diamond. The Doomstar had been discovered in 1820 in Africa. It was 380 carats. The expedition team that had discovered this diamond had massacred the tribe that owned it. It had been 163 lives. When this bloodied black diamond was brought back to Britain, the most skilled artisan at the time turned it into a pendant. However, after the artisan completed the work, he lost both his hands in an accident. A noble received the pendant, but both he and his manor was lost in a fire. The pendant then fell into the hands of a prostitute. She was killed by her client. This pendant encasing the black diamond continued being passed on, but none of the owners had good endings. The name Doomstar began spreading. In the end, no one dared to collect it. Finally, it was sent to the Royal Museum to be exhibited. However, the museum had a fire and the Doomstar disappeared once again. In 1882, an American businessman bought it from a city rogue for $800. He planned on taking the Doomstar to America. He was traveling on the brigantine Mary Celeste to New York. However, the Mary Celeste never reached New York. It disappeared in the Pacific Ocean. In 1883, a ship met the Mary Celeste in the ocean, and the sailors even boarded the ship to look. The Mary Celeste was empty of people. The goods that were to be shipped were all intact. There were no signs of struggle. After checking, they also found that there was sufficient food and fresh water. Most of the food was still edible, even though the ship had been lost for more than a year. However, the sailors and passengers had all disappeared. Not a single bone was there. This was also the Mary Celeste's last time appearing in everyone's eyes. No one ever saw it again. Some people claimed to have seen the ship, but these comments had no evidence, so that was that. Even now, some people claim to have seen the ship with some vintage and blurry pictures for proof. The Doomstar also disappeared with the Mary Celeste. Chun Zhao picked up his tablet and searched for the Mary Celeste. Many pictures popped up. Most of them were pictures of an aged brigantine. One picture attracted his attention. This was a black and white picture from the 60s. It seemed to have been taken from a mile away. The brigantine in the picture looked very old, as if it had been fished out of the sea There was a lot of seaweed on it, and the entire ship was rotten. What are you looking at? Fali came to Chun Zhao's side and poked her head over. When she saw the picture on the tablet, Chun Zhao felt her arms shake. Is it this one? Fali nodded powerfully. Yes, this one. You found it? Walter had found a wooden board that said Mary on it. Do you know about the Doomstar? Doomstar? What's that? This. Chun Zhao handed the art appraisal book to her. Fali furrowed her brows. You really saw it before? I bought a pendant from a flea market before. The black diamond looks like this too, but it only costed $100. The seller and I both thought that it was a fake. Is it here? Wait, I'll go get it. Fali jogged to her room. A moment later, she took out a pendant. The black diamond on it really was the lost Doomstar. Chun Zhao gasped. Black Ma suddenly started growling at Fali's pendant. Black Ma, what's wrong? Demon badge. It's a demon badge. Beelzebub also stood up, staring hard at the Doomstar. Master, this demon badge has a powerful curse. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. Turning to Fali, he said, Fali, I'm afraid you can't keep this lost Doomstar. It will hurt you. Is everything true on the book? It has evil power. What should I do with it? Toss it. Give it to me. Beelzebub said immediately. I can eat it. Give me, Black Moss said. I can wear it. Its power is similar to mine. I can unleash its power. It was evident that he really wanted the Doomstar. Is there a way to expel the power and keep the Doomstar? Chun Zhao asked. Beelzebub and Black Ma shook their heads at once. Impossible. Chun Zhao looked at Fali. You have two choices now. Let Black Ma wear it or let Beelzebub eat it. Let Beelzebub eat it? Are you serious? He likes eating weird things. Chun Zhao shrugged. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was from Sienna. Chun, I discovered the ghost ship. Yesterday, some people on a yacht near Angel Beach recorded something and posted it online. It's the Mary Celeste. My teacher and a dozen witches died on that ghost ship. I advise you to give up. This ghost ship is scary. I'm afraid I have to face it, Chun Zhao said. This ghost ship is here for Fali. What? Fali bought something amazing. She used $100 to buy what she thought was a fake, but is actually a 380-carat black diamond. This is what started it all. What? Sienna cried. Why don't I have this luck? Why? I feel pain. No, I can't breathe. Chapter 195, Launching the Attack First. Chapter 195, Launching the Attack First. Whenever Sienna thought about how Fali had gotten a 380-carat black diamond with just $100, she could feel herself go insane. It was such an expensive gem. If it was sold in an auction, it would probably cost hundreds of millions. If you're the one who bought the Doomstar instead, what will you do? Sell it away? Why not? You better search the history of Doomstar online. Then you'll get it. Chun Zhao started to devise a plan. Their main goal now was to eliminate the ghost ship or marry San Francisco. The only problem was that he had no idea whether the ghost ship had been targeting Fali or the Doomstar. If it was the Doomstar, Chun Zhao would just take the Doomstar and wait for the ghost ship to find him. However, if it was Fali instead, the situation would be much more troublesome. She had to either stay away from the sea for her entire life or be the bait. Fali, give me the Doomstar. Let's see if the ghost ship will find me instead. Chun, Sienna just said that the ghost ship is very powerful. Let's not go and find it. Even if we don't look for it, it might continue to look for you. Do you plan to not go to the sea for the rest of your life? After brief consideration, Fali still gave the Doomstar to Chun Zhao. When are you going? Tonight, Chun Zhao said. So soon? Aren't you going to prepare? No need. You should at least for White Ma to heal. He might be able to help. He can't help. I won't need him anyway. Chun Zhao had already talked with Blackie, who said that he could settle the ship. Since Blackie said that there would not be a problem, it must be the case. However, Fali seemed to be somewhat lost due to Chun Zhao's abrupt decision. She wanted to follow him there, but did not dare to. The encounter with the ghost ship that night was indeed a psychological trauma for her. This time, Chun Zhao only brought Blackie with him and no demon else. Rasfa, do you have a contact number for any yacht rental companies? Yes. Are you going to rent a yacht? Yup, I have a yacht. You can come here. No, I don't want a big yacht like the one you have. I only need a normal one. Why do you need a yacht? A party? If it's a party, of course you need a big one. It's complicated. I might even damage your yacht. I don't want to pay that much money in case I destroy it. Give me the contact number of a yacht rental company. Chen Zhao was also unsure about how this mission would progress. Rasfa thought about it and said, I have more than just one yacht. In fact, I have a much smaller one that's been at a port for quite some time. It's rather old, but it can still be used. If you need it, I can give the yacht to you for free. Stop hesitating and just come here. That abandoned small yacht is only about $200,000 or $300,000. All right then, can I operate it alone? Of course. It's not hard to operate a yacht. After all, if it's too difficult, nobody will buy it. Many rich people like to operate their own yachts and go out to the sea. Chen Zhao hurried to Rasfa's house. When he arrived, he saw Manny there too. Hi, Manny. I don't want to speak to you, stingy cat. Manny turned around and left. Chen Zhao was confused. He could not remember offending Manny before. Ha! Chun, look at the wall. Chen Zhao turned his head and saw a tiger shark specimen hanging on the wall. Is that the shark which hurt White Ma? In the specimen, the damaged parts had all been repaired. It looked like a real shark which was looking for a prey in the sea. Also the one which bit Daniel. I didn't expect there to be such a killer in my beach. Luckily, you killed it. I didn't actually do much. Black Ma did most of the job. Chun, here's the key to my yacht, Seek. I'll ask Paul to bring you there. All right, the thing I have is somewhat urgent. I'll go now. Sure, be careful. Rasfa did not ask Chen Zhao to stay. Instead, he asked Paul to bring Chen Zhao to the port. When they reached the port, Chen Zhao realized that it was filled with yachts, many of which were waiting to be thrown away. There were almost 20 million yachts in America, while there were just over 300 million people. This meant that on average, every 15 people own a yacht. Thus, cheap yachts were really very cheap. Some only cost $100,000. Nevertheless, when Paul brought Chen Zhao to the yacht Seek, Chen Zhao realized that he had been deceived. It was definitely not a yacht that was only $200,000 or $300,000. This yacht, which was waiting to be abandoned, cost at least $1 million. Even after considering depreciation, it could be sold at about $500,000 or $600,000. Seek was 22 meters long and had 3 floors, including the lower cabin. At the top of the yacht was an open-air platform. Inside the yacht, there were 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 public restrooms. It was indeed a luxurious apartment. Paul followed Chen Zhao onto the yacht. Chun, do you want me to stay here and help you operate the ship? Nope. Just teach me how to. It's not hard, right? It's simple, don't worry. It's not more difficult than driving a car. I can't drive a car, as long as you know how to use a tablet. This yacht has an autopilot function. The yacht's operation was indeed very simple. After over 10 minutes, Chen Zhao learned most of the things he needed. Then, Paul left the yacht, and Chen Zhao set off. Chen Zhao also did not know where he should go. Anyway, he entered a random course and set the yacht on autopilot. He did not have to worry about anything else. Chen Zhao sat on the open-air platform and stared at the starry sky, waiting for the ghost ship to show up. However, waiting here and doing nothing was rather boring. Chen Zhao ran back into the cabin, looking for something to drink. Suddenly, a head stretched out from one of the bedrooms. Manny! Chen Zhao screamed. Manny turned his head and looked at Chen Zhao. The two stared at each other in silence. Why are you on a ship? Chen Zhao roared. Why can't I be on a ship? Manny pouted, unconcerned. It's my grandfather's yacht. Do you know that there are some perverts who will find ways to get a girl out on the sea? After they're done playing with her, they'll throw her into the sea to feed the sharks. Looking at Chen Zhao's gloomy face, Manny shivered and stared at him in horror. Are you that kind of pervert? Are you scared now? Why didn't you think of the consequences when you boarded the yacht? I just wanted to see why you're coming out to the sea. Who would know that you're a pervert? Manny cried in fear. Chen Zhao could not stop shaking in anger. He called Rasfa. Rasfa, your granddaughter is now on the yacht. I have no idea when she hid here. Huh? Manny's on the yacht? I'll return now and send her to the shore. Ask Paul to wait for her there. Chun Zhao ran into the cockpit, canceled the original course, and then set the yacht to return. However, the operating system seemed to be dysfunctional. Despite trying for a long time, Chun Zhao could not finish the setup.